Me is being extra.
2 seconds.
Oh, Stephen, you did another show.
2 seconds. You said I don't do that well. I just want to know, did you see my video that's titled "They Came from the North"?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, so you got to watch that before you speak on me. I made it
on the
clear.
debate, Chief X. On the debate that you did with Sekou, you may have another video that they came from the north. But there's problems with the way in which you do chronology. When you say that they came from the north, you seem to separate out what was happening in the Holocene period.
You said you didn't see the video.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, so I'll give you, you want to interrupt me? So tell us about they came from the north real quick. Summarize it.
Okay, it's okay to say, you know what, I didn't see that video.
I told you in the beginning.
Hold on. It's okay. Okay, I guess I got you. You were honest.
I said that.
You were honest. Listen to what I'm saying. So
okay,
we got a weigh in.
Summarize.
We got an official weigh in, Thunder.
So
I see.
It's
an official weigh in right here.
This is what I would say. I would say I'll check your video out and I will get back with you.
No,
I don't know
I asked you to summarize it. You want me to go and view it, and you're here right now. Summarize the shit.
I was saying that before, and I summarized in the debate. I was saying before Narmer unified the two lands, before Egypt became a nation state, there were people coming in and out of the Nile River from the Delta, from the Mediterranean for thousands of years. They've been floating up and down that river for thousands of years before there was a nation state. That's how Narmer and everybody else got down. Okay. So then once they got populated, then they formed a nation state. But they came from the transcontinental country, and they've been in and out the Nile, up and down the Nile, from west to North Africa, up and down the Nile to the first cataract for thousands of years before there was a nation state. So that's just a little preview of what I mean by they came from the north.
I disagree with that, of course. And so you said it, and I certainly disagree with that they came from the north because you're not being specific.
Well, let me be more specific, because how do you think Queen T and King Tut's DNA is West Asian?
They're later Egyptians.
It says possibly. That's what it says when you pulled up that article yesterday.
Right, and
that's
it sure
exactly
didn't say
what it says.
Yeah,
meaning they don't fucking know.
Right,
that's
so
what
they
means.
know. No. That's they're trying. Wiki does not. It tries to remain unbiased.
Okay. See,
so
right.
they put possibly West.
Yeah, science don't talk
Asian.
absolute.
Wait, you cut me the fuck off.
No, that's not what it is. Let's
wait, you cut me off. I give you the 2 minutes. I ask you a question,
Reggie,
and then you want to run a fucking debate.
Reggie, no, listen. When we put out scientific information, we gotta clear that up. All right, can you agree with that?
Okay, that's exactly right. So I asked him another question.
I know, but they ran off with something else, right?
Right.
So when it says possibly, they're talking about the origins of that haplogroup.
All right. So Chief X.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Reggie.
And Reggie, just so I think the point that Chevron trying to make is in science, they don't speak in absolutes. So they're gonna leave room.
Right. So
they don't
when they know they do.
Even when they know.
Listen,
even when they know.
Possibly the origin of that haplogroup.
I'm not talking
possibly Western Asia.
And to be clear, it was mitochondrial DNA, not just Y DNA.
Yeah, it's possibly Western Asia.
But it wasn't possibly sub-Saharan. Put it that way.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not.
Okay, can I continue?
You're absolutely right.
Can I continue?
Oh, hilarious.
Let's go, Brother Reggie.
Yeah. So, Chief X, for this information that you have, that you say
Oh, I got an update.
that
Oh,
they
my
came
bad.
from, that they came from North Africa. What is your source on that? On pre-dynastic civilization?
That who?
Of course.
On what?
Pre-dynastic Egyptians coming from the north.
Okay, well, this is why I'm trying to talk like an adult. I said you should say, I watched your video. They come
I'm
from the
asking you
north.
now.
No. Listen. You asked me for a short preview of it. I gave you that. Now
Do you
should just
understand
say,
what I'm saying?
no.
The
Wait a minute. I
nigga
do,
is
but you
on
gotta
the
be quiet. Let
line,
me
and I'm
answer.
asking him for his goddamn source.
Okay, this is the source. You need to say, I'll watch your video and get back with you later. The sources are there.
I will. Okay,
Now,
watch this.
I'm
Watch
about to
this,
tell you, but you gotta be quiet.
I will
Reggie.
watch your video.
Okay, I'm about to explain the source
But
thing,
I
but
don't
you keep
want to.
interrupting me.
I don't need to watch a video for this whole point. Where
Hey,
in North Africa?
Maintain your composure, Chief X. You're doing really good, bro. Don't let them throw you off. Don't let them get you all out of shape and shit, because that's how they win.
Y'all
right?
see this. For everybody else
Keep your
on
composure.
the platform, I'm asking the pseudo judo expert for a place in North Africa where these people came from.
You're asking, okay.
Yes.
You're asking me a place in North Africa where who came from? Egyptian?
Yes, that's the only thing that we're talking about. Why play
Okay.
dumb?
Okay, well, let me help you out. You know, I'm not gonna stoop to your level and get all my panties in a bunch like you is, okay?
Because you got
Hey,
panties.
but I don't want y'all to be putting out
panties.
too
You
much
gotta be quiet.
information. We gotta, Reggie, you said you wanted to get paid, so don't ask
No.
super questions. It's fine
right
to ask
now,
a couple. I'm not
right
saying
now,
He don't
Right
have
now,
an
Reggie,
answer,
you
brother
asked me a
Reggie. Let me
question, you're
answer
still
for him
talking.
since he's taking so long. He don't have an
No,
answer because
I'm
there's
trying
no
to talk.
writing
You
before
stop,
normal.
stop.
So he's not going to have a source.
No, James, be quiet. This is not your lane, okay? You thought Nigeria
How the
was North
fuck you
Africa.
gonna tell me what my lane is? And you sitting up
Do
here
you
talking
still-
about
do you
Egypt
still- do
as
you
it come
still
from
think-
the north. I know
do
more
you-
than your dumb ass know.
And do you still think Nigeria is North Africa, James?
Nigeria isn't part of Northwest Africa. What the fuck is wrong
No,
with you?
listen to my question.
It's
Is
Northwest
Nigeria North
Africa,
Africa?
Chief X. Now, I don't have
No,
nothing else to say.
it's not a
James,
part.
come on,
Nigeria
man.
is not a part of Northwest Africa.
That ain't no
Yes, it is.
Northwest.
Y'all are idiots.
This is what
Chad
I'm saying.
is in
So
North
chill out,
Central
James.
Africa.
Let me do
This
this.
nigga said
You go ahead and
Nigeria's
sit back
Northwest.
and let Reggie.
Let me do
you
this.
go ahead and
Let me
sit
do
back
Oh,
and
that's
let Reggie.
nice.
Chief X. I
No.
think Reggie can handle Chief X. Go ahead,
Right.
y'all.
Right. So
I'm
here's
just
the
simply
thing.
asking-
James, you have to be quiet. Hold on. You asked me a question, Reggie. You haven't let me answer yet. James, you didn't say Northwest. You
You're
argued
not
for
answering my question.
Hold
You're
on.
asking.
Hold on. I'm about to
You're
answer your
asking someone
question,
else's
Reggie.
question.
Answer
Reggie,
his
because
question.
it's
I'm out of it.
It's hot in the kitchen and y'all are nervous right now.
They
Relax. Don't get nervous. James, you argued for an hour that Nigeria was North Africa. You never said Northwest. Now you're switching. But anyway, let me get to Reggie.
What audio are you listening to?
Let me
Because
get to
I know
Reggie.
what the hell
Don't
I
have-
said.
I
We
will
were talking
play- I will
about
play the whole
Northwest
thing. I will
Africa,
play the
and we were
whole
talking
video.
about the desert. Your
But
dumb
anyway,
ass can't even admit
anyway-
the Sahara's in North Africa.
Right. And
What
no,
the fuck are you talking
you're
about?
confusing arguments. Don't put no words in my mouth. Okay. Now, Reggie, you're asking me what spot in North Africa Egyptians are from?
Yes.
Like, this is a crazy question. They're from, listen, Reggie, North Africa, the Middle East, you know what MENA means? You're clear what MENA is. Middle Eastern North Africa. You're clear what that region is, right, Reggie? MENA?
There's a place in Egypt called Minas.
No, listen to what I'm
Right?
telling
So
you.
I don't know
Maybe
what you're
you don't
talking
know.
about.
Let me
You're
teach
giving
you.
me a
Let me
term.
teach you
I'm
tonight.
asking you where in. You're
I'm
giving me
about to
a
tell you.
region.
Let me
Where
teach
in
you
North
tonight.
Africa? Yeah,
Let me
okay,
teach-
tell me, man.
Let me teach you tonight, Reggie. MENA means Middle East, North Africa. That's what the abbreviations is, okay? They consider that a region. They call it the MENA region. So my answer to your simple question that is really silly is Egyptians come from the region of MENA. All of it.
Great.
Okay? Period.
Okay. So
There's no one spot in North Africa the Egyptians come from. What do you want me to? Oh, they come from this 100-yard circumference spot. What are you asking? That's a silly question.
Okay. So your region encompasses what, Chief X? From where to where?
Hey, Chief X, I got you. Don't worry about it. Hold on.
The region.
I got you, Chief X. I got you.
Okay, go ahead, Thunder.
All right.
Teach them what MENA is.
I got you. Let's do this. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it. I see it.
All right. So MENA is acronym in the English language, refers to a group of countries situated in and around the Middle East and North Africa. It is also known as the WANA, which alternately refers to the Middle East as Western Asia. I'm sure everybody has heard that term. As a regional identifier, MENA is often used as in academia, military planning, blah, 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 blah. Moreover, the region shares a, all right. Let's look at the actual
and sometimes they have MENA T, which means Middle Eastern North Africa, including Turkey. Sometimes they have MENA TP, which means Middle East, North Africa, Turkey, and Pakistan. But that whole region is people who's been dealing with each other for thousands of years.
Here we go. 2012 UNHCR reported, for the purpose of this study, the MENA region has been defined as comprised of the following 18 countries: Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, occupied Palestinian territories, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. A 2015 got it with 21: Algeria, Bahrain, Djibouti, Egypt, Iran, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Malta, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Tunisia, United Emirates, and Yemen.
And everything except sub-Saharan Africa, correct, Thunder?
Everything.
And these people have been sharing and doing trade with each other for thousands of years. That's all I'm saying. So if you want to pick you can pick a spot somewhere and around all that.
Well, Reggie gone?
Yeah, Reggie bounced.
It got too hot.
It got too hot, man. Turn up the heat.
Okay, what's the etymology of this word? Were they using this word meeting in ancient civilization? Is this some shit, a modern construct? Hold on, I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
I know, I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay, is this a modern construct that they're just using to because these places that they're naming are modern names that were superimposed on the continent in modern time. So were they using this word meaning to describe these people in ancient civilization?
Well, let me answer your question. Here goes the answer. We speak English. The ancient Egyptians didn't speak English, so I'm sure they didn't use those words. Now, today we call Africa, Africa. Africa wasn't called Africa 10,000 years ago. They called it something else. We speak English, so we use different words. This is common sense. Whatever people called Africa 2,000 years ago, people 10,000 years ago called it something else. The people 20,000 years ago called it something different than the people 10,000 years ago called it. The people 30,000 years ago called it something different than the people 20,000 years ago called it.
But the man asked
because language, hold on, let me finish.
Time.
Because languages change and people migrate, so words change. but we're speaking about the geographical area of the countries he named. So let's just keep it simple. Okay?
Definition of where he was trying to get a specific location. You gave the man the whole Sahara Desert. So how the hell is he gonna come? So you said the whole Sahara Desert is where they came from.
No, we didn't say nothing about the Sahara Desert. We said MENA, and we listed the countries that is MENA.
Okay, but what I'm trying to explain to you, Chief X, is MENA encompasses the whole Saharan Desert based on that map.
We're not
So
talking.
He's trying to pinpoint where from the north did they come from.
No, you miscomprehended everything. Just chill. Let me.
Hold on. Okay, let's get an intermediate in here.
Let's me and Thunder continue this conversation. Let's me and Thunder continue the conversation. Continue, Thunder.
No, go ahead. What you asked, James?
So I'm asking, when Chief X said that they came from the north, and then brother Reggie asked him, could you provide some documentation to show where in the north did they come from? Did the man not give you the whole North Saharan Africa? Did he not just do that? Pull up the map. Let's just pull up the map again so we can look at the area that this man is talking about where they came from. I
proved to you that Reggie asked a silly question. If your comprehension was keen, you would see that it was a silly question.
Yeah, I think he did. So, he was making that point, James, that if you're asking him for a particular region, that's kind of tough to.
Okay, well then watch this then. How can we give you a particular region of the southern area that they came from, but you can't give us a specific area from beside the whole Sahara Desert?
I mentioned that. I didn't mention any.
We can do that, but you can't.
I didn't mention anything about no Sahara Desert.
Relax. It wasn't a desert at the time.
I didn't mention anything about no Sahara Desert just now when I was talking about MENA.
Please pull that map up again, please.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to my words. It's very simple.
I don't have to listen to your words no more. You already said it.
You're emotional, James. Slow down. When I was talking about MENA, I didn't mention anything about no Sahara Desert. You're talking about something. Okay, so get off of the Sahara Desert right now. That's some kind of deflection in your mind. I don't know what you're tripping on.
No, what I'm asking, okay, you see these little areas in the green that Thunder got up? Where is that at? What area? I'm not gonna even ask you. Let me ask Thunder. Where is that? I'm not done. Don't go over there. That's a desert too. But point over there on the continental part of Africa. What is that, Thunder? What area do they call that today?
This is
Could you
North
please
Africa.
Be honest? So
it's North Africa.
Okay, but is that not the Sahara Desert?
All right, let's put up the Sahara Desert.
Does that not encompass the Sahara Desert?
No, let's just look at it. We good. Everything good.
Do you have to put up a map to see this shit? You
don't know where the Sahara is at? You keep talking about the You don't want to talk about the Sahara Desert, bro.
Okay,
so let's look at it.
I just can't believe you would have to pull up a map to know.
No, brother, I'm saying I don't want to argue. Let's look at it. That's all I'm saying, bro.
We are allowing James to bring us into a crazy conversation.
I agree, but
Thunder,
you said that they come from the MENA.
I
asked you. You just basically told the man that they come from the whole of the Sahara. That's what you did.
Let him know that he is off base and confusing everything, and don't let him draw you.
Okay, everybody in the chat, am I off base and asking these questions?
We're talking about MENA.
Get nowhere with you. Because you're gonna keep saying that we don't know what we're talking about. But you just said that they come from the MENA. When we put up the MENA map, that shit showed from the Morocco.
We are talking about countries that make up
MENA.
Show
the names again, Thunder.
We are not talking about.
Show the names of the countries again, Thunder.
Oh my God. Thunder, don't even entertain it. You'll waste
the
whole hour.
No. Show the names. It says right here, it says Iran, Israel, Jordan, Libya. Go down some more.
All right, hold on.
All of that shit is in the Sahara. So what the fuck is you talking about?
Here go to 2015. 2015 got Algeria, Bahrain, Djibouti, Egypt, Iran, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Malta, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Tunisia, United Emirates, and Yemen.
No, everything that's on the continental plate of Africa is all of that area is the Sahara. Besides maybe what you would have as the bottom part of what we call Sudan. All of that with that area and that orange map, all of that shit is the Sahara.
All right, let's do this, James. So
Like, what we arguing?
Thunder. I'm done with that convo. You
yeah,
can
let me try to help out.
silent.
Let me try to help out. So when he's saying
you and him can go back and have this mental health conversation. I'm done with that.
No, what Chief X is saying is, and I agree with him. I say the same thing all the time, right? Where I believe that Egyptians, all North Africans, come from that either Arabian Peninsula or the Sinai Peninsula. That's what I feel. So I'm in agreement. I'm not the one to kind of get into this conversation because I'm agree with Chief X. You see what I'm saying? I can't be objective, bro. I just want to be. Usually I'm objective and I can't be.
Why is that not objective? Because the map clearly shows that the region that he's talking about is sub-Saharan. But what he don't know is I would agree that the people migrated from the sub-Saharan once it dries up. That's what the consensus says.
I just wanna point out to everybody, it's not biased because you agree with Chief X. Chief X happens to be right on this issue, and so you're agreeing with what's right. Not you don't have a bias.
I'm not taking sides.
How the hell is he right and he don't have no source documentation?
It's because it's right.
Hold up, how's he right when he don't have no source documentation to prove anything he's saying?
You just killed yourself. You just killed yourself. When Thunder just pulled this map up, you just died in the middle of the ocean.
How the hell did I die when the man said that the people that came from the north came from the fucking west?
Look, you just died in the middle of the ocean and you didn't even realize it.
But I see
drowned and you didn't even realize
what it is. This is some type of comedy for y'all or something.
James, he's saying that he came from the north.
But everybody know that Chief X don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But
so everybody know Chief X do know what the fuck he's talking about.
Hold on,
you think Nigeria is North Africa?
Nigeria is in northwest Africa.
All right, so let's do this, James. James, are you saying
that's not true?
James.
Nigeria is in Central Africa. Go ahead.
Everybody know that. Hey, James, I see you're a contrarian. I like it, but I like you being contrarian. I ain't never heard nobody say
Chad
that.
is not Central Africa. The Congo is not Central Africa.
Okay, let's look at
both of those are Central Africa.
Let's look at
Nigeria is not in West Africa.
Let's look
at not in Northwest
Africa. Nigeria is on the damn coast, damn near of West Africa. It is nowhere near the Mediterranean.
Let's look at.
Do you have a map?
I got a map. Let's look at it. All right.
Anyone saying North
look
in
at
Nigeria in the same sentence needs to never. Hold on.
Morocco is Northwest Africa.
Hold on, Thunder. Anybody
Senegal is Northwest
Hold on.
Africa.
Anybody thinks Nigeria is North Africa should be sterilized.
All right, here we go. This is a map of Nigeria, right? So,
okay, where is North at? What do you consider as North Africa?
All right, so let's go with North being this, right?
Is Ghana in North Africa? Is Ghana in North Africa?
No, Ghana's in East Central Africa.
You know they touch.
I mean,
borders,
not Ghana,
right?
not Ghana. I thought you meant Uganda.
I'm asking,
but
Ghana in North. I'm asking.
Ghana would be more North Central Africa or in part of Northwest Africa.
Let's just look up a total map.
I told you guys. You guys cannot have people like this on your panel making you guys look bad.
No, you can't. You can't. You're right. Because Sheffrin said all the time.
Where is Central Africa? Just point.
You can't have a conversation with
y'all know so much.
All right, James. Do we come from North? Do we come from West and Central Africa?
Do we come from West and Central Africa?
Yes.
Who do you mean by we? You talking about African Americans?
Yes.
Yes, I would say we come from West Africa, but we also.
All right. Would that include Nigeria?
Huh?
Would that include Nigeria?
Yes.
All right.
But I'm telling you is that Nigeria is in Northwest Africa.
All right. So let's go with North, right? Would you consider Mauritania, Tunisia, North?
Yes. That's just that's
All right.
just
So
far
what northwest would you consider? Well, let me pull up
Senegal. I would also consider like Liberia. All of that is Northwest Africa.
Man, this dude is embarrassing black people right now. Seriously.
Let's try to get his rationale.
I don't know
man.
why you guys continue to let this
So
dude
you
be
could
on
have
channel and embarrass us.
you could have LA in Southern California on the West Coast, but then you can't have Seattle on the northern part of the West Coast. That can't happen. You can't have San Francisco in the same state.
Okay, let me ask you
northern
this.
Northwest.
Is Seattle
California.
Northwest America? Is Seattle Northwest North America?
Huh?
Is Seattle Northwest North America?
Seattle is in Northwest America.
All right. No, it's in Northwest North America, right?
Yes.
All right. Is California on the west coast of North America?
Of course.
Is Utah?
But hold on. Let me clarify that.
All right.
Because California is so large, it encompasses certain geographical. It's north and southwest. You see what I'm saying? Because of its enormity that it encompasses both of them.
No, you're confused. Let me clarify for you. Let me tell you, California. if you're specifically just only speaking about California, you can say it's Northern California and Southern California. But when you're speaking in context of the whole America, California is only West Coast.
Okay, so I'm back.
What's up, Big Reggie?
Hey, Thunder. Hey, how you doing? All right. So
hey, let me finish this up. Let's get this, and then I'm gonna let you go, bro. Let me finish this. We got to finish this conversation with the because I'm always interested in people's perspective. So Jane have I never heard about it called the Northwest. I mean, that's interesting. So, but I'm trying to pull it up. All right. So let me see if I can share my screen, and then.
Right. We shouldn't even be having conversations like this. Nigeria is West Africa through and
all right,
through.
so
there's nothing north about West Africa. I don't even know why we want to. Hold on, man. So Thunder. Listen, hold on, Thunder. Yeah. We shouldn't even be entertaining that.
I agree.
So let's move on. James is crazy. Let's move on.
Okay, so all right, so I am having enormous computer problems, but I want to know what particular regions in North, because I get your point. I don't agree with it, but I just want to tease it out. What particular regions? Your concept of North Africa.
What you disagree with my concept?
I just want to actually try to narrow. So I just want to narrow down. And
okay, but what part of my concept of North Africa that you disagree with?
I asked you, where did the ancient Egyptians come from?
Okay, but that has nothing to do with my concept of North Africa. See, this is you're playing the game now, and I'm not gonna let you do it.
See, nigga. See, this is what you do. I ask you a simple question.
You will get smoked in a debate with me, Reggie.
I want to know where
I will smoke your ass.
I understand, like you.
Just be real. Let me just put that out there, nigga. I will smoke you and body slam you on top of your head.
Let me just tell you this.
Let me just tell the audience. I don't care what you've been hearing about Reggie. This is Chief X. I'm a wise man. And I will body slam Reggie. Put that out. Now go ahead.
Stay focused, Reggie.
Yeah, Chief. Can we have a moderator with some rules?
Come on. Let's stay focused. Come on. What you about to say, Reggie? Come on.
Generally, just to understand his hypotheses, I am trying to figure out where did he say the ancient Egyptians came from, and let me just narrow the time period from the period of 5000 BC. Where did they come from? Where did the people that would populate ancient Egypt come from? Can you just tell me the areas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I already showed the DNA of King Tut and Queen T, which says West Asia. Did you not see that one?
Well, I asked you 5,000. I'm not talking about individuals.
No, I'm just yes or no, and I can continue.
I saw that.
Okay, so let me continue. Let me continue to answer your question then. Okay.
Yeah.
So since you've seen that, that is part of your answer. Okay. They've been floating in and out of that transcontinental continent from West Asia to North Africa, down the Nile River, from West Asia to North Africa, down the Nile River, and back and forth, out, back migrating in and out. What do you mean? I've explained it in totality. I couldn't even, you can't even go any deeper than I did it.
Oh, yes, you can.
They come from all them areas down into the Nile.
They come from all the areas into the Nile.
All them areas. There's no one set specific area where they come from. Like I can't sit here and say they only come from Libya into the, no, they come from all them areas.
Okay, so I get that. You're just not specific. You're like talking
No, it's a region. How can I be specific? I'm specific in telling you they come from the MENA region.
Right. Okay, I'm talking in a specific period, right? A very specific period, a period of about, let's say 6,000 to 5,000 years ago. We could start there.
Okay, so that's 3,100, which is the beginning of the Egyptian dynasties.
No, yeah. Okay, so let's go. You're correct. You're correct. So let's go to the time period before that. Let's go to the 6,000 to 5,000 BC. Let's go there. The people in the 6,000 to 5,000 period region, who are they and where are they?
Okay, so let's be clear for the audience. So we're talking prehistory now.
Well, all of it is prehistory.
Okay, so this is what we're doing. You're talking about right now, you're talking about 2,000 years before Egypt, the nation state formed.
Yeah, 2,000 to 3,000, yes, because we want to find out where, before the nation state was formed, we want to find out where did these people come from.
Right. So now you're talking about Nakata culture, Badarian culture, and things like that. Correct, Reggie?
Yes, you can look at it, and you can actually look at it in cultures, but so you can look at it that way. So I don't disagree. Where are these cultures?
Okay.
In Egypt. They in Egypt.
That's a dumb statement.
It's not a dumb statement because you agree with that statement, and don't make me tell you why.
No, this is a dumb statement.
You're nervous right now, and you can't be honest.
No. These are cultures in Egypt, and so it's a dumb question because we're only talking about Egypt. So that's why.
But I mean, you asked the question, so that would be the
answer. You asked where they came from. You said where they at and where they came from.
Right. So I asked. So we're only talking about ancient Egypt, and we're only talking from the 6. Right
why
now,
I asked where they at and where they came from then?
Why?
So why
because
you ask why and where they're at? Why are they? Why are you asking where we at?
We're only talking about ancient Egypt, so that's why it's a dumb question. The subject is.
Well, they add Egypt and they came from Egypt. So then the original question that you asked from the beginning was stupid.
No. Well,
what was your question from the beginning? Repeat your question to Chief X that you just asked.
Yeah, where in the 6th to 5th millennium, right? Roughly 2,000 to 3,000 years before the state of Egypt, where are the peoples?
Yeah, they are in a place where we would in modern times, what we call Egypt. They in Egypt.
Where in Egypt?
They there.
Where in Egypt?
They are.
Let Chief X answer. You stay out of this.
They are in.
So you want to say they in South Egypt?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm asking the pseudo judo experts where the fuck they are.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we know where Nakata bit was at, right? But Nakata, I know y'all like to try to try to tie Nakata to Nubia. These
Why the
were
fuck
really
are you
Nubians.
talking?
They was Nubians, but no, they
Why are
was
you
really not
talking? I'm
Nubians.
talking to
But
the-
sometimes they Egyptians, but every now and then they Nubians. But when I want them to be, they Nubians. But when I feel like it, they Egyptians. Go ahead, do the trick.
Listen.
Go ahead
I'm
and do your
dealing with
trick.
a black
trick
belt
shit.
pseudo judo expert, which is Chief X.
No.
You got a fucking pink belt.
I'm what it
You got
is
the fucking pink belt because
I've had it up to here with the
I
trickum shit.
understand,
I've
but
had it up to here with the trickum shit.
you
So these people are in Egypt. They are in south of Egypt. They're South Egypt, okay? But they are still in Egypt. And you can say, well, at this point in time, this was pre-dynastic, so there was no Egypt. I'm saying we call the geographical location then. We call that today, we call it Egypt today. You see what I'm saying?
And Reggie knows everything
no,
you said is the
see,
truth.
that's why.
No, he knows I'm fed up to here with the flim flam, bim bam.
No, you can't. You got a pink belt. You got
Let
the
me say
pink
this,
belt.
Reggie.
And my pink belt is choking your ass out. And I'm choking your ass out with a pink belt.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Reggie. Let me say this.
No, I'm still talking. Why can't I fucking send?
You asked me a question. You haven't even let me answer the question yet.
It's my fault. I interrupted. It's my fault. Chief
Then you should have told Corey
to
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he should have, and it was my fault. I interrupted. Go ahead, Chief X.
Okay, now, Reggie, you've had 40 years to clean this shit up. You refused to, nigga. You was on that blackology bullshit, fucking with Dr. Ben and acting like all this shit, Sarah Suit and Seti, and Ashrock Kwesi and them, and you never corrected Sarah Suit and Seti. You never corrected Ashrock Kwesi after all these years because you wanted everybody in the world to think the Egyptians was black, and you've been known better day one. You knew better 20 years ago. And you knew all this because I listened to you, Reggie. And hold on. See, I have the wisdom to. I have the wisdom. Now I'm about to finish. I have the wisdom, and I listen to you. People may not see what I see, but I see every day you knowing that 20 years ago, what I'm saying is real. I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your words, but you failed to do that because you've been part of the Hotep hustle gang for 40 years, and you have failed to help educate black folk. You have failed to help black folk see that they are from West and Central Africa. You pushed this Hotep narrative for 40 years and you never tried to correct it. So I had to show up on the scene right now and clean this shit up because I seen the conscious community. I seen the conscious community, like Corey said, hold on. I seen the conscious community. Hold on. I seen the conscious community, like Corey said, on a weak foundation. You guys had mold all in the walls, so it needs to be remodeled. So I showed up to remodel this motherfucker, because y'all wasn't gonna do it. And if I never stepped out here to remodel this motherfucker, we still would be sitting up in these rooms with mold on it, getting asbestos all in our lungs and shit, and going crazy.
Hey, Chief X came through the conscious community like the code enforcement on you niggas. He say this motherfucking building is not up to code. You niggas is running a goddamn slumlord goddamn
okay, so I can't here. Talk. So I can't talk.
Man,
see, I can't talk.
Everywhere. It's cracks in the foundation and it's irreparable. Right?
Okay, so I cannot talk.
Listen.
So when Chief X talks,
it needs to be torn down. It needs to be torn down because we heard you for 40 years. You said the culture came from the 40
years, nigga.
We heard you
let Corey talk
for 40 years.
Corey talking about me, motherfucker.
We heard you say for 40 years, Reggie, that the culture came from the south.
Man, Corey,
from the south.
Corey,
you said what Dr. Ben said, and he lied.
Corey.
Corey. You said what Dr. Ben said, and he lied, Reggie.
Okay, so
And that's the truth. You got to deal with. See, you and Unc got a lot of repairing to do. Y'all the ones who got to repair because
Yeah, nigga, you talking about the church owe reparations. Reggie, you owe reparations.
You owe reparations. You
okay, so
hold on.
now,
Let me let Unc in.
now I'm
Let me
gonna have
let
a
Unc in.
conversation with Unc,
But
right? 'Cause
you and
know
Unc, y'all owe
us
y'all
reparations,
need
bro.
to do
Hey,
the repair.
Hey,
Y'all
Corey
need to
and
do the
Thunder,
repair that
remember
Okay,
remember
to the
when
family.
Ashwa
Listen,
Kwesi
I'm
was
gonna get
teaching
off.
Hey,
that? Hold on,
Reggie.
remember
Hey,
when
Reggie.
Don't
Ashwa
leave,
Kwesi
Reggie, man. Don't
I
leave.
can't talk.
Hey,
Don't
Reggie.
leave,
Reggie,
Reggie.
if
Can't
you,
talk
if
for
you want to
people.
come on
Hey, y'all let Reggie
Reggie.
talk, man.
Hold on.
I'd
Hey,
love to
Reggie.
have you over there, brother.
Hold
Let
on,
Reggie
hey,
talk,
Not
man.
letting
Let
you
Reggie
Hold
talk.
on. Hey, Reggie. You on here, Reggie?
Yeah.
Yo, how this bitch ass nigga get on my shit? Yo, who let this bitch ass nigga on my shit, yo?
Oh my God! You
The
can't
fuck
come
wrong with
over
y'all
here
niggas
on
and this
that.
bitch ass
You
nigga on my
cannot-
shit, yo?
You cannot come
Because
over here on
Brandon,
that.
because
Yo, why
Corey
y'all
and
bring that? Hold on,
Chief
hey,
got
Reggie,
on.
how this bitch ass nigga get over here, yo?
I'm out of here. I'm
I
out of here.
enjoy-
But Ashwa Kwesi
Just to
talking
let
about
you know,
Montu
Yo,
Chief,
how's this
Arts,
drunk
Reggie
ass
never
bitch ass
corrected him
nigga on
talking
my
about
shit,
the
yo,
Montu
bro?
Arts.
enjoyed
I'm
you.
out of
I
here.
enjoyed
The
you.
On
Ox
to the
is
Reggie.
about to
Slow
put
ass
me
nigga
off
over
Come
here, yo.
on
anyway.
in.
So I'm
We
about
Don't
to
need
leave,
leave
G.
up
Slow ass
out of
nigga.
here.
Don't leave,
And I
G.
laid it
You
down.
bitch ass
And I'm
nigga.
No,
glad.
see, you know what it is, Unc? You
Nah,
see,
nigga, don't
you
even
know, you
talk
got
to me,
Corey.
yo.
I
You got
Nah,
appreciate
nigga.
you, Chief.
Nah, nigga,
you
I
got
don't fuck with no
Corey and
bitch
you got
ass
Appreciate you
niggas in
coming
the same
through.
space with me,
I'll
yo.
talk to y'all later. I'm out of here.
Yeah, bitch, run.
Peace.
I won't run.
You
If you
did
want me to
damage.
stay here and you want some smoke, I'll stay.
No, you bitch ass nigga. Get off
Okay,
my
well,
shit,
you don't want
nigga.
the
Nigga, we
smoke,
ain't
nigga,
never
so
got
let
no
me get
beef,
up
We
out of
not
here.
gonna do
And
this,
let me get up out of here
all
and
of that.
save
Yeah,
your
get up out of here,
motherfucking
nigga.
life, nigga.
Yeah, get up out of here, whore.
Yeah, and
Now,
save your
nigga.
life. And let me save you
Whore.
some embarrassment
Whore
leave.
ass nigga.
Let's not. Come on,
I
y'all.
Nah,
was
nigga, why you
talking.
put that? You
We
put
had a
that nigga
great.
on
I
here,
had a
yo.
great show. Y'all gonna
Nah,
ruin
hold
my
on, yo.
show
You
like
brought
that?
that bitch ass nigga on here, Corey. That's where we at.
Yeah, that's where he's
Good.
No,
at,
but
Unc.
we
That's where the
had a
motherfucker's
No, I'm
conversation.
at.
asking.
We
Nah,
did a
I
whole
ain't talking
show.
Shut
to you,
your
Reggie.
ass up, Reggie.
No, I'm answering your question.
Nah,
We
man, can you
did
get
a
this
whole
nigga? Hey, yo,
show.
check this out, yo.
Listen. You asked me a question, and
Uh-huh.
now you don't want the answer to it. Really?
Yeah,
you just wanted to
I
ask
know.
that for the
I'm saying,
audience.
why is this bitch ass nigga
You
still
don't
on
really
here,
want the
yo?
answer.
Yeah, man, this nigga cannot occupy the same space, yo.
And
But
nobody
you
told
weren't
you to
on here.
come
You was
here.
doing your own show. You was doing your own show.
Yeah, but
You
I'm
got
on here
off of
now,
here.
though. But I'm on here now. Yo, get that
Okay,
bitch ass.
fine.
Fuck that
That's
bitch ass
fine.
nigga.
And he was getting ready to leave, and he said his piece. I enjoyed.
You're a lying
Brother
fucking
Chief
Corey. Corey,
I
you're a fucking
enjoyed
liar.
Brother Chief today. I appreciate you coming through. You did a lot of damage to the conscious community. You did irreparable damage, and they will never
So
ever.
we gonna
recover.
sit. So Corey, so now you hanging out with bitch ass
want
niggas,
y'all
Corey.
to know
Let me get
that
this
Yeah,
straight,
he
Corey.
is.
Let me get this straight. So
community
now
will
you hanging out
never
with bitch
ever
ass niggas.
recover from this.
So now I
Yeah,
gotta
he
put you
is.
in the same category with that nigga, yo. That's what I gotta do. That you forced me to do that,
No,
yo.
not like I'm in my
Don't
own
apologize,
category,
Corey.
right? I'm one of the ones that no one wants to hear. You don't want to hear
Yo,
the
come
shit
on,
I
man.
gotta
But I'm
say
saying,
by myself.
Hey,
I
yo,
don't
you
need
know what?
nobody else with me. I
yo,
don't need
damn,
to
back
be with
to
nobody
phones in
else.
this motherfucker.
I'm
By
with you,
yo.
Corey.
myself,
I'm with you, man.
by
Corey,
myself, I make y'all uncomfortable. By
Corey,
Nah,
myself.
nigga.
you're
Yo,
not
check
alone.
this out,
you
yo.
are-
Let me get this straight. Hey, Reggie, don't say. Let me check this out, yo. Ain't no bitch ass nigga gonna come in my town, threaten me, and think we ever gonna have a
He
civilized
didn't threaten.
conversation, yo.
Nobody threatened you, huh? He had
Nigga,
a
check this out.
conversation
Hey,
about
Corey. Hey, Corey.
academics today. We had an academic conversation today. Nobody threatened anybody. Nobody said anybody was a bitch ass nigga. None of that. Nobody talked about you. None of that. We had a conversation
Hey,
about
Corey.
academics.
Hey,
That
Corey.
was it.
Hey,
We
Corey.
had a
If
whole
I threaten you on
discussion about the
Tuesday,
debate.
Corey. If I
The
threaten you
debate.
on Tuesday, Corey, the threat still stand on Wednesday, dog.
Everybody
The threat don't never
threatened
stand, yo.
everybody. Listen,
Okay, nigga, but
I
niggas
didn't
don't
say
threaten me,
go
nigga.
not go talk to Sean after the nigga said he was gonna slap me in my fucking mouth.
Look, niggas don't
You went
threaten
over
me,
there and
nigga.
kept talking to them niggas.
No, I went over there
Right?
and said, what you the nigga?
No,
So now
no,
that's where we at, nigga?
listen,
Hold on.
you
No, that's where
still
we at?
kept
Hold
talking
on.
to them niggas.
I'm gonna say this one more time, nigga. Is that where we at? Let me know right now, nigga. Is that
Listen,
where we at?
listen. You bringing it
Okay.
here.
Okay.
You're bringing it here. I don't
Okay.
give a fuck about none of
Okay.
this shit, bro.
Okay,
What
so
I'm
stop
saying is
acting
we had
like
a
it didn't,
great
nigga.
discussion.
So stop
We
acting.
had a
Wasn't no
great
great fucking.
fucking
It was a
discussion.
stupid ass discussion,
To me,
nigga.
it was. To me,
It was
it
a
was.
dumbass
To you, it
fucking
wasn't.
discussion,
To
nigga.
you, it
And
wasn't.
both of
That's
y'all
why you
some
went to
wild
go
ass
do your own
pawns, nigga.
fucking show.
Now, nigga.
That's why
Now,
you did
nigga.
your own show.
And why'd I
to
do
you
my
it
own
wasn't.
show, nigga? Why I do my own show?
Because
Because you cut me
you
off.
didn't want no
No,
part
because
of
you
this.
no,
and
because you
didn't
cut
have
me
no
off,
part of
nigga.
it.
Because you cut me off, nigga.
I
When I
didn't
was
cut you
talking,
off. You
you
cut
a
your
lie,
own
nigga.
self off.
You cut me off,
You cut
nigga.
your own self
I was in the
off.
middle of
You got
reading the
upset.
source.
Well, go ahead
Listen,
and
I
read it.
didn't
Then.
get
Let me
upset,
hear
nigga.
it. Let
You
me hear
cut
it
me
then,
off,
because
nigga.
it was that
I'm back
important.
on that
Go ahead.
bitch ass Chief X nigga. Check this
I
out,
don't want
nigga.
to
Me
talk
and that
about
nigga
Chief
can't.
X because he's
No,
not
nigga,
very
I do.
important.
You brought that
He's
bitch ass
not that
nigga on here,
important
yo.
to me.
Okay, nigga. So
He's
why you
important
bring the
to you.
bitch ass
He's not
nigga on
important to
here,
me. I
yo?
don't care about it.
So
You
why
talk
you bring
about
the
it.
bitch ass
I
nigga
don't want to
on
hear
here,
about
yo?
it. I
So
don't
you
want
should
to
have
hear
brought the
about
bitch
it.
ass nigga on there then, yo.
I
And
heard
don't
enough
talk to me about that
Chief X.
wild ass nigga Sean either, nigga, because I dealt with that nigga
I
live.
don't care about him either. But I just brought it up because it's so funny to me
Nigga, it
how
ain't
one
funny
nigga
to
can
me,
tell me
nigga.
he's
Nigga,
slapping
it ain't
me,
funny to
and
me, nigga.
it's
I
fun. It's
told
real
you it ain't
funny
funny
to
to
me
me, nigga.
that it's funny to me that a
No,
nigga
good,
can tell
literally. So I
me
tell
he
you
gonna
what, yeah,
slap
you
me in
make
my
sure
mouth,
that nigga help
but
you
yet
do
and
what you need to
still
do
now
on that.
you on the phone
Get that
talking to
straight.
these niggas.
Talking
That's
to
all
what
I'm
niggas?
saying. It's funny
Talking
to
to
me.
what
It's
niggas?
funny to me.
You hear
Funny
when
to
the
me.
niggas threaten you, nigga?
Yeah, when a nigga
What I
threaten
do?
me,
What
right?
I do?
When
What I
he
do?
see me, he gonna treat me like a bitch and
And
all
what
of
I
this
do?
and that and
And
the other
what
and
I
all
say,
that.
Corey?
You still cool with the nigga.
No, what I say, nigga, I don't
Still
fuck with them
remain.
niggas. I'm
You
saying
said
it
what you
live,
said,
nigga.
but you still
I'm saying
remain
it
cool
right
with
now,
the nigga.
nigga. I don't fuck with them niggas. You hear me live,
At this
nigga.
point, you don't. At
No,
this
nigga, I
point,
didn't
you
at
don't.
that point,
But
nigga,
at
when they
that
threatened me,
point, you
nigga.
still fuck
Nigga,
with
that's
him.
when they broke
At
the
that
line,
point,
nigga, when they threatened me,
you
yo.
still
Stop
fuck
playing.
with him.
Yo, you over talking me, nigga. You know it, not know
No,
it. When they broke
they
the line
had to
and
do
said they
10
put their
shows
fucking hands
talking
on you,
shit about
nigga,
you.
I stop fucking with that nigga. You know it. Don't play.
Listen,
Come on, dog.
listen, I don't
Okay, nigga,
require
but you
you.
broke the
The
rule,
thing
nigga. I
is,
ain't break the rule.
I
We right here
apologize for
because you
even
broke the
bringing that
rule
back
and you hang
because
with
I
bitch
don't
ass
even
niggas, yo. I don't
require
hang
you
with
to
bitch
stop
niggas,
hanging
Corey.
with the niggas.
I don't hang with bitch niggas, yo. I don't even
I
fuck with
don't
them
either.
niggas.
I
None of
don't
them
hang
niggas.
with bitch niggas either.
Yeah, but you think because the nigga's a bitch ass nigga and he said a couple slick things and the shit is ha ha kiki, that shit ain't cool, yo.
No, ain't not ha ha kiki. It's
It
not
is,
funny
yo.
at all. It's not
All
funny
right,
at all because
okay.
what he did
Man,
was
we not listening.
shook
No,
the
what he did
whole
for
fucking
you.
foundation
Yes,
of the
for you.
goddamn
He did
conscious
that. He
community.
did that for you,
And
my
nobody
nigga.
will ever recover
Yo,
from
he
that.
did that
Y'all
for
will never,
you.
ever,
Oh,
ever,
why
ever,
you say
ever
y'all, Corey?
recover
Do I?
from that.
Hey, Corey. Hey, Corey.
Because you
Hey,
arguing with me.
hey,
And
hey,
I said
Corey.
the conscious
Hey,
community
Corey.
and the
Hey,
hit
Corey.
dog
I'm
will
asking you.
holler.
I'm asking you right now, Corey. See, the
I
rubber gonna
explain
meet the
myself.
fucking roll right now, nigga. Have you ever heard me say the fucking
Myself, please.
Egyptians was black, Corey?
No, but I heard you
Okay,
allude
so
to it. I've
okay.
heard you allude to it.
No, you
I've
ain't
heard
heard
you
me
say
allude
no,
to
no,
nothing.
no,
That's
no,
your
no. Because I'm
imagination.
gonna keep it real.
That's your
I'm gonna keep it
imagination,
100
Corey.
tonight,
Yo, that's your
because you
fucking
asked for it.
imagination,
Don't
nigga.
ask
So
me no
check this
questions
out.
that you don't want to know the
So
real
check
answer
this
to.
out. So what do you mean I alluded to it, nigga?
I'm gonna explain exactly what I mean by when you allude to it, right?
Yeah, well, how the fuck do I allude to it, Corey?
When I say the Egyptians, when I say shit like the Egyptians were neither black nor white, then you holler, Nubia!
Nigga, you got that from me, nigga. Stop it.
I got it. I
You got
did get
that
it
from
from
me,
you.
nigga. Cairo Symposium 1973, nigga. You got that from me. I've been rocking that shit for 15 years. You tripping. Next one, Corey. That's a UNESCO statement. That's exactly where it came from, Corey.
I did get that from you, and that's
Thank you.
the problem. You're alluding. You're fucking alluding to the fucking people being black.
Exactly.
Okay, so check this out. You don't got nothing to do with this, done. We in the middle of the street. So
right,
are you trying to tell me I don't understand anthropology, yo? Is that the game? Hey, hold on. Hey, Corey.
The words that came out of my goddamn mouth.
Hey, Corey, we don't got to
I'm
yell,
telling
Corey.
you alluded
So are
to
you
it.
telling me, Corey? Corey, are you telling me, Corey, that I don't understand anthropology, Corey? Hey,
I don't care.
Corey,
I don't
are you
care.
telling me that I don't know what anthropology is, Corey?
Alluding to it. I don't care what you know about anthropology.
Corey, we cannot allude to it.
I don't
So the
know and I don't
universe
care.
is made out of fucking mushrooms, Corey.
I don't know what
Check this out.
what you
Check
know
this
about
out, Corey.
anthropology.
Check this out, Corey.
I don't know what you know about
Nobody listen to us right now actually thinks that brother Unc don't understand what anthropology is.
I don't know what you know about anthropology.
So you don't need to know, nigga, because you hang out with bitch ass niggas.
Need to know.
So
but
you don't got to know.
What I
know.
do
No,
know.
you don't,
What
Corey.
I
No, you
do
don't, Corey.
know. Let me tell you
So
what I
check this
do
out.
know.
So you get in the ring with
Okay,
me,
you
Corey.
don't want
Me
to
and you,
hear what
nigga.
I do
Hey,
know.
Corey, right now I'm challenging you, nigga. You,
Go
nigga.
ahead,
Fuck the
challenge
bitch ass niggas. Me and you, nigga. What day you want to do it, nigga? Me and you.
On
Now,
what? What's the topic?
Nigga, the topic is you know what the fuck you talking about. That's the topic. Yeah.
You gotta show me
nigga.
what the topic is.
Yeah,
You gotta show me what the topic is.
Because you know what you did, Corey? You jumped on this bitch and lied and told niggas that the Egyptians wore the wigs because of lice, nigga. And you backed that shit.
I didn't say that. I explained what Sheffrin's point was. I
No,
didn't come up
Sheffrin's
with that.
point was a modern point that they did the study on lice and how they stick to curly hair more than do straight hair. That's a modern
And that's
scientific
what I said.
explanation.
And that's what I said. Don't
Yes.
red herring me. I just repeated what the fuck Sheffrin said. So if you're saying you agree with the fuck Sheffrin said, then don't come at me with the bullshit, bro.
Jeff applied.
All I did was reiterate what the man said.
No, but you know we was talking about ancient Nubian wigs, yo. See how we do this?
I do know. I do know.
Why would you use an explanation that was used for modern people and a modern science explanation, Corey? See the game you playing, yo? Why?
No, that was not the point. You know
was
what?
talking about Nubian wigs.
You can't. Again,
It was a question asked about Nubian wigs,
I keep fucking my own self in there. I keep fucking my own self.
No, you did that when you brought the bitch ass.
I know better. I know better than I try to have a civilized conversation with a pseudo. You can't have a conversation with a pseudo.
Listen, so now I'm a pseudo, Corey, and you just back the pseudo, nigga.
I can never have a civilized conversation with you.
Hey guys, I don't want y'all to go overboard, man.
With everybody else.
No, we ain't going no overboard.
Oh, okay.
He's getting his just due. Just like if I bring Sean on this motherfucker platform, I expect you to go off for me, nigga.
And by the fact that I can never have a civilized conversation with this guy means that I believe that this guy is pseudo. Because I can only not have a civilized conversation with a pseudo. It's just like Sheffrin said it. You can't have a conversation with the pseudo. You can't. You can't.
He's calling you pseudo. He's
understood every word I said, and
I can't. Listen, I gotta go. I got high blood pressure.
No, Reggie, don't go, man.
No, Thunder, you started this shit. You
Let's
talk. Thunder, I'm gonna see you on another fucking channel. But
Reggie, what I do, man?
Hey, good night. I do not think
Reggie, I don't need you to jump in. Just click the button, Reggie. Just click the button. Hey, Corey, the conversation, since I'm a pseudo, I want everybody to know what the conversation was. A guest came on the show and they asked the question. Peter Beetle, whatever, for however he says his goddamn name, Haskell. He asked the question, why would Egyptians wear Nubian wigs? And he's talking about the ancient Nubian wigs, bro, not the 2020 or 2022. So we clear what the question was. I answered the question.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I want to finish my point, yo. And I'm gonna let you finish.
Go ahead,
because you called me a pseudo. But you called me a pseudo. So we're gonna see.
And now
so hold on. No, so we're gonna see what you meant by calling me a pseudo. So he asked the question. I answered it with it was prestigious for Egyptian men and women to wear Nubian wigs. It had something to do with identity and prestige. And they do it starting in the Amana periods. That's it. That's it, bro. Sheffrin answered the question, well, they did it because of lice. No, they didn't wear wigs because they cut their hair off and they had other wigs they could have wore. They cut their hair off for lice, Corey. Sheffrin gives a scientific explanation of why lice don't stick to curly hair as opposed to straight hair, bro. So he was alluding to the fact that the Egyptians knew about this fucking lice not sticking to their hair, and that's why they wore Nubian wigs. And you supported that shit, bro. But I'm the pseudo, two different time periods. An article written in 2000 in the Nubian wig in 2000 BCE, bro. And you saying I'm pseudo? Come on, Corey. Just say you was wrong, bro.
What are you saying that I said? What are you saying that I said? What do you think that I said?
You supposed to
about
say
the damn life? What do you think that I said about the life?
You supposed to say chef. The reason they wore Nubian wigs had nothing to do with lice. Now the reason they cut their hair off did but not the scientific reason
That's
you
not what
just
he
gave.
said. That's not what he said. He asked about they was asking about the hair cutting. Why would they cut the hair? They asked about that.
No, they didn't. Yo,
Hey,
you know we can replay the crib.
This is what I be saying. This is what I say about the fucking essence from the house of consciousness. You don't have a position unless you build that fucking straw man, and then you go at that motherfucker like a pit bull. You rip that fucking straw man apart so good. You bludgeon. Y'all known to bludgeon in the conscious community. Bludgeon straw men. You don't even listen. As a matter of fact, you do listen. You listen very carefully, and this is how I know y'all dishonest. Y'all make sure y'all hear what a motherfucker saying, and then y'all go out of y'all goddamn way to say, well, then is you saying this? This is how you know they finna straw man you. Thunder. Let me tell you, when they're getting ready to straw man you, I'm gonna tell you what they gonna do.
What they
gonna say, are you saying this? So they're gonna say something like, so you telling me,
right,
or so you're saying. So you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna address what you actually said. They want to they want to rebuild your argument. They want to rebuild you as a straw man. They don't want to face the argument head on.
Okay. So Corey, it's me and you right now.
I've seen the tactics.
That's fine. Hey Corey,
and I'm fed up with it. It's old. It's played out.
Corey,
you niggas need to get a new style. Because
Corey,
I can see the shit coming from a mile away.
Hey Corey. So I'm gonna ask you again,
Corey. From a mile away.
Corey, I'm gonna ask you again, Corey, because I listened to the clip.
Am I saying?
Listen, I listened to the clip, Corey, and I'm gonna tell you again, Corey. I'm gonna play the clip tomorrow, bro. So you make sure you stand on what you just said, Corey. So I'm gonna tell you again. Hold on, Corey.
This is a whole new video, and you didn't realize that,
Corey.
I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna do you a
Corey,
favor.
Corey, listen, Corey.
We're gonna get
not over talking each other, Corey. I let you talk. Listen, I let you talk, bro. Calm down. I know it's a whole new video, Corey. I'm not stupid, Corey. So, Corey, I'm telling you, the guy asked the question. Listen, the guy asked the question. Listen, the guy asked the question. Why do Egyptians wear Nubian wigs?
I don't give a damn what the question
is. Listen what the question was. Corey, listen what the question. Corey, listen. You were repeating what Sheffrin said. So if a person asks, hold on, Corey. If a person asks a question,
now you finally admitted that.
Corey,
how long did it take you to admit that, though? How long did it take you to admit that, though?
Corey, I was on the show, Corey.
No,
so I already know you was repeating. Matter of fact, you stuck up for the nigga.
I know you know. That's my whole point. That's why I'm
Corey.
speaking in such a frustrated tone with you.
We don't have to talk.
That's why I have a frustrated tone with you.
Listen, we don't gotta.
I know you know.
Corey, we don't gotta talk over each other, Corey. Corey, we don't gotta talk over each other. You are. Let me finish my statement.
I'm not letting you fuck me. I'm not letting
Corey,
you fuck me around.
You finish. So
Go ahead. I'm gonna listen. I'm just letting you know.
Why would y'all bring? Why? So you're saying y'all put in the explanation.
So you saying
y'all saying that y'all put in the explanation. Come on, Thunder. I ain't joking, yo.
I'm chilling, man.
Come on, Corey. So I just want to make sure, bro. I want to get you on tape.
Go ahead.
Are you trying to say the reason y'all brought up the lice in an explanation for a Nubian wig was for what, brother?
I told you why I said what I said.
No.
I told you why I said what I said.
You said you reported.
I'm not speaking for no other man. I'm telling you why I
bet
said
you $100 right now that you spoke up for Chef. Do you want to put the $100 live right now? I spoke up
because I wanted to make clear what he was saying.
So what was he saying in the explanation for a Nubian wig, Corey?
No, that's not. I don't listen. I don't know.
That's the question was.
But when I heard, I actually heard what the man said, and somebody
You know,
tried
I
to
heard
do
what he
what
said
you're
too,
doing.
Corey.
Someone
I heard what
tried
he
to
said.
do, and as a
Corey,
matter
I
of
heard
fact,
what he said,
I think
Corey.
it was you that tried to do what you're doing now, is say, so Sheffrin, are you saying, or did you hear him? He said, and I stopped you, and I said, I'm not gonna let you do that to my nigga. I remember now, because you know my short-term memory is fucked up. That's why you be trying to fuck me. But I know now. and I remember now. I said, nope, I'm not gonna let you do that to my nigga. I'm not gonna let you misinterpret or misstate what he said, and that's why I reiterated what he said, because you was finna do just what you're doing now.
Okay, so
So
Corey,
you're saying that's
Corey,
why I
is
stopped.
that so?
That's
Corey,
why I
is
jumped
that my
into the
fault?
conversation right
Hey
there.
Corey, so if you ask me, Unc, why is the car blue, and I start talking about the fucking circus, is it your motherfucking fault that my explanation is just
That's
the
a false
circus?
equivocation. That's a false equivocation.
It's the same thing, Corey. You're basically trying to say we're trying to explain why the Egyptians wore Nubian wigs. I say it was a social status, right? And they wanted to look like the Nubians and wear the Nubians hairstyle.
Sheffrin,
hold on, bro. Hold on.
He went right back in and beat you up.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
You got off the panel though.
Hold
you
on,
didn't
bro.
realize he beat you up. But go ahead.
Hold on, yo. He ain't beat me up on that.
Yeah, he beat you up. After you
How?
got off,
When
he
is
went on ahead and beat you up. You jumped
bro,
off.
how,
You didn't
how he
realize
beat me up on that,
he,
and I read straight
you know,
from the
Sheffrin
Wikipedia
gonna
article.
be consistent. You know he gonna be persistent with his shit. So he went on ahead and beat you up on that. Go ahead and
So
watch
he read
the
that.
video.
Hold on. So he read. So you saying that's not on the encyclopedia?
I'm just saying when you watch the replay, you're gonna be like, damn, he went on ahead and slapped me up and I didn't even realize it.
No, he slapped me up with what?
Just rewatch the video. Just rewatch.
No, I'm gonna put the source up right now. No, I can do it. I got all night now. I'm up now. Might as well just be up now. Yeah, fuck everything else, nigga. Okay. Yeah, fuck all that. Let me see where I was wrong at. Yeah, right now. Okay. That's how we're gonna do this. Cause I'm thinking niggas is taking me for a chump at this point. That's how I'm feeling.
No, I'm thinking what I'm doing is I tried to give you a back door, but you refused.
I don't need no back door, nigga.
You refused the back door.
I don't need no back door. Here we go.
And good.
No, we're
and
not
so
gonna talk.
That's why you got niggas like
talking.
the one nigga that came on and asked Chief questions.
We're not
the
talking.
one Pan African James, the one brother that was on the panel the other day.
Okay,
they
here you
all
go. Hey Corey. Hey Corey, don't do that again. It's right here. You ready? I got the source up. Can you see that?
Listen, you're not fighting against me. Why
no. I'm saying
it's not my source.
I want everybody to see
I'm
this.
saying,
so hold on. Hey dog, you doing it again. I want to read the source. Or you want to let somebody else read the source? How we gonna do this?
I read this, but go ahead.
Okay, so didn't I say exactly that?
Listen, that's not what
I'm saying. Did I not say exactly
this? This is what I read, but Sheffrin read something different. So
no, I'm talking about this right here. Fuck what he read different. I'm talking about this right here.
Fine. If you saying that,
right,
fine.
that's all I said.
I don't know.
So all that lice shit, nigga, we know why Egyptians cut their hair off. Right?
Why?
So because of lice.
Okay, that's what Sheffrin
but you're not gonna convince me that they wore bro. But you're not
why you mad at Sheffrin for saying that?
Let me just read the source, y'all. It's saying ancient
Egyptian society. I'm asking why are you mad at Sheffrin for saying that though?
No, I want to finish reading this. It says ancient Egyptian society, hair was an embodiment of identity. So it's telling you right here that the hair was an embodiment of identity. It could carry religious and ethnic significance and portray, right, information about gender, age, and social status. So it's telling you what hair portrays to them, right? So now if you're starting to wear Nubian wigs, what is this saying? Let's see. During the New Kingdom, more elaborate hairstyles for men, women, and incorporating curls and plaits began to be favored over traditional simple hairstyles of the Old and Middle Kingdom. Goes on to say, Nubian wigs, which ancient Egyptians grew fond of during our modern periods, were meant to mimic the short, curly hair that Nubian tribes people wore. It said Egyptologists believe that the Nubian wig was adapted by Queen Nefertiti's after witnessing the hairstyles being worn by Nubians in the pharaoh's army. It said though there has been a discussion on what qualifies Nubian wigs, some arguing layered wigs known as duplex styles that include curls, plants may also be Nubian wigs. It says still, many refer to this as Nubian style and not a Nubian wig. It say in general, wigs in ancient Egypt were almost entirely confined to the elite due to their price. It say even when wigs were made of expensive material like plant fibers and sophisticated craftsmanship required to make wigs prove costly. So at this point, bro, it's actually supporting what I say. Simple as that. Then the article, I'm not going to keep reading, goes on to say that they also wore Nubian hairstyles, meaning they wasn't using wigs, they styled their hair like Nubians. So what the fuck would that have to do with any goddamn lice styling your hair like a Nubian, Corey? It makes no sense. It was a throw off, bro. So no, I'm not the pseudo in this conversation, dude. Never was, never will be. You tripping.
Well, I don't hear nobody. So what's going on? Hello?
I'm right here, yo.
Yeah. I'm trying to
What
make
is it,
sure,
James?
I mean, what happened?
No, I'm saying, listen. Oh, my bad. I was muted. But you brought this because this is a side argument.
No, it
You know what I'm
wasn't,
saying?
dog.
Like this is something.
Hold on,
This
slow
is
down, let
something
Corey
that happened
what
on
we're
the
gonna say.
side, that a question that Haskell asks, right? And so now we're going to determine who's pseudo and who's not because of a question that Haskell asked that doesn't it doesn't necessarily have to do with the overall point. See what I'm saying? It's always a red herring that carries us down some rabbit hole. Although you still wrong on this, right? It's still a rabbit hole.
I'm wrong on this, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
I'm
you're
wrong on the
wrong
wigs.
as far as what you saying that I said and what you're saying that Sheffrin
Y'all
said.
talk
You're
about
wrong
the
about that.
lice, yo.
You read that article, and I agree 100% with the
That
article.
was all I said.
Okay, fine. All right, fine. That's all Sheffrin said then.
No, Sheffrin started talking about lice and how the curly hair.
He
the
talked
lice didn't
about
stick
why
to the
they
wig.
cut the fact that they were bald. Listen, I'm gonna tell.
I know that. Hold on, Corey. Corey, we
Listen,
can't.
listen,
There goes Chef
listen.
right there.
I'm just gonna say this. Go back and listen to the video.
Corey,
Go back and listen
we
to it.
all
That's
know
all I'm
why
saying.
Egyptians cut their hair off, body hair off, to stop from getting lice, bro.
Fine.
But what does that have to do with them making a choice between a traditional Egyptian wig
That
and
was
the Nubian wig,
a
brother?
subsequent question. That was a subsequent question that came after. So all
But
of
that
that,
was
you
the
mushing
question,
it
though.
all
Why?
together.
That was the question. Why is they wearing
No.
Nubian wigs?
Yeah, that's
Not
what
because
that's
they
what
cut
the
their
brother
hair off.
interjected.
Listen,
He asked that
you're
question.
mashing it all together.
I'm
What
not
I'm gonna
mashing
say
together,
is,
Corey.
what I'm
Y'all
gonna
gotta
say
stop
is,
that, yo. That's some pseudo ass
all
judo
right.
y'all be doing.
The
I don't
brother
know what you
Peter,
want
hold
me
on,
to say.
let me
What do
interject.
you
The
want me
brother
to say?
Peter, he asked the question because he was trying to get Corey.
Pull up the video.
No,
Y'all talking me to
I'm
death.
here.
Y'all
I'm here.
talking
I'm
me
here.
to
Okay, yeah, but I'm just trying
death.
to
Hold on,
see
James.
what I
You're talking me
kind
to
of
fucking death.
I'm
Pull
here.
it up.
Yeah, that would be good too. But in the
Pull the
meantime, I'm just
motherfucker
saying that that's
up, 'cause
what the
y'all
brother
talking.
Peter was talking
Y'all
about.
bumping your
He wanted
gums.
to know
You
why were they
bumping your
using
motherfucking
Nubian
gums.
wigs. That's what he
Pull the
asked.
motherfucker
Am I
up.
muted?
No,
You
we heard
bumping
you.
your
We hear you.
gums.
We hear you. We hear you. Go ahead.
You was muted,
Nah,
Sheffrin.
but don't come in with
I
no
hear you
lie,
now.
though. Yo, come
Go
in with
ahead.
the
The
truth,
prophet
Chef.
is here, so I'm
Coming
gonna
with
be
the question
quiet.
the nigga asked you. Don't come in with the flim flam bim bam boom like you normally do. Come in here with straight up, yo. We throwing straight up right now. We ain't playing the flim flam bam boom. What did that man ask you, Chef?
Who you talking to, me?
Talking to you. What that man asked you?
That's the man crazy, yo.
Now, man, what did that man ask you, dog?
Pull up the video.
No, he did. Listen, all right. I'ma concede Unc you right.
Mm.
Well, there you go.
Y'all crazy. I see why y'all homeboys. Y'all some crazy cats. Y'all been arguing about 2 hours, and Chef just came in and just said, I agree. Golly. Boy,
See,
boy.
I'm an agreeable type nigga, right?
No, I don't believe you agree.
No,
I think you're just saying that.
Information makes me agree. You see how I can agree with Unc? You see how I can agree with Chief X? You see how I can agree with Sekou on some points? Don't give a shit. It's the information.
Right.
Yeah, it ain't about who it is.
And I was agreeing with you for most of all of this month, Pan-African James.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I can say you a fair person, but I'm just saying this is the trip y'all been arguing for 2 hours, and now y'all gonna come back around and agree to what Unc was talking about. I don't know if you really being serious, because y'all been arguing for 2 hours about something, and now I just can't believe it.
No, it was me and Unc arguing. It was me and Unc arguing,
Right.
and that's what I said.
What is y'all arguing about?
I said it was a red herring. That's exactly what I said, Thunder. Listen to me, Thunder.
That's fact.
I said it was a red herring that had nothing to do with the overall point. Right. It was a side question that Haskell asked. So we got bogged out. This is what happens. That's what they want, though. Y'all.
That's what they want.
This is what I be trying to tell y'all.
And it's so crazy because, you know, when Unc answered the question, he went all off into the Red Sea and the language and all that. And I tried to stop him. And then,
that's not what happened, yo. I said I was playing, yo. I was playing, Chef. I said I was joking, yo. I called the nigga hair. I said they got the nigga hair.
No, you went into the language.
No, I said the nigga language, yo. I was being funny, yo.
Yeah, you went into all of that shit.
But see, the thing is, you got people in the car with you, and you're doing that, and they think you for real, and they ride.
No, but I am serious.
And then they come on say Cool's debate. Then they come on say Cool and Chief X's debate and repeat.
No, he said he's serious. Now he's serious.
No, Jeff. You know. Oh wait, y'all know Afro-Asiatic is an African language, right?
But how did we all got to that from the Wigs?
No, because it was a joke. Because Haskell was trying to figure out why would Egyptians wear Nubian wigs, right? And so why would the Nubians wear Nubian wigs? And I gave a simple explanation on why. I said, and by the way, they speak the nigga language and wear the nigga hair. Yeah, funny.
So what is that? So
because we know we don't use
Negro
and nigga, but
what's the implications to that, Thunder?
The implications is then first of all, since in biology there is no race, the question is that
we ain't talking about biology.
No, the point is that these niggas is Africans, though. That's the point. And they speak in African language.
What does that mean?
And they wearing, hold on.
What does that mean?
And they're wearing African hairstyles, yo.
Well, what does that mean? What does African mean?
It means that these people are homegrown indigenous to Africa. That's all it means.
What does that mean?
Right, but you said
it doesn't mean that the African Americans
are African
it doesn't mean that that's your history as an African American.
If they indigenous,
why would you bring African Americans into it? Listen,
because he asked me, what does it mean? It means that they're a homegrown African civilization.
It don't mean nothing until you get over here to America. It don't mean shit until you get over here.
Meant something at the scientific conference at UNESCO when they said it.
No, it didn't.
And they wasn't
it didn't
in
mean
America.
a motherfucking thing. It meant a geographical location. That's about it.
If we already conceded that the Egyptians was Africans,
I'm taking that back, Chef.
No, hold on. I'm saying
you concede that on your own.
Yeah, I concede that, and Unc conceded, right? Right, Unc, you concede that, right?
Yeah, yo, but you can't you can't say they African and then start talking about motherfucking Native Americans in this motherfucker.
No. What I'm saying
wouldn't make sense.
Hold on. When you say that the Egyptians are Africans, and we accept that, and then you say that they wearing African wigs because they are wearing Nubian.
I said Nubian wigs.
Right? No, you said African.
But the joke was the nigga wigs. It was a joke, yo. I was joking.
All right, so I'm gonna just leave it alone.
Yeah, I was calling them niggas.
I know I'm gonna leave it alone. Go ahead.
That's why.
Nigga ain't no
that's
such
why
thing as
I
no
don't
nigga
concede.
language and nigga.
That's why I don't
Come
concede
on, yo.
the bullshit, Chef.
No, you said African, Unc.
Yeah, I'm saying when I first said it on the live right now.
No, I'm saying right now, not no previous call. I'm saying 2 minutes ago or less than that. You just said
they nobody African.
African
Because you
don't
got
think
people
nobody
like
is African.
Corey
I don't believe
who
it.
don't
I don't
think that.
believe
So
nobody is
I want to
African.
double down on them. Yo, that's an African wig, nigga.
Yeah, but you know that the Egyptians are Africans.
Right, but Corey don't know that.
I don't believe
but
it.
no,
I don't
but
believe
I'm
y'all.
saying
Y'all got to
you
show me
got-
what that mean in the context of people. What
you
does
gotta be
African
saying black.
mean in the
You gotta be
context of
saying
people?
black.
Hmm?
Huh?
If you already saying that they African,
No, we talking about
Right.
Corey is saying they not African. That's Corey.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm saying it don't mean nothing. I'm saying
Okay.
what does it mean in the context?
No, it don't
of
mean
people?
nothing to you. That's fine, yo. Who are you?
No,
in the
I'm
grand
asking
scheme of
you.
things?
I'm asking
You ain't
you
no
a
better than me
fucking
on that.
question, bro.
No, I'm
What
saying
does it
because they set
mean
it aside
in the
at the
context of
consensus
people?
conference.
What the fuck does it mean? I don't
It
give a fuck.
means
You
to tell
telling me
y'all.
about
I'm gonna
UNESCO.
tell
You
you
keep
what it
saying
means. I'm gonna tell you.
UNESCO.
I'm going to tell you what it
UNESCO.
means. I'm going to tell you
Go
what it
ahead.
means. And this is why they said it. They said it so bitch ass niggas like
Mhm.
Screaming X don't try to make the Palestinians and the Mesopotamians and the Mediterranean motherfuckers Egyptians. That's why they did it. To
Huh?
draw a border around the shit. Simple
So I
as that.
still don't know what African means.
Okay,
You
look,
still
nigga,
haven't
all right,
told me
okay.
what
Okay,
African
well, I don't know
means.
what to tell you then,
You
bro.
you
I
use
can't
the
help
words Mediterranean
James,
and
can you
Egypt.
help this nigga? Maybe
You
can
use
help
the
me,
words
James. I can't do it.
Mediterranean and Egypt and
I can't.
trying to explain to me.
I
I'm
can't
asking
do
you
it.
in the
I can't do
context
it.
of
I can't.
people,
I
what
can't.
the fuck does
I can't.
Africa mean?
I can't, yo. That means that the culture was started on the continent of Africa by people who was indigenous to the continent of Africa. How many more times can I
What
say it,
culture?
bro?
Which culture? Which one?
Egyptian culture.
So that means Africa. That's
And
what
Egyptian
Africa
culture,
means to
and I'm
you.
gonna tell you what else it means. It means
So
that Egyptian
Africa
culture.
means Egyptian.
No.
Egyptian
It means
culture.
that
to you.
Egyptian culture and Egyptian kingship can be best explained through other African nations. That's exactly what I'm saying, and I'm gonna stand on that.
I don't even. I'm trying to.
I'm
You're
gonna say it again.
incoherent.
I'm gonna
You're
say it again.
incoherent.
I'm gonna say
Let
it
me
again.
ask
I'm
my
very
question
coherent.
again.
I'm very coherent.
Because you're talking
I am
about
telling
Egypt.
you that when you want to learn
I'm not talking
about
about Egypt.
Egyptian kingship, listen.
I'm not talking about
Instead
Egypt.
of
though.
looking to Mesopotamia, for you to understand it, it'd be better for you
My
to look
question
in Africa.
doesn't
That
have
is my
anything to
answer.
do with Egypt.
so the Egypt had
Deep
hierarchy,
roots in
heretical.
African
Hold on.
culture.
Oh, let's walk through
You
it.
can't even. You can't
I
even
want to hear what these answers,
comprehend my
they got.
question. He can't
Heretical.
even comprehend my question. He's so stuck on Egypt. He keep answering
What was
my
the question,
question
Corey?
with
Maybe I
Egypt.
can answer. Let me see what you got.
I said to him, in the context of people, what the fuck does Africa mean? What
And
does
I
it
said,
mean?
it means that these particular people, lifestyles, birthrights are on the
Customs.
continent of Africa. That's what it means. That the culture that will become Egypt and the people are on the continent of Africa, and they are indigenous to the continent of Africa, not the Palestinians, not people in the Levant, not people in Mesopotamia. And that statement doesn't mean that other people didn't come in and mix with them, because that's exactly what humans do. But the
I'm not
primary
talking
focus is
about
Africa.
Egypt, though.
I don't know.
Okay,
which
where
one
are you
want
talking
me to
about?
do.
Where are you talking about?
You keep going to Egypt. Like the first part, I was thinking, man, well, maybe I don't agree, but I can accept the answer, right? But then you start to go back into Egypt. I'm asking just Africa. What the fuck does Africa mean? I don't give a fuck
Africa
about
means
Egypt.
that it is the
Y'all keep
homeland
isolating Egypt as
Africa
if Egypt is the
means
only
in
goddamn country
science.
on the goddamn continent.
Okay. In science, Africa is
Mhm.
the origin of humanity in science. That's why they use the word African, and they use the word African and non-African.
All right.
And non-African doesn't mean that they're not African. It's just simply talking about when mutations occur in science. Is what Africa means.
Now that sounds a lot better. That sounds a lot better.
How did kingship differ between Egypt and Mesopotamia?
Who wants that answer?
It says both societies had similar social structures except for the ruling classes. This ruling class is where the two civilizations primarily differed. In Mesopotamia, the kings claimed to be an appointed representative of the gods on earth. But in ancient Egypt, the ruler was an earthly incarnation of the god or the divine. All right, let's click into this.
What you reading from though, Chef?
Is that what you're talking about?
No, nigga, I'm going even deeper, but they gonna find it out in March. I'm gonna go all the way. I'm not going no surface.
Well, I
All right,
shared a
so
couple
in
of
March,
links,
no,
in
this
the
is what
chat,
I
in the
wanted to
back
know.
chat right here.
So in
Of some
March,
PhDs, some sisters. I think that y'all would probably appreciate these videos to maybe help.
So they think Egypt black.
Well, they're talking about just the origins of the civilization and how karma was in parallel in the C groups. I've shared this at 10 o'clock. We're at 12 now. But what I'm saying is they shared how
It was
karma
parallel.
was,
It wasn't the same thing, though, right?
excuse me?
It was parallel. It wasn't the same thing.
Well,
so I want to know what the
what you have to understand,
conference is
Concrete Corey, you have to understand that with the trade that they had to been when Egypt is getting,
so they was trading with each other.
You're not-
so they
you're
wouldn't have
not
been
even
the same.
but you're not
being fair,
letting me
Corey.
talk. See, you keep cutting me off. So I
You
understand what
wrong.
Uncle
You
saying.
wrong for this, Corey.
I want to know what the March
listen to what I'm
conference
saying.
Oh,
There are contemporary civilizations.
It's going to show us that
karma
Egypt was
develops
black.
at the same time as Kemet is developing. You know that you got to the 6th dynasty, which is 1,000 years before you even get the term.
that term
Y'all
what?
don't want to talk about that. But what I'm trying to explain to you, if you listen to the PhDs, which are all sisters.
What term?
Huh?
They trying to mess you up, James.
You say what?
You said what term did they get?
I want to know what James is saying wrong. Go ahead. You know what? Go ahead and explain what you explaining, and then you tell
what
me
I'm saying
what
is
you disagree with.
It's not what I'm saying. Y'all
Go
could
ahead.
use
I'm listening.
these actual sisters and they're scholars. They actually have PhDs in the field. They go to the sites and they do the research themselves. But you can see, and they will
They're not
explain
saying
it to
they
you
black,
with imagery and documentation.
What's your interpretation of it, James? Tell us your interpretation of what they saying. Break it down.
Well, what they're saying is that karma, as Kemet is being as it's developing to a nation state, so is karma. But you have to listen to what they're saying because it will make sense to you if you listen. How the hell?
What they saying? Go ahead.
How the hell is Egypt gonna be powerful?
No. I want to know. I want to hear from James.
Why y'all cutting them off?
Because I'm trying to make sure don't influence him. What's the conclusion, James?
The conclusion is that these nation states actually wind up splitting later on into these what we know as karma in Egypt later on. But the nuclei.
But they used to be one. They used to be united.
Well, if you would look at the actual documentation that they have for you, which maybe documentation doesn't matter to you, but they will show you how the border fluctuates and how at one point in time, Aswan was the border point, which is now.
We covered that. We that's not something I disagree with. I wouldn't.
I don't know because
I know
you
that
seem
the
kind of
borders
confrontational when someone brings up the fact that at one point in time it was not a name Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you look into America,
well,
there was only 13
because
colonies on the East Coast at one time. It wasn't from West Coast to East Coast. So what you have to understand is the Kemet, possibly and more than likely, from what I understand, it wasn't always in the north at one time. It starts off somewhere. And then when you look at the chronology of all the documentation, you're going to find that it's focused and it's going to be around what do they call it? Naphtali. It's going to be around in that area, which is south. So if the civilization starts in the north, like Chief X is trying to, I don't know what he's saying, but if the civilization starts in the north, then why don't they build their first city? Why don't they build their first cities in the north? Why don't they do that?
Okay, so the civilization starts in the south. What's going on in the north at this time?
Another
Delta
call.
region.
I can tell you, hold on. Let me answer that.
No, I'm asking James.
Okay.
I'm asking James.
All right.
I know you can flim
You have other populations that is north, of course. Not saying that it was just a barren desert, that it was populations in the north, but the nucleus of what
happened. What happened to them?
Nothing.
They winded up adopting the cultures of the South. That's what happened.
Good point. Great point.
Well, I'm just gonna keep this simple for you.
Hey,
They want
James,
just like in America.
James,
13
I
colonies.
always understand
Next thing you know,
James.
America's
I just want to let you know that you always clear. You always 100% clear. You never leave me wondering. So I just want to let you know.
Hey James, I agree with you.
I don't wonder.
Hey James, I agree with you 100%. That no one was ever saying that there wasn't culture in the North. What we're saying is that the culture from the South moved in the northern direction, and you can see it actually transforming cultures into that culture. Yeah. This is what the documentation says. Exactly. We never not saying that so wasn't nobody up there doing
these black people. These are black people that are bringing this culture.
Let me answer that.
I'm talking.
No. Hold on.
To James.
I didn't want you to confuse me with James.
I'm talking to James.
Let me make my point. Y'all taking too long.
See, damn, why you don't want to let James just get off his thing?
I'm gonna make my point. Those Nubian intelligences will never say that one, the Nubians are black, and two, the Egyptians are black, because that wouldn't be professional. And then they fucking doctrine.
Listen,
okay,
you don't have to say that to you.
Okay, I just want to. So they never was making that point.
Beat that one to death.
Okay, good. So the point they was making, hold on,
that one ain't getting up. That one ain't
point. Okay,
up.
right. The point they was making was that Screaming X was continually saying that somehow Egypt gave Nubia culture and these niggas was on some sidebar shit. The truth is,
don't worry about it, James. I got my spray paint.
They rose simultaneously. So no, it wasn't that. They rose in power simultaneously. Not with the crazy niggas saying, bro.
I appreciate that. Now, James, back to you. I got my can of spray paint with me. So just to let you know, I'm not going to get lost in the weeds. Now, I want to ask you, James, this culture from the South that's going towards the North. Now, who are these people? Are these people now, because we already out, we say that the Cushites, right? We say those are black people, right? So we not gonna act like we don't know what black and white is, James. This me and you talking. We know what a black person is. We know what a non-black person is. We know what a white person is, right? We know what a Chinese nigga is. All that kind of shit. We know these things, right, James?
Corey, why you don't bring that up?
Hold on. I'm talking to James right now. I know you don't want me to talk to James. I know it's hurting you. I know it's hurting you.
Bring a pep on this motherfucker. Bring a pep.
I know it's hurting.
Just say my culture migrated into Egypt and just shut up a pep.
Nothing. You know what? Go ahead, because I got my can of spray paint. Go ahead.
Yeah, a pep.
I got
Bring your happy ass on the panel and say what you just said in the chat. That the domestication of cattle migrated into Egypt. I'll bludgeon you.
Who said that? Listen,
that's a pep.
I'm not. No, we're not.
Say as if a pep is a damn Egyptian. A pep, not no damn Egyptian. A pep,
James. There has to be a reason he don't want us to have this discussion, James. I don't know why this reason is, but
man, we cool, man. Listen, me and James, we divide that on stuff, Corey. Go ahead, Corey.
It's not about you and James. It's just about James right now.
I had a conversation. Mama, have a good night. I will tell the audience, man, good night, man. And fuck that bitch ass nigga T-Fact.
See? Exactly. Look at this. Look. Why? How come you can't be on the panel while I talk to James, huh?
I go now.
It's gonna hurt you. It's hurting you that bad.
Nah, I'm going to sleep. I overdid it.
No, I still want to know, y'all did this bullshit, yo. Y'all did all of this bullshitting around, yo. And we never get no fucking way, yo.
Facts. Right.
It's just always this bullshit, yo.
Y'all should stop
it. It's like
we
don't
stop it.
It's like we don't want to move fucking forward, yo.
So why don't you just move forward then, Corey?
Chef,
That's Chef.
I
No,
want to
no,
move
I'm
forward.
saying,
I want to move forward.
no, I'm saying, you're a big part of us not moving fucking
How,
forward.
nigga? Because y'all
Let me
big part of
explain.
it talking about these differences is Caucasian.
Hold
It
on.
didn't explain.
And
How's that
Ngozi
moving
just
forward?
explained
That's
it.
putting us back in Hitler time.
Hold on. And Ngozi just explained it.
No, he didn't.
No,
Yes,
it did not the way you saying it.
Now, I never said this shit. First off, I never said this shit.
Man,
Don't
they
ever
don't
put
even
that
use
shit in
that.
my
They don't even use that term in
Right.
anthropology.
Don't ever
Right.
put that shit in my. But the people who do say it give their explanation why they
I
say
know,
it.
but you can't give an
anyway,
explanation for something that's
I
no
never
longer
said.
used.
I
yo.
never said that shit.
I know
I
you
don't
didn't.
even
yo.
Is no
understand.
longer used.
Me neither. Right.
listen,
It's
longer.
wrong. It was
No
discredited
longer is
when,
the key word.
yeah, but it was the reason why they no longer use it. They no longer use it because race was discredited. Corey.
Fine, fine.
You supposed to know
It
that though,
still
Corey.
was a. They
But you
still
big
was
no, but you big
classified
up
as
it though,
such.
Corey, when the nigga
They
said it.
still was classified as
No,
such.
they
well,
wasn't.
why? That
Jesus
was my point.
Christ.
Why do we only get on Chief X when he use it, right? If Ngozi comes on,
Because I don't catch nobody when they use it, nigga. If I
catch,
goes,
nigga, you can go back and listen. We telling you he used it.
I know, and he came over my show and used it, and I was getting off the show. I'm not going to argue about
Right,
it.
right,
And he said
right.
it was
So-
discredited. He said it was a discredited term.
But
And
okay,
everybody keeps saying it's discredited term and then still use the shit.
right.
And to tell you why it was discredited, it said it was discredited because they no longer look at race as being anything other than
It's
a
been
social
relegated
construct.
to a social construct now. So that's why it's still used.
Yeah, but
So
Society
they said it was
accepts it.
discredited as a scientific category
Fine,
because
fine, but society
race
still
has
accepts
been-
it though.
huh?
Yeah,
Listen,
society
I'm-
still accepts it. Yes.
Hold on,
No,
what
that's not-
term-
we
what
not
term
having
of the- Let's
society.
be clear. What term are y'all talking about?
We talking about
Caucasoid.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we was all on the same page.
All right, so but the point why I'm saying we never get a chance to move forward.
So we
'cause
can move forward on that then, right?
No, because we jump around on red herrings.
All right, so let's
Right.
get off the red herring. Where we at, yo?
Now,
What's the chronology of African
Oh,
history? That's where we at. So what's so
No, go
let's
ahead,
hear-
Chef.
Let's hear their
Go
answer.
ahead, James. You gotta
Let's
stop.
hear their answers.
I
What
tried
is the
to- you
chronology?
let-
Where do
you
we
let
start
Unc
at?
Run you over. Go ahead, Chef.
James got that cool ass pimping voice, yo.
Yeah, I want to get they answers on record. I might
Yo,
start
that
doing
nigga-
like brother my eye just start making
Yo, I know
videos
that
as I
nigga
get my
got.
answers.
I know
just
he
leave.
got some women working for him, yo. He got you, yo. He pimping, yo. James be hitting it, yo. Be hitting that shit.
Hey, before anything happens, I want you brothers to look at those 2 links I put in the back chat, and maybe one day we can have a discussion about what they said.
Man, he finna change the subject again. Hey, come on, Chef. Hey, what you was about to say, Chef?
I can't get these niggas do
No,
this
go
shit.
ahead. I'm mute out.
All right.
Thank you.
So when we try to get somewhere, we're talking about, the ancient Egyptians, right? And we're talking about their culture, civilization, and y'all keep saying the South. It started in the South, right?
Yep.
Now, I need y'all to clarify that. Don't just say the South and leave it burn, because it will make people like Pan-African James and them think that y'all talking about Nubia.
Okay, so let me go. I don't need you to
Implications.
go no farther. Let me do it. So, the culture of Egypt, right? Watch this. One part of it starts in Upper Egypt in the south in Egypt. And another part of it starts south of Egypt. Y'all find out exactly
I'm trying to
what it is
figure
in
out though,
March.
what's the overall point in saying that though? I don't even
Because
understand what's the
because it's
point.
true.
Well, because it's true, nigga. That's why.
I
What the hell
don't
wrong
get
with
it.
you? If it started in West Africa, nigga, and I say it, the point is because it started in West Africa. If I say it started in Nubia, south of Egypt is Nubia, then that's so part of what will become Egyptian
that's what you
culture
said.
started
So
in
now
Nubia.
we're
Do I gotta
to
say
what
that?
you're saying.
I'm gonna say it again.
Now
I'ma
we
say
get
it
to
again.
the crux.
I'm gonna say it again.
See, Sheffrin,
That part.
I
Hold
got it
on.
out of
Am I
him.
am
got
I
it out of
wrong?
him,
Hold on.
Sheffrin.
Am I wrong, Corey? Am I making it up? Am I lying? Am I misreading the
Sheffrin.
source?
Hey, Chef, did I not get it
No,
out of
hey
him?
Corey, got what out of me, Corey? Corey, the document says the old Nubian culture, yo.
Yeah,
And it
I
says
hear
that
you.
it says that the
So
old
now you're
kingdom
gonna double
is a
down.
Sudan.
See,
It says the
watch
old
him
kingdom
double
is a
down,
Sudan,
and
is a
then work his way
Sudanic
back out.
transplant. Am I wrong?
Look, we've been
No,
doing the same
I'm
thing for
asking.
2 years.
No,
I
so
know the
wait,
pattern.
Corey,
You're
am I
gonna
wrong,
double
Corey?
down right now,
Corey, am I
and
wrong?
then you're gonna slide your way
I'm
back
asking you a
on
question,
out
Corey.
of it.
Am I wrong, Corey?
Yeah,
They
you're
calling
wrong.
What
you
I'm saying,
Lucy. They
false.
You're
Am
calling
I
wrong.
you
adding
Lucy.
any yeast
They
to
say
it?
you keep
Yes,
moving the
you're wrong.
football from Charlie Brown every time he try to kick.
Yes, you're wrong.
So I'm wrong when I say that an old Nubian culture gave rise to the cattle culture in North Africa.
No,
I'm wrong.
I'm not talking about. Listen,
No,
What
I'm asking you a
I'm
question.
talking about
period is you
Egypt.
talking about?
I'm talking about Egypt, bro. We was talking. That's what we were talking
The
about. We were
culture
talking
that
about
would
Egypt.
the culture that
So I
would
don't want you
become
to say nothing
I'm
but
saying
Egypt.
it,
Don't
bro.
slick me. Don't slick me.
Don't say what?
Don't slick me.
You asked me where Egyptian culture come from, didn't you?
Yeah, you said the cattle call. What time period?
And I said part of Egyptian culture
said
comes
Nubia.
from Nubia.
Mhm.
So I'm wrong.
What time period?
And I
is-
gave you the part. 4,500 BCE.
4,500 BCE.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're
5,000.
wrong.
The culture that the cattle nomadic culture started in Nubia and moved to North Africa. I'm wrong with that? No, I'm not.
Say what?
I'm gonna
Say
say
that
it
again.
again.
You
I'm gonna
slicked
say
me.
it one
I
more
think
time.
I
Very
think you
clear.
slicked me.
I'm gonna say it again.
Did he slick me? Did he slick me, Thunder?
I'm saying that Egypt has a cattle and farming culture, is what I'm saying. And I'm saying the aspect of Mother Hathor, right? And the cattle culture is coming from
Listen,
Nubia.
fine. You know what?
Hold on, I'm not finished.
I don't know what else to say.
And within Egypt, not the playa, they have some of the
You
oldest
whittled me
stone
down.
structures of
You
cattle.
like Steve Urkel, right?
Okay.
You done wore me down.
Okay, we see how you
You
do
done
it.
wore me down, bro.
Yeah, we
You
see how
wore
you
me
do
down.
it. We see. We see.
So
You wore me down. I can't even fight no more, huh? I can't.
so the Badarian and the Nakata would be pre-dynastic Egypt.
I'm talking about prior to that. Prior to that. Prior to that.
That wouldn't be 45 BCE.
I give up. Yeah. I
It's
think
it's a chronological. Hold on, you know my word,
chronology.
chronology here.
I
see
can't wait
right here up on the map where they telling you.
So Unc said in March he's bringing the experts. I can't wait till some experts explain this shit. I mean,
you don't gotta wait till March. Click those links and you can see that.
I can't.
Those are PhDs. They're sisters too. They all black. So you
So
don't gotta
let me hold on. Let me get this straight though. So you got the map up right here though.
I can admit that I might be fucking something up.
No, hey Corey, hey Chef, you don't see the map you got right here? You got not the playa.
So the Badarians is at 45. That's what he was talking about.
You got
and then
not the playa though. Move up. You see that? Not the playa. That's in Egypt. And that's Nubians in that right there, and not the playa between 6,000 and 5,000 people.
That's Egypt, bro.
Yes, but that's Nubians there.
No, it's not. Naphtali at that time was actually Nubian territory.
If you don't check him, if you don't go off on him like you go off on me,
he don't gotta go off. He can't.
If you don't go off,
how the hell he gonna go off on me?
Listen, the funny part about this, because the arguments change so much, right? And we move around our arguments, but I'm not even gonna say it. Go ahead.
Let's do this, man.
No, we talking about not the playa right
Yeah, but
now.
I'm not even. I remember when I argued with y'all that
not the playa was Egypt.
Aswan and all of that was Nubia, and it was a moving border. When Egypt could dominate, it pushed its borders all the way down and it did it numerous times, right? I remember arguing that.
What they got to
Now
do with
y'all
not?
saying-
What
Hey,
they got
what's-
to do with not apply?
No,
Hey, Chef,
now-
give me your question, man.
Hold on. Now y'all saying that Naphtaliah and all of that is Egypt.
It
and
is.
Nubia,
No,
right?
it said now, right now is Egypt,
right,
bro.
and y'all saying it was Nubia. At
Right.
the same,
No, he said it was called Nubia. It's called Naphtaliah. I ain't say nothing about Nubia.
so what?
I didn't
what?
say that.
All right, so it's not Nubia.
Right. It's Egypt. Naphtaliah is
It's
Western
Nubian
Egypt, bro.
territory.
So
Yes,
so
it
I'm
is.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I don't know about that. All I know about is
all right, cool.
Naphtaliah.
Let me pull up a map.
it up.
I can show you. Matter of fact, listen, I'm telling y'all, click these links over here to the right.
No,
Save
no,
them.
you know what?
And
You
y'all
know
will
what,
see
Steph? I get
the
it, yo.
sisters.
I kind of get it now, bro. Like you got 3 different people, 4 different people saying 4 different things, yo. I gotta be separated, yo. I can't do it. Nobody calls Naphtaliah Nubia, yo. I'm not doing that, yo.
Well, that's the part that I was saying earlier that you be alluding because every
didn't
time we
allude to it. I
talk,
clearly
every
said
time
it
we
was
talk about Egypt, you holler to the
About
top
black.
of
So
your
the
lungs,
southern Egyptian,
Nubia.
so that southern Egyptian population at the border are not Nubian,
I'm talking about Naphtaliah right now,
Not
yo.
exactly. That's not Nubian.
No, it's not. That's Egypt. Look on the map. Look on it.
I know
it
it's
says
in the
Egypt.
modern borders of fuck it.
It's
You're right,
West,
Chef.
it's
You
not,
don't-
yo.
Don't worry. We got it. Here we go.
I just can't, yo.
No, here we go, bro. Don't worry about it. We
Now,
straight.
now you trying the
Don't
western
give up,
desert
Chef.
of Egypt, yo. Like you
All
can't
right,
because you
it's-
act like you
it's-
can't read now.
all right,
Go ahead,
it's
go ahead,
always-
get this straight.
Don't
Go
give up,
ahead.
Chef. We good. All right.
where
here we
was
go.
where was Nubia
No,
at?
just go ahead and read it, yo.
Nubia-
Read where Naphtaliah
Nubia-
is.
Northern
No, here we go,
Nubia-
man. Here we go.
Northern Nubia was in southern Egypt. The modern borders of Egypt.
It's not the borders now.
We talking about Naphtaliah, bro.
What the fuck are we?
We
Yeah,
talking about
Naphtaliah is
Naphtaliah.
just
Can you
west,
read it,
but
please?
if you draw a hard, they have this same conversation that y'all having. The sister broke it down. She's a Nubianologist, and she breaks it down beautifully.
Oh, what?
And
Yeah,
and
see, just
one
like you got
aspect-
Egyptology, you got brothers and sisters now
Who
calling
made that
themselves
up?
Nubianologists,
No,
like
they
you
are
got people that call
Nubianologists.
themselves,
They are.
you know,
you got
but
Egypt.
this-
I mean, you got people that
that's
study
Sudanese
different countries.
nologists and what you call that?
Yeah.
Cananologists.
Okay,
So-
Naphtaliah. They go Naphtaliah right there. Y'all see it?
Yeah, what
Yeah.
it say? Where's that? Read it. Start off at the beginning. What it say? Read it, bro. Go ahead.
All right. 800 kilometers
In Nubia.
south of modern day Cairo. 800 miles south of modern day Cairo.
Hold on, go back up. It just said it was in Nubia right there. What are y'all reading? It says Naphtali was once
It's
a
in the
large
Nubian
internal
desert.
draining basin in the Nubian desert, located approximately 800 kilometers south of modern day Cairo, or around 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel in southern Egypt. But that's today.
And we know that Abu Simbel was fucking Nubia.
Yeah, like I mean,
when Ramses conquered it, he pushed the borders down to
Thank you,
show
Chef.
dominance over fucking Nubia. Like,
Now
bro,
we talking about before all that, yo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
and
There is
before
no
all that,
place
it was
called-
Nubia. That's what we're trying to tell you, huh? At first, please look at what the doctors, the PhDs say. That's what y'all love. Watch that, brother. And when you see it, it'll help you.
What's her name?
It's 5 of them. It's not just one. It's 5 sisters. They're all PhDs, and they all deal with anthropology. They deal with different areas of it. And I guarantee
So
you,
let's
watch
all right,
it.
so let's come to a consensus real quick then. So during this time period, there is no Nubia and there is no fucking Egypt. So we can agree to that though. We don't gotta be an expert. Am I correct?
What
You don't
time
gotta
period?
fight that. Correct?
What time period you talking about?
Huh?
During what
I'm
time
talking
period?
about the time of
now is no.
No, I'm
Egypt
just saying it's
and
7,000
no Nubia.
BCE.
Like
We don't got
Oh,
to argue about that,
7,000
right?
BCE.
We don't got not to apply. What is about 6,500? We don't got all.
Okay,
Ain't no
let's
East Bay,
look.
no Nubia. Can we
I
agree
think
to
that's
that?
the problem. Y'all need me to kind of
Yeah,
help y'all
I would
walk through this
concede
stuff.
to that.
Y'all
I
be
mean,
No,
you
I'm
don't
just
really have
asking
any
Chef, can we at
real
least move forward from
documentation.
that?
No, we not finna do nothing. This is what we finna do. Although today the West to there's good evidence there was some okay. There's good evidence that there were several humid periods in the past.
That's all that's irrelevant. Thunder, why would you stop out, Bill?
Because we want to know. He said 7,000. I'm about to say we getting
He says the
approximately
beginning around the 10th
7,500.
millennium BC, this region of the Nubian desert began to receive more. So I don't know why they saying Nubian.
This is
what is
the
the
conversation.
Nubian desert? Where is that at?
Hold on. Can we establish that before Ramses did his conquest of Nubia, that Abu Simbel was Nubia?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Well,
Yeah, man, I don't know
it
about
shouldn't
that.
be
I'm
no
talking about
agreement.
not
It
to
should
apply
be,
right
is
now.
it a fact? Is it right or wrong?
Oh, fuck.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, let's look it up. Like, what time period are you talking about?
Just go to Abu Simbel, yo.
This is Abu Simbel right here.
And
We got
look where
the builder was Ramesses II. It was built approximately 1200 BC.
Mm-hmm.
Now, keep going.
Now
we got 7,000 BC and we got 1200 BC. So where we at? Tell me where we at.
Go to the history and read the Abu Simbel.
All right.
Need to be able, because I can't share my
During his reign,
Ramses
II embarked on an extensive building program throughout Egypt and Nubia, which Egypt controlled. Nubia was very important to the Egyptians because it was a source of gold and many other precious trade goods.
So Nubia, so hold on, man.
Why you stopping me?
Because you're saying that Nubia was a thing. Nubia and Egypt was a thing before Abu Simbel. Can we agree with that? I ain't no agreeing. It was a thing, right? Everybody good?
No, I don't even know what you're saying.
All right. During his reign, Ramesses II embarked on an extensive building program throughout Egypt and Nubia. So Egypt and Nubia was before Abu Simbel. Right?
Yes.
All right, keep going.
All right. It was important because of gold. All right. And then it says he therefore built several grand temples there in order to impress upon the Nubians Egypt's might and Egyptianize the people of Nubia. The most prominent temples are the rock-cut temples near the modern village of Abu Simbel, right? So Abu Simbel, right, was Nubia. Now let's look and see where Naphtali is at.
All right.
Go back to Naphtali.
So
it's west.
Hold on. That's Abu Simbel. Everybody remember it. Let me pull up a whole new map. Let me see. So we see that down there. That's down there right here. All right. So let me pull up what we say, Naphtali.
Why your motherfucking shit look like that?
Like what?
Pseudo.
I don't know, man. You just saw what I typed. You just see what I typed, right? Oh, let me see. Oh, there we go. All right. So no, we clearly see that Naphtali was very much north or south, however you want to look at it. I say north of where
your map different, bro.
All right, let's do this.
Different map.
All right,
you
no
have
problem.
to be able to put it out. I want to do. Can you pull up something
That's
where the
right
Naphtali
it's right there where Abu Simbel is at. Are y'all?
Yeah, but all of the monuments that would help, so you can show what in proximity where they are from each other.
Yo,
so
y'all
you can pull up like the megalithic
Everybody relax. We good. Abu.
Are y'all that geographically?
Don't do that. Don't play with it
Twisted.
like everybody's slow. We pull it up on Wikipedia. Everybody relax, bro.
You got
Ain't nobody
Nigeria
slow.
up, yo.
Nobody's slow, bro. Don't do that.
You just said it was north.
Abu Simbel, not the playa, is north of what? Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah, y'all got it. Y'all right.
No, don't do that. So here, this Abu Simbel, right? We see Abu Simbel.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you see not the playa?
Ain't that a different?
Okay. Now I guess we're gonna have to use this. You see where that bend is?
Yeah,
Oh, look at this big ass river where this river started.
That map
that
is
shit up here.
zoomed out.
Yeah, we can look at where that bend is and maybe approximate where it could possibly be at. So show that other map again, Thunder, so we can look at the bend.
Right.
So you ain't showing the bend though. See what I'm saying? So we can't kind of like put it all together.
I mean,
You
I don't
see
know.
how
Can
it's
you click
zoomed
on
out?
that? Can you click on that map right?
Click on the map. All right.
Yeah, click on. Oh, no, it's not gonna show.
Yeah, it ain't showing it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find a map to where it can show all the artifacts and maybe we could get some clarity. Hold on. Because
Hey, James, can I ask you a question, James?
go ahead.
Where did the Egyptians learn how to track the monsoon rains, yo? Knowing when planting season was. Where would you find it at?
You saying where would the
Egyptians learn how to track the annual seasons, knowing when to plant, when not to plant? You would have to know the winter, the summer solstice. Am I correct?
Well, they use the star septi to they use the star systems and stuff like that to know when to plant and when the harvest season and all of
All right,
that.
where they get it from?
I'm not sure. I would say they got it from the people that preceded them.
They got it from not the playa. That's
Right.
the oldest astronomical clock on.
All right, James, look at this right here. Here go your curve right here, right? You see that curve?
No, that's not the same curve, Thunder.
Why is it not the same curve? It's the same river.
Because that I don't think that's the same. Hold on.
Yeah, just use your eyes, bro. Look at that curve.
Right.
And Donna, you came in with the loud thing right over my point, yo. I think you did that on
Yeah,
purpose.
what was you saying?
Is that not the same curve?
No, that curve is all the way up there. Take your finger.
That was a good analysis right there, because definitely
take your cursor and go up. Now go up. Right there. That's the curve you talking about. Boom.
All right, so cool. They go to curve right here.
Now
right?
go back to your other map. Let's do this. You see that?
They go to curve right there, right?
Curve.
We in
let me
agreement?
get back over here.
Yeah, now we're in agreement.
All right. So that's the curve.
Stop sharing. I got a better map.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need something with the actual where they got what Naphtali is an approximation to where, because they're gonna ask one Abu symbols down there.
Y'all see my map?
Go to the west. Now go west. Go left.
That's when not the playa is to the west.
They don't have it on the map.
Fuck.
I'm gonna find one. I got one. So hold on.
It's right there, yo.
I got one with all the monuments with Naphtali.
Just type in the Western Desert. Nigga.
Go west. Go west some more, Corey. Maybe it's far over there.
What
Ain't that far?
what do y'all want to see?
Go over to Nigeria.
Oh, to Nigeria. Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
That's where they wanted to be at.
Yeah. Anyway, this is Aswan, and that's Abu symbol right there. So what are y'all trying to see?
So Abu symbol is right there, but we're looking for Naphtali, which is supposed to be in the Western Desert, and we can't. I have a map, but it doesn't have Naphtali on it. It just has.
That's it right there. Point to it right there, Corey. Is that little dot in the Western Desert?
Damn it.
Ombo.
That's the tropical. Is it in the tropical Cancer?
But but the point is, from Aswan all the way down to Abu Simbel was once Nubia.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's the point.
Okay.
You feel
Okay,
me?
so can we all agree that if that's the point, that the Egyptians or the people later on became Egyptians got astronomical information from those people? So we know that's one part of their culture they got. So it's the coming together.
Oh, okay, they
You
shared
agree that?
culture. They was neighbors. Who wouldn't say that though, huh?
No. I'm telling you that that's a central element because you got to chart the reigns, bro. You got to mark. So who was the first in the area to mark the?
They shared essential cultures. That's fine. Huh? Like nobody wouldn't argue that.
No, let him make
argue.
this point, Corey. Let him make this point.
My point is,
let him
is
draw
that,
it all together.
Yeah, my point is that the astronomical information that will be later on seen in Egypt came from what Chef was saying, new. And then I mentioned the cattle culture. All right. So they're in the Western Desert. And so Mother Harper comes out the desert. It's part of the desert religion. All right. So my point is, I'm giving you aspects of the culture.
I got one. All right, let's see.
We already figured it out, yo. You late.
Just relax, man. Relax.
And you cut in right in the middle.
Relax.
Right in the middle of you killing it.
I know, yo. Cannot
So there
believe
go
you, yo. Like you did that shit
Abu
on purpose.
symbol. Okay, that was a good map, though.
I didn't do nothing on purpose.
Where
Just
at?
relax. Visit.
It's where I said it was at.
All right.
Right.
Oh, it's above Abu symbol.
Ain't that what I said?
Okay.
Right.
Now hold on.
Everybody heard me say that.
I got this is good because you see right there where it says Aswan at the top.
It's above Aswan.
Aswan is at the top.
It's below Aswan.
No, it's below.
It's below Aswan.
It's
Aswan.
right there by
That's
Abu
right there
symbol.
where Aswan is. That is the Nubian border. Right. That's the first cataract of Nubia. Right there.
Where
There
Aswan?
you have it. So Naphtali's in Nubia.
Right.
Thank you.
In modern Egypt, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I
It's
was
in
trying
the
to
borders of modern Egypt.
All right,
All
we
right.
good?
Yeah, we good.
All right.
Thank you, Thunder. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
But we have the time periods when the Egyptians expanded their border. See, that's the point,
That's fine.
right? They
fine.
did it to exact control over Nubia and the Nubians' land. It was conquest. And then we seen Nubia do the shit to Egypt in 700. You see what I'm saying? Like it was. I mean, we play too much with this shit. Like,
We should know the chronology of this history by now. It's really disappointing.
We do. We was arguing.
Like by now we should be thinking about what the fuck we gonna do with the information that Dr. Ben them tonight. They already gave us the chronology here.
So
why are we still arguing?
We ain't gonna do shit with it.
Huh?
This information don't help you out and no.
Yes, it do.
No, it don't.
It helped me out. I don't know
How?
what it did. See, maybe because it helped me out a lot.
How?
It helped me to learn how to treat my people. It helped me to understand when I see an continental African that I'm one and the same. I used to think that I wasn't African at one point in time. I used to denounce
Egypt.
What that got to do with Egypt?
Egypt taught you was African.
What that got to do with Egypt?
It did. It actually did. My sister married a Nigerian, and I asked her why the fuck she married a damn
Northwest. Hey, ask him is he from Northwest Africa, and see what he tell you.
Why she ain't married an Egyptian?
You don't have to see. That's what I'm saying. Y'all doing the semantics. It's like childish when y'all do that because every culture uses a nucleus to try to say to gain an identity. Besides the African, when I asked you in Concrete Core where y'all start y'all history at, y'all said y'all started in fucking the Big Bang. You can't do that. You see what I'm saying? Y'all did say that. Oh yeah,
I started in Egypt, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about. You
James,
see what I'm saying? When you ask a Chinese person, what is the origin of Chinese, they're gonna give you the Joseon dynasty or something.
No,
a Roman or a European,
they're gonna
give you Rome. They're gonna give you Rome or Greece.
Hey James, your origin of Egypt.
What the hell are y'all doing?
No,
James, your origin of Egypt.
Unc had a good point.
Yeah.
He was just showing that if Noctiplier was Nubia, right? Then the Nubians gave Egyptians their calendar.
No shit. We've been telling y'all that for forever. But y'all say, well, it wasn't no Nubia, it wasn't no Egypt, it wasn't no Nubia. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
No, Unc said that. He the one who was arguing.
Oh, excuse me, my bad. You can't keep letting them blame you for everything.
Nah, yo, I'm just saying you just gotta have
you
gonna have a. I'm saying I understand tribes and clans, and so I understand how tribes and clans split from each other. So if they tell you that the ancestors of the Nubians and Egyptians, so the Nubians and Egyptians have shared ancestors to come out the Green Sahara, yo. That's a key statement, shared ancestry. What is meant by the statement? And so I understand how people can have the same ancestors, but then form two separate cultures.
Hold on, who you say got the same ancestors?
The Nubians and Egyptians.
There wasn't nobody in the Delta.
The Nubians and the Egyptians got the same ancestors.
They do. The Nubian A group and the Upper Egyptians did. The Nubian A group was distinct from the Nubian C group. That's the thing, that word game get tricky, bro. It do.
Hey.
So what do that Nubian word
goes
mean then?
Are you saying that the Egyptians and the Nubians had the same? They're the same people.
The Nubian A group, the Nubian A group, and the Egyptians were very similar than the Nubian C group.
Do they have the same ancestors?
Yes, they share the same affinities in morphology, skull type, and in genetics. Genetics is destroying a lot of things. If you look up the Nubian A group, look at how they're described compared to the Nubian C group and the Nubian B group. They're different. Nubian A group and morphology were more closer to Egyptians, and they shared the same genetic signatures more than the Nubian C group.
Actually, Ngozi, in modern construction, they're starting to put the A group and the B group together.
That's why I said distinct between the Nubian A group and the Nubian C group.
They putting the A and they started. I mean, modern. They're saying that the A and B are pretty much the same, and the C group has a distinction based on something.
Because the Nubian C group is when you start to find the genetic drifters of a Nilotic population start to come there. Like if you look up according to Professor Irish, if you look at the dental analysis of Noctiplier, he talks about two distinct groups, and he said the dental analysis matches up with Maasai people. The Maasai people are people in Kenya. The Maasai people are Nilotic people, but they mix with Cushitic people. So that was a great base population example that was used in affinity, meaning similarity, to the population of the Paternal, which shows you that there were distinct groups in Sudan or even in that portion of Africa. You also have something called Jebel Ramallah that was in Upper Egypt. There were a pastoralist group that shared.
My favorite place, Jebel Ramallah.
Right. So if you look up Jebel Ramallah and look up how they describe them, you can see what's going on. I also wanted to say the true African that was classified as African first before the whole continent were Amazigh people or Berber people in Tunis, but people don't talk about that. So we say that the Berber, the light-skinned Berber with the hook nose and oval-shaped face isn't a true African. That's a problem because they were described as being Africans first before the population south of the Sahara. So we shouldn't look at it from a racial lines got to be blurred out.
Talking about by the Romans.
By the Romans. When they came in, the Amazigh was
that's like 3,000 years after the fact, though, ain't it?
He's just trying to tell you what it was.
I'm just trying to, my goal is to kill the racial lines. These people are Africans, regardless of what they look like. Even though everybody's offering a component to the story, it's like the narrative is trying to distort or destroy by calling modern North Africans Arabs, and they're not Arabs. They have old genetic signatures that's been indigenous to Africa. Matter of fact, some of those Eurasians that back migrated into Africa is older than the Native Americans that crossed the land bridge.
MTDNA. That's cool, Ngozi. Check this out, though. You're saying this right here, right? But what about what the people that was actually living in 3,000 years ago? What about what they said? Like you can do the DNA shit all day, right? Hold on, bro. You can do the DNA shit all day, right? That's modern shit. But the people that was actually living there. Hold on. And goes, I'm trying to get this out so I can ask you a question. When they say that they encountered some foreigners, right? I mean, what do they mean by that?
Different culture.
Brother
Different
James,
culture.
When Herodotus went into Egypt in 500 BC and he described populations that was distinct, you got to remember something. I want to say this. The Nubians ran through, or the Sudanese or the Maratic branch of Sudanese people that they classify as Nubian, because that's a very vague term. There is no such thing as Nubian literally, because they didn't call themselves that. Then that region of
I'm out.
what they
Hey, Gozy, keep rocking. Yo, I'm out, man. Chef Corey, I'm out, man. And fuck that
okay.
bitch ass nigga Chef. I mean that bitch ass nigga Chief X. Screaming it. Just for the record. Fuck that.
All right, peace, son.
The classification of Nubian, right? Like when Herodotus went into Egypt in 500 BC or 446 BC, the Nubians or the Maratic subset or a branch of people that was from Sudan already ran through there. So we look at a later timeline when he went there. But let me just say this. When you describe people as brown or dark skinned, again, there were brown and dark skinned people there, but there has always also been some Greeks, I forgot the guy's name. He described the northern Egyptians as looking more similar to the lighter skinned people of northern India, and those in the south were described as looking like populations south of India. So basically, the lighter skinned variant in Egypt was never denied. These people are not a white European type people. They were indigenous to North Africa. So,
okay, now hold up. This person you just said, who did you say, and when did they get there?
When and who get there?
The person that you just mentioned. When did he?
Herodotus went to Egypt around 446 BC or 500 BC. This is before Alexander the Fat conquered Egypt in 332 BC.
Okay, great. So, but you're talking about like about 2,500 years past the origins of the civilization, right?
But so this is the thing, King. We're basing our narrative of what Herodotus described. So Herodotus went to Egypt after the Nubians already had a phase in Egypt. They remember the Sudanese or the Maratic branch, not even all Nubians. I want to be careful with that Nubian term. Those Maratic speakers, they came through Sudan and conquered Egypt or in 700 BC after they took it from the Libyans who were there, because the Libyans was all corrupt at that time. The Sudanese Maratics took it from those people that was from the West, and they ruled for 300 to 200 years. When Herodotus came in at 500 BC, the Nubians already had a phase, or this subset of Nubians already had a phase in Egypt. That's what I'm trying to say. But what I'm saying is that we have to look up the timeline and follow the chronology of what was in Egypt. So here's the thing. We getting caught up in a racial color line. We really can't do that. So even if it was dark-skinned people there, like for example, the Hausa people, the Hausa who's merged with the Fulani, they did not start off as Fulani. Fulani from Tuba, in certain parts of Senegal raided them and conquered them, and later on they merged into Hausa Fulani. But the Hausa have Eurasian DNA. But when you look at these populations of people, or you look at this group, they could be classified as Congoid or black. Black in the sense of Congoid population when we label this banner what we classify as black. Regardless, black in the sense of a social construct standard is based off Congoid populations with a specific type of morphology. The Egyptians, regardless of them being darker skin or lighter skin, in the ancient time, they didn't look at things the way we see it. So in some cases, you can see a dark-skinned Egyptian or whatever, but in morphology, they still would have been more distinct than the black sense of Congoid populations that developed south of the Sahara and equatorial borders. See, this is the thing, Jim.
I don't understand how you said that they didn't understand color when they were doing just that back in their time.
But this is what I'm saying. When you think about a black man based off the social construct that was created in the 16th century, right? You are not talking about darker skinned Somalis, darker skinned Eritreans, darker skinned people from Upper Egypt, darker skinned Northern Sudanese. When people talk about black from a social construct, even though race doesn't exist, I want to kill all that shit. It doesn't. But what I'm saying is when you talk about it from a social construct, they're talking about populations south of the Sahara with specific features, specific mutations, specific morphologies that share affinities amongst one another, even though we can be diverse, because I'm not an Nilotic man. Yet and still I share some affinities with Nilotic people, but I'm not a Nilotic man. I descend from people from Western Central Africa, Niger Congo speakers. You get what I'm trying to say? So those populations will be classified as black. But when you look at these people right here, you look at these people look up Muhammad Ramadan. Look at the Saudi people. Go ahead.
People right there ain't black though.
Ngozi, man. Listen, man, I hear you, bro.
They're not black.
I agree with you. Race.
Hold on, let me just say this one thing. Let me just say this one thing. I'm gonna be quiet. Let me just say this one thing. They are not classified as, but they are Africans. They are North Africans. No, they are not Congoid. They are not European either. They have fair skin. Some of them have brown skin. Some of them have darker skin. But they are not Congoid populations that we descend from directly. And they are not Europeans. They are North African people. We can't say because they look like that they're not African. These people are all Africans we're looking at. And matter of fact, the original people that was classified as Africa in a Roman province, when they came over there, even after the Phoenicians came in with Ditto-Bell in 600 BC before Hannibal was born, the original people that was called that were these type of looking people.
Man,
they wasn't people that looked like Nigerians.
I don't know what's, I mean, like, I just can't agree with that because I'm in America. And I see that these damn Indians ain't nowhere the hell in sight. So you can't tell me that the people can't just move south, move west, and let somebody else, an invading population, take over territory. And see, when you talk about the DNA that they have now is the same as the people that's from those 3 to 9 mummies, I agree, because those are the same invading populations that those people in Kemet was talking about.
But let me just say this, James. Let me just say this, King. The only way it was a major invasion is if it was an invasion by women, because most of the mitochondrial DNA is highly Eurasian. The indigenous, their paternal lines is indigenous to North Africa. It's E3B. So what they got conquered by a bunch of women over and over again, because what it's showing is African men have been screwing Eurasian women for thousands of years. And when you look at North Africa environment, when you look at the human leukoantigens, when you look at, there's a difference between North African climate, the organisms that transports from North Africa to Levant near the Caucasus, that has a continuity compared to populations south of the Sahara that was landlocked. So here's the thing, like, for example, I'm E1B1A. I'm sure you may be E1B1A. I don't know. I'm just saying. Our earliest ancestor paternally comes from a Paleo-North African group of men. That's where E1B1A drifted from. But it went south and mixed with populations that had ghost human populations, early West African hunter-gatherers, and we developed our own human leukoantigens. We developed our own levels of phenotypes, and we have later derived mutations that only belongs to us. But we do share that YAP marker or that PN2 marker with early North Africans that share, but there's been a lot of timeline which separates us, which makes the North African distinct from us and make us sub-Saharan, but that doesn't denounce us from being African. That's like me asking you as a man from India, a Chinese man. Just because, for example,
can you hear me, James?
I can hear.
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Well, somebody was asking me a question.
I was saying that's like me asking you, brother James, is a Chinese man a Hindu man from India? Who introduced Buddhism to the Chinese? Bodhidharma. What was Bodhidharma from? He was from India. But that's because Buddhism comes from populations from Nepal or India. Does that make the people in China the same people? No, it don't, but they're both Asian. But genetically, the Dravidian, the Hindu, they're genetically far from the population in China, but they're all still Asian. That's how I have my level of respect for North Africa.
But they have when you look into the DNA, they have a split that gives them their distinctive look. I have a presentation where they showed the marker where it shows you the Asian component and the Indian component, and they both derive from the Denisovan species, right? So they have a split genetically.
What? The Denisovan.
Yeah, they have a genetic split that they found. I can show it to you or something like that.
But no, they made it. They made it with a Denisovan. But they are Homo sapiens, like
correct.
That
correct.
Come on, yo, don't do
but
that.
See, this is where you have to see. This is where you have to use your own head, because some people just listen to what Europeans say as far as that. But then it's that, like I said, it does not make sense. And maybe Ngozi can help me out one day with the simplified answer as to why some people have non-African DNA and some people don't. You know
well, non-African. Let me just say this: Homo sapiens are naked African apes. That's all of us are, because the species of what we represent happen in Africa. The non-African nomenclature is only based off the non-African mutations that occurred outside of Africa, the way that genes express themselves. Overall, we are 99.9% the same. We're
Okay,
still
so
the
this is what,
same
hold on, so this is what I say, right? So if everything was all 100% at one time and then it left out, and then the only thing we're counting is the mutation, right? That's basically what you're saying. Simplified.
Correct.
The only thing, so when that mutation happens, it happens outside of Africa, right?
Correct.
So you can get some admixture from that DNA, but that admixture is not going to reach South Africa. It's only going to be up there in the Levantian area, unless somebody has a boat to where they can come around to South Africa and intermix with those people. That's why you see people in South Africa with zero European or any other DNA besides that.
James, you got to keep up to date of what's going on, because they found Eurasian DNA in South African Khoisan, primarily the Nama clan, and they got it from pastoralist Cushitic people. And then it's a beautiful article you should read that said light skin and dark skin both evolved in Africa, and it talks about how these pastoralist Cushitic men who got Eurasian DNA from Levantine populations inserted back into Cushitic people, and they gave it to some pastoralist Khoisan groups like the Nama clan. But the only reason why I like a lot of Habesha Ethiopians and some Somali people are not fair skinned completely, because they have other genes that's active to kind of camouflage that alanine from turning to thyrine on chromosome 15, which give them that red brown underhue.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. So you're saying that they got their color from outside DNA? That's what you're saying?
It's two reasons why the Khoisan are that color.
I know why they're that color. I'm just asking you.
I'm gonna answer your question. They leave from the equatorial borders of zone 1 in Africa and they go into zone 2 that's very similar to North Africa. So those brothers had a natural brown skin, probably like my color or Shepton color, naturally. But they started off dark, but they got my color and Shepton color, or the color, or even brother Unc.
Yeah, if you live in South Africa.
Can y'all see my screen?
Okay, it's hard to explain.
All right.
Go ahead. Those people are Africans. They're North Africans. Those are Egyptians. Those are all North African people.
No, these Tunisian right here.
They all African people, beautiful African people. That's
he said they was Africans. It goes, you gotta stop.
These are Tunisians.
Tunisians are Africans.
No, they're still African. Come on, they have African DNA within it. Those are admixed people. Cut it out and go. We know this.
James,
simplified. Those people, I bet you, if you look at their DNA, they're gonna be like 35% African, or 25% African. Then they're gonna have other components.
Brother James,
that's what's gonna happen.
James, is Steph Curry an African?
He's admixed. He's mixed with European and African.
Is he classified as a black man though? Still in North America?
Based on European standards, yes, but I wouldn't consider him an African.
It's Prince of African.
He's an admixed person again.
Okay, but how could we say that if Prince don't have a direct white parent or Steph Curry don't have a direct white parent?
Yeah, he got a parent. Prince. I bet you, if you go 2 or 3 generations outside of what Prince, I bet you his grandmother or his great grandmama's wife. But has to be.
I mean, that really just shows you how slippery the whole term is, right?
What y'all do is y'all accept Europeans' rules on who's black and who's not. I don't do that.
James, you gotta stop that, man.
No, because that's what y'all do.
White people, man. Come on.
Why they not? Watch this. Let me ask you. Why is the person that's 50-50 not white?
Are you black, James?
Look at my picture right there.
Hey, James, are you black?
Look at the picture right there.
I'm asking you a question. Are you black?
Yes, I'm Kim.
All right. So why would you? Okay, who called you that? White people or black people?
My people call me Kim.
Come on, man.
So
my people originated the word black.
That's what we do.
Hey, James, can I ask you a question? Brother James, let me ask you a question. Is Brother Reggie black?
Yes.
Brother Reggie's black, right? Compared to what, according to what you say, right? Is Natural Tahuti black?
No, because the white people told him. Come on, man. Don't blame
I would consider Natural, but I can tell that he has some type of mixture, but I don't know what.
But according to American standards, these people are classified as black.
Yeah, but see that, and I'm glad you said that. It's American standards. Watch this. Just because white people gave a one-drop rule and said that you black based on one drop.
Dang, why do you keep using it?
But
Stop
James,
saying you
listen,
black then.
But James, listen, that's what I'm
God
trying to
damn,
do.
man.
Exactly, Brother Thunder. The whole
It
idea of
goes
race,
by
the whole,
percentage, Thunder.
Brother
You don't
James, Brother
understand.
James,
Stop calling yourself black because you
Brother
know why
James.
white people
I'm
call you black.
92% African.
No,
Thunder. What are you
stop
talking
calling
about?
yourself black.
Brother
I'm
James,
92% African.
Brother
Okay,
James,
fine. But are you black?
If I'm 92% African, what is that?
Are you
James,
black?
listen,
Hold on, there goes. Are you
I've
black?
already answered that question about 3
You are
times
black,
now.
right?
I'm gonna say it again.
Who
Yeah.
told you were black?
My ancestors.
Did your white people call you? Okay, who called them black?
They did.
White people ain't called them black.
No, they called themselves black.
So
No,
it wasn't the
James.
white man's signs, right?
Huh?
It wasn't the white man's
they
signs
came
that
up with
did
that
that,
all
right?
on their own. You don't.
So why do you keep
So
using
let me
the
ask
white?
you: are you familiar with the term Kim?
But Kim only means black in the sense of soil. I don't know if it
No, it
regards
don't.
Kim.
It means Kim in the source of people as well.
So James, let me ask you a question. Kane.
Nigga, that's in
When
Egypt.
when your ancestors was in tropical Western Central Africa,
Man, you think they would call themselves Kim?
They had ethnic groups where you come from or where we come from. We were Yoruba, we were Igbo, we were Ajah, we were
But the
Assam.
problem with West Africa is we don't have a writing system to know what they was calling themselves.
It doesn't. Here's the thing, though, King. It doesn't matter if they had a right. You have ancestors of people that's still there that can tell you their story. You wasn't called black until the European called you black. No one was calling themselves that in zones that we come from at first. We are trying to
hold on. So when somebody uses a word like desert, and then we use the modern term desert, we can't use that and say that derives from that. We can't do that.
I'm gonna let Brother Thunder go and I'm gonna go.
Can you see my screen?
Right, I see it.
This is Tunisian, right? My heritage,
right.
Tunisia, 75% North African.
That's right.
Go back.
Oh, my bad. It went down. Hold on.
That's you though. I don't have the same genetics makeup as you got.
Who? That ain't me.
Oh, I thought you said that was your DNA.
No, I says Tunisian.
What about it?
All right. So what Ngozi is saying, and of course I hate all this. Well, he's saying that they are Africans, right? And that's whatever, man. But to me, yeah, when I'm looking at these Tunisians, we just saw the Tunisian. Hold on, it's going. Hold on.
What's going on?
When
I just see a globe.
Just relax. It's going.
Okay.
I can't fast forward it. All right, boom. All right. So 75% North African, 13%. What is that? What is that? Eber? I don't even know what that is. We got 5% Balkan, 3% Nigerian.
Eber is Iberian Peninsula from Spain.
That's what?
That's Iberian Peninsula from Spain and Portugal.
Spain, okay. So we got 75. All right. Now that made more sense. We got 75% North African, 14% Spanish, 5% Balkan. So we just said 75% North African, 25%, roughly 25% European. We're Jewish Ashkenaz. Okay, that's a Jewish, right? Jewish.
Correct.
Right? So I mean, are they considered North Africans? Yeah, man.
Who? Yes, they have a bracket and category in DNA which labels these people North African, and they are distinct from populations south of the Sahara. They're the brown race, and the brown race can range from brown to light
same
olive.
as the people up north, though.
Yes, they are, but they're slightly distinct because if a person directly from the Iberian Peninsula take a DNA test, even though they share a lot of affinity that's close, he's still distinct from the fixed population in North Africa. You get what I'm trying to say? They're all a fixed population. It's the distinction, but they're all part of that Mediterranean population. But their distinction, as you can see, because they separated Iberian Peninsula and indigenous North Africa, which shows that even though they're shared components in this Mediterranean border, there's still distinction. So what I'm trying to say is that when we talk about the brown race, we're talking about people that can range from dark brown to light olive, intermediate brown, that Mediterranean, what they classify as the intermediate olive skin tone color, which can range.
See that? Y'all see that?
Hold on, let me see.
Yes, that's North Africa.
All right, so this Mauritania.
They're
saying it's 90% North African. I don't like that, man. I don't like it, bro. I don't like it because when I'm looking at these people, they ain't no Africans, man.
But
Right.
let me
Let me pull up something for you. Let me share my
screen.
screen real quick, Thunder, so I can show you something. I'm gonna show you my DNA, my personal DNA.
Hey, while you doing that, can I ask Thunder to do something while you're doing it? So, Thunder, what I want you to do is let's do this. Because we all scientifically literate. I want to look up the Adam and Eve people in India so we can understand convergent evolution and climate and how selective pressures work to show you how tricky shit get. This is going to kill the idea of race. But go ahead.
But look, okay, you see this map?
I'm not talking about race. I'm just saying.
Hold on, I just
I'm
want to
looking
show
at
you
the people.
something, Thunder. You see this map?
Yes, I see it. You are hold up.
You see right there in North Africa, what we call the sub-Saharan. I have zero DNA all the way from. I don't have no Arabs. Correct. I don't have none of that shit in my DNA.
Of course you don't.
Correct.
But hold up, you see right there where it says Sudan?
Yes.
Right. That I have that in my DNA. That's
okay. Now let me read you.
So what I'm asking, if these people are North, if they are Africans, why don't have any of their DNA in me? Zero.
No, you don't have that portion of Africa DNA. You have mainly. I'm trying to explain it to you. Listen, you don't have that portion of African DNA. You are mainly sub-Saharan African. You have mostly sub-Saharan African DNA. I'm looking at it. This is what your DNA say.
But you said everybody was mixed, though.
No. Listen to me, brother. Even amongst your sub-Saharan African at 91.8%, and you're highly African, my brother, you come from distinct groups. So here's the thing: there's a distinction even amongst sub-Saharan Africa. So this is what it says. It says West African, 70.2%. Nigerian, 32.2%. Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, 23.9%. Senegambia, 3.6%. Broadly West African, meaning it could come from anywhere in West Africa, 10.5%. There's a distinction even amongst these regions, yet still you all share the border of tropical sub-Saharan Africa, but you come from multiple ethnic groups from sub-Saharan West Africa. Then it says Angola, Congolese, which is Central Africa, 17%. That's your Bantu-speaking ancestors. So you come from Volta Congo ancestors, Bantu-speaking ancestors. Then it says Southern East Africa, 0.8%. Broadly Congolese and Southern East Africa, which is another set of Bantus, 1.5%. African hunter-gatherers, which is probably similar to Khoisan type. You come from that. Then you have the European component, which is part of the African North American Creole story. That's what we are. We all going to have some Northwestern European in us. And then you got indigenous Native American. So ethnically, you are African North American Creole, and you mainly come from multiple countries in Southwest and Central Africa, different ethnic groups, but you're still mainly Sub-Saharan African as a whole. You are distinct from population in North Africa, which has their own bracket. You get what I'm saying? That's distinct from population south of the Sahara.
But what I'm trying to interject here, Ngozi, if I thought that these people that came in from the Levant was mixed up with these Africans down here, why wouldn't that DNA be all the way down to South Africa?
Because here's the thing. Now you have to put your DNA results in JED match, because some of those populations in sub-Saharan, not like, for example, the Khoisan got some DNA from Cushitic people who had something that was shared with Libertine pastoralists. It wasn't really Natufians. It was the pre-Proto-Neolithic A, B, and C group of a pre-Proto-Neolithic B group. They were related to the Natufians, but they were mostly pastoralist groups. The Natufians were agriculturalists, but they even shared a cup ancestry with early North Africans that split, that was isolated from other populations, even before the Cambrian population. So you got to be very careful. Now, here's the thing. North Africa, 18,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, they shared affinity and morphology, but they were darker skin than the population that came in from those Anatolian farmers that gave them the light skin on chromosome 15, 5,300 years ago. But not all of them happened. Not all of them got hit. So they developed more of a swathier brown skin, and some of them can be extremely light, but they're still Africans. You get what I'm trying to say?
I don't know. You know, you kind of lose me. You kind of talk fast or whatever.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's have Thunder do this, if Thunder can, if you don't mind.
No, he's sharing. Let him share. Yeah, you right there.
Okay. So what you see, brother James, you are mainly Sub-Saharan African, mainly
91.8%.
Yes,
you got watch this, and then you got 2% unassigned, which is ghost DNA. But what I do is I add that 2% to the African. I don't add it to the
and that's, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But what I'm trying to say is when you look at your African, which you are mainly Sub-Saharan African, you come from multiple ethnic groups of sub-Saharan Africa. You come from Nigerians, you come from Mandinka people from Sierra Leone and Ghana, you come from probably some Fulani and Wolof people that were kidnapped. That represents the creolization of the African North American man. That's our story. You don't come from one region. You come from multiple regions.
I already got that, but what I'm trying to say, what I'm asking you here, which you still kind of seem to be avoiding, is you said that these people from the Levant came in and they were mixing with everybody in this area.
They didn't mix
all the way across to Morocco.
They didn't mix with
I'm just asking you, why is that DNA not in my personal? Let me ask you, do you have this DNA from North Africa and you?
I'm 5% North African because my mother's Fulani, but I'm not going to say I'm North African. I'm 5% North African. I'm sure my mother's higher, so it makes sense to have it.
Okay. Yeah, but see what I'm saying is everybody, when I look at stuff like this and people tell me that everybody's mixed up, I don't understand why I don't have any of this Arab
but
DNA.
You gotta be okay.
DNA
James, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. The Yoruba, they found 7.8% Levantine North African DNA in a Yoruba at 7.8%. So what I'm trying to say is, for example, if a Somali takes this DNA test, right? You can look this up yourself. Type up Somali DNA test on 23andMe. It's going to say 98% Sub-Saharan East African. With 23andMe, it shows regional populations. It doesn't go back further in time. If you want to go back further in time, you have to use GEDmatch. Or that takes it further back in time to show the percentage of you that comes from the ancient or more older population. This is just vague. So autosomally, 23andMe goes back 500 years. Ancestry DNA go back probably 800 to 1,000 years. That's based off the region and national population today. If you want to go further back in time, take your raw data, download it, and put it in GEDmatch, and it breaks down the populations or the samples. You got Ethiohelix, you got the French thing on there. You use that to go further back in time. That just tells you surface DNA story when you take these little commercial DNA tests.
So, like, for example, so basically, this is what they always do. Like, you take a DNA test and they'll tell you this is the wrong one, or this one is just some basic.
No, you're not. No, it's not. No,
I'm
it's
just
not
saying
wrong.
I'm just letting you know that this is how it always turns out. Like, no, even in this report, it'll say that I'm DNA relative to some pharaoh, right? But then people say, no, that ain't what it means. You see what I'm saying?
No, you share again. Remember, our Y chromosome came from Paleo North African men. So we share. If Ramesses III was E1B1A or EB38, I'm just saying, because there are certain companies saying he probably was EP147. Different.
So here it is, right here. Paternal haplogroup.
Right. But
watch
E1B.
This. When I click this, it's gonna say Ramesses III is my DNA relative.
You got the same Y
chromosome. Personal. See right here. This is what it says. So this is what he said that Pharaoh Ramesses III defended Egypt, and it's going to say something about at the end of it, it's going to say the paternal. It says you and this person share a paternal line, and it's going to say, I think it's
EB38.
EB38. Right. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So what is this a lie?
But no, look at what it says.
No. Hold on. I just need to. Is it true or is it false?
James, read all that. What does it say? Let me see. Hold on. It says you and Ramesses III share ancient pattern line ancestors who probably lived in North Africa or Western Asia. So what I'm trying to say is that E1B1A that we have is not from Sub-Saharan Africa. It was inserted from Paleo North African men a very long time ago. And we share that line with those same North African men and some layers that drifted off into or stayed in those borders of Africa. What me and you have, because me and you got the same Y chromosome. We're EP252, aka E1B1A7A. That Y chromosome is mainly found highly in Yoruba men and some Bimileke people. We have a later downstream mutation of E1B1A that's shared with a Paleo North African population, and some of those populations became what Ramesses III was if he was E1B1A. That's all that's being said. So Y chromosome only makes up less than 1% of your DNA. And we share that deep ancestral line with some of those North Africans who had an earlier split. But what me and you have is a later derived mutation. EP252, in the sense of mutation under EM2, which comes from the later upgrade when you go up to upstream of EB38, is probably only 6,000 years old, which shows that our early paternal line came from ancient Paleo North African men that inserted south, and a population of people that they came from were called the Kefians, who were related to those same Ibero-Maurutians. And
so hold on, let me ask you, slow down. So where would that be on that map that I just showed you, where it showed my personal DNA? Where would that be located?
That's your paternal haplogroup. That's your Y chromosome.
Oh, no. I'm talking about on the map that I was showing. Where would that DNA be? What area would that be in?
EB38 or E1B1A before the M2 mutation happened probably in Northeast Africa, in between the northern portions of Eritrea, Upper Egypt, or probably across that eastern border of Libyan belt before it crossed through the Sahel and went through.
So you going above what the map showing my personal DNA? You saying that comes from up that way, like Libya or something?
No.
See, you see what I'm saying? Like if you look on this map, it says I have 0 of this northern part of the DNA. So where are you saying it comes from? The Horn of Africa? Where are you saying?
So E1B1A is postulated to possibly come from Northeast Africa, near the Horn of Africa, near the highlands of Ethiopia. Some say Upper Egypt, near in between Upper Egypt. That's where it came from a long time ago. You're talking about 42,000 years ago when EB38 first formed. Okay. That's E1B1A. It's split from EP2. But your mutation is very late, because Kepian men who were in the early Green Sahara, who were related to the Ibero-Maurutians, who crossed through Jabero or Niger, inserted south of the Sahara and mixed with those ghost populations and hunter-gatherers. So our Y chromosome come from Paleo-North African men, but our mutations come from indigenous populations, or it mutated in those indigenous regions. What me and you have is later downstream mutations of E1B1A. We don't have the oldest cluster of E1B1A.
Okay, so bam, so peep this out. So when people say we not related to the Egyptians, right? And then I pull that up. Am I wrong for doing that?
No, you're not wrong, because that's why I say North Africans are our cousins in certain layers of our DNA. Even those lighter skin, it's not a skin thing. I won't like.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to be simple here and goes. What I'm asking, just simplify this for me. What I'm saying is, what I just showed you is that Ramesses III is supposed to be some kin to me, right? Later, from far, I don't give a fuck if it's a million years ago. But they found that shit, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So when somebody say we not relating to the Egyptians, and I show them that, am I wrong?
No, you're not, because you.
Or should I just be saying I am?
No. You and Ramesses, me and Ramesses, and all of us is E1B1A share.
Yeah, hold on. So should I just say I am, and I just can't say the totality of us is, or should I say we are? What should I say?
Most West
I just want to be politically correct.
Most West Africans and African Americans who are E1B1A share a deep ancestral lineage with who Ramesses III was paternally as men, and that comes from those early Paleo North Africans.
So, let me try to. I'm trying to get you here. Trying to get you here to go. So, are we related to the Egyptians in any way?
Through the YAP positive, the yes associate protein of E, yes. The ALU, they talk about the ALU protein.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So
did you hear that thunder?
But hold on. Did
you hear that thunder? Let me hold on. We need thunder. Oh, thunder and bounce. He didn't dip that out on us. That's terrible.
Man, it's a beautiful thing, bro. We're cousins. My North African lighter brown skinned brothers are still my cousins. They can be irritating, but they my African brothers. I don't care what they look like. I'm not racist, bro. I mean, some of the
racial construct is something that I think the cat's out the bag on that. I don't know why y'all keep trying to say we not and they not, and that's just what it is. When they seen the Hyksos, they identified them as people that not of them.
But James, they've been breeding those men in North Africa.
I get that. That's how you get the Ethiopian. Those are admixed. And see,
James, let me ask you a question. When you look at Drake, right? Let's just postulate that Drake Y chromosome is E1B1A, right? Mm-hmm. And Drake mother's Jewish and his father's African American, and then he got a son now by that lady from, I think she's from France. Mm-hmm. Look at how his son look, and imagine if that boy turned around and had sex with another white woman.
Yeah, he's breeding himself out of the African stock.
But if he keep giving birth to boys, that paternal marker is still going to be consistent. He will look nothing like his greatest grandfather that he came from down the line. You get what I'm trying to say? Like if you look at Drake's father, and you go further down the line, Drake's father would have got, if down the line they get dark, if he's E1B1A, we look nothing like the predecessors that we came from paternally. You do, because you're highly sub-Saharan African. I mean, you can go back home and go in any of those countries. But some of us, because of certain changes. But what I'm saying is let's say that Drake's son carries that Y chromosome, give it to another French woman, and give birth to a boy. And you can see a whole autosomal change within the last 300 to 200 years.
Exactly. I know about that. Definitely. If you continue to breed with something, you're going to actually morph into that particular thing with your breed.
But that Y chromosome, because sex chromosomes don't recombine, especially the haplogroup, because it don't recombine, that Y chromosome will still be consistent and still be concentrated or still have a source base with some Niger Congo man. But you may look nothing like that person. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Mo, you trying to get in?
I mean, I am. I mean, I kind of then got moved off my little spot a little bit, just a little bit. But I mean, like my main question is, so okay. So now that I feel like we do all of this work to finally establish that the Egyptians is African and not Black. But my question would be like, in what way does that move the needle, like at all? Like, what have we actually accomplished by relating the Egyptians to Africans? Or better, I got a better question. Like, what have we actually taken away from white people by saying the ancient Egyptians is African? Like, what are we saying that for? That's why I'll throw my little 2 cents in.
Well, more, I'm gonna answer this question if you guys allow me to, right? Because I don't know everything. We all learn from each other. We one mind. That's what I love about all of us. But let me just say this. I admire Egypt because Egypt is classical African civilization to me. Just like the saying, I keep saying the same thing, just the same way the British admires Greece and Rome. They're not the same people, but they admire that as classical European civilization. They're the forefathers of Western civilization. So regardless of what these people look like, Egypt is part of classical African civilization. When the Amazigh or the Moors, the Ripian Berbers or Amazigh people conquered Spain during the Arab Crusades or whatever in 711 AD, that's a banner of African accomplishment. Even though it was destructive, those North African men put in work up there. So it makes sense that people will honor that. You got to understand our story in North America. We were people that were kidnapped from multiple populations in West and Central Africa. We were stripped from our fucking identity. And the first thing that we learn about Africa comes from the fucking Bible when we learn about this mythical character named Ham in Egypt. And we wasn't scientifically literate. So the first thing we think of, because Egypt is a shared continent with people that we descend from, we look at them people as being us. We're just learning the diversity of Africa and the differences of Africa. So Egypt played a role building the self-esteem of African Americans, even if it was pseudo, or we was unaware of the direct people. It helped build character. So it gave us great people, even if they exaggerated truth. It gave us character when niggas start calling themselves Moors. That shit made some Black men in the 1920s knock the fuck out of white people when they thought that they was great like that, because it's a placebo effect. But as time go on, we're learning that Africa isn't all Black, or what they classify as Black as people say they are. When we start learning about the diversity of Africa, now we're getting into the field of science, right? Because I'm not going to call a light-skinned Egyptian a European either. I classify them as brown people. And in skin tone, some of them niggas is dark, some of them niggas is light. The darker population, if they come to North America, even if they're not sub-Saharan Africa, a motherfucker still classify the motherfuckers as Black. You got some lighter skinned some North African Egyptians that's Coptics, they got big noses, protruding mandibular, a skull shaped similar to Congo, even if it's, and they'll be classified as a light-skinned nigga in North America. So what I'm saying is that, but that's not the truth. That's why race has to be destroyed. African is an African. We have to accept the diversity of Africa. So now we at this point, going backwards and forth with everybody, learning the difference of Africa. And this is part of scientific scholastics. This is a direction that we're going in. So I wouldn't call a lighter skinned North African non-African. So I think that it helps help our self-esteem. Also, it helps us understand the diversity and certain mutations in humanity. All this shit is part of building our character. So for me, I look at Egypt as classical African civilization, even though I'm not those people. But I admire those people for the greatness of what they did.
So I feel all that. So I mean, look, can I break that down? Am I saying it too simple by saying that you actually like you looking for the placebo effect? Like you're not even necessarily looking for is Africa Black anymore? Like you actually testing the placebo effect now. If I'm hearing you right.
No. I'm not.
Say that you already understand that all them premises have been, at least updated at the very least, right? So if all of it's been updated, right, then we having the conversation, at the forefront of it as best as we can, right? I know I'm an amateur for sure. But what I'm saying is, like, if that's what we're doing, then we We can blame it.
We out of the placebo effect because we understand the diversity of Africa. Here's the thing. Like I'm African North American Creole. You African North American Creole. And if you're from other parts of the Caribbean, we're all Western Sudanic Creole people because
slow that down right there and goes, because you keep saying that. We Creole. What do you mean? What do you mean when you interject that word Creole?
Well, we come from a hybrid cultural society, European, African, and all the components that makes up the New World, right? We know North America, in the sense of based off what we understand, was established in 1776, and we all make up that thing. We have our own vernacular of English, AABE, African American Vernacular English, which forms into Ebonic. Even though it's part of the Indo-European language phylum, the tone and tonal is based off certain African components that was given to it. It's just like a Haitian Creole or the Creoles in Trinidad. We're part of that creolization of the New World. Even though you're highly African, culturally, you have a new culture that was formed, the African American culture, with a strong African component and European elements that was given to you, even if you're genetically highly African. So you're still African, but you're African North American Creole. You have an ethnic group. Your nationality is American, but ethnically you're African American only in America. Outside of that, motherfuckers just gonna see you as American totally. You get what I'm saying? So we're African North American Creole people because of our situation and because of the hybrid cultural society that we develop in. It's multiple components that makes up who we are. That's the creolization of the African American, regardless if you're a Louisiana Creole, that false idea of Creole, or the Gullah Geechee Creole, you know what I'm saying, which carry a lot of the ancient traditional customs of the African. But we are African North American Creole people. That's what we are. And we come from multiple groups in West and Central Africa. We don't have a consistent line. And that's what makes us us. So I can't say because I share Y chromosome with Yoruba man, I'm Yoruba, because I'm not. I can't say because my mother's Fulani that I'm Fulani, because in the Fulani culture, they're patrilineal. That's just part of the component that's largely recent. I'm an African American. I'm African North American Creole. That's just part of my story. I can speak Fula, but I'm not gonna run around here saying, oh, I'm Fulani. I mean, to them, some of my uncles can say that, but they're patrilineal because they practice Islam. I'm African North American Creole. I have multiple components in me that makes up my story, and I love it all. That's what I mean by African North American Creole. That's what we are via African American.
Right.
And it's a beautiful thing, bro, because the West African helped build a new world.
But basically, that's just a term that you use personally, right?
Yeah, that's just me, and that's just what we see based off how we form.
Yeah, because I've never heard anybody say that we're Creole. I'm in the South here, right? And we only use Creole to identify people that are mixed.
That's a non-scientific term.
Well, Haitian.
No, I'm just trying to clarify here from a whole standpoint of how we've seen it in the South.
Yeah, because you are within this country, and when we think about Creole, we think about light-skinned niggas that's from Louisiana. But the whole story of what we are from a larger scale, we're Creole. Like, for example, when a lot of the Africans went back from Texas, because I think you're from Texas, them people was classified as Mendi Creole. When the Portuguese invaded Angola, they have a creolization that went on because they mixed with populations that was outside of the continent, whether it's culturally or genetically. So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying we're Louisiana Creole, some of us are, but we are fully Creole because of the hybridization that occurred amongst our culture and identity. That's what I mean when you look up the creolization of Creole. You speak an Indo-European language, but you have a specific African-American vernacular that belongs to you, which forms you within that creolization of your story. We're all Creole, but only in North America, because we are living amongst one another. What's black is a motherfucker that look like Wesley Snipes and niggas that look like Drake from Louisiana. That's the surface Creole that people think of. But overall, we all Creole. You get what I'm saying? We are. Whether it's genetically or a hybrid culture that we form in this new world.
If by you saying Creole, by you just meaning that we all mixed up a little bit, I agree with that. If that's what you mean when you say
we mix
all
a little bit, and also our culture is mixed because the culture that we formed when we were stripped from our identity, we have a large component that comes from European, and we also maintain a lot of culture from our indigenous African ancestors. It was fused together. And we also develop our own vernacular and our own way of doing things. We don't do things as Yoruba no more. A lot of us have to repatriate back into those ethnic groups in order to learn about that shit again. We have our own thing that we formed in the new world. Remember, the African played a role in helping establish America, especially the America that we see that was established after 1776. You did that. So with that being said, you have a new culture, a new identity. We are really like a new people with old genetics, but we are a new people of the new world. Just like the white man is a new person of the new world that was established in 1776 from the kidnapped Western Central Africans and the Europeans. And our culture it's a hybrid culture. You look at the soul food, you look at the certain things that we do. It's a lot of elements that's a mixture, whether we're genetically highly mixed or culturally mixed. We're definitely culturally mixed fully. Especially
okay, like when you looking at that map that I show with my personal DNA, right? I just want to ask the questions because y'all keep throwing up everybody's mix. Now I understand that you have mixture on the continent, right? That's all cool. But I noticed, like I said, when I'm looking at my own stuff, that the North Africa is totally absent from my personal DNA. And so what I have to do, I have to subsuppose and look at why is that possible? How is that possible? And then I look at the admixture that I do have, right? And when I look at the admixture that I do have, which is 5% European, and then I have a 2%, I have 2% Native American. Would you say, which this is my conclusion already, I already know the answer to this, but what I'm saying is the only reason that I get this European DNA and the only reason that I get this Native American DNA is through the transatlantic slave trade. And had that not happened, then I would be 100% sub-Saharan African, be it though it would be admixture just solely on the continent. So would I be wrong in subsupposing that? And I'll pull that map back up so people can see what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
If you would never strip from
if I never left the continent,
I want to ask you a question. If you were never taken from continent of Africa, you would probably have one main line that you descend from, not multiple lines in sub-Saharan Africa. You come from multiple ethnic groups in multiple regions from Western Central Africa, from all the populations that they took from
Hold on. I'm gonna push back on that now, Ngozi, because you said that people are migrating and they're getting DNA from each other that. So how is the North Africans migrating into Egypt? But then you telling me that I would have just had one clad had I stayed in Africa. I would have just been Nigerian.
Let me give you an example. Your Y chromosome is shared with Yoruba men, EP252. Most people in southwestern Nigeria share a lot of genetic affinity with people in Benin. They're closer, right? Like a Fanti person may be closer to a Yoruba. You also have Yoruba in Benin, but they have a lot. That southwestern portion of Nigeria is very close compared to the population in southeastern Nigeria, like the Igbos, who share some border genetic affinities with people in Cameroon. So here's the thing. A Wolof man is not the same thing as a Yoruba man. Even though they share genetic affinities close because they all are sub-Saharan Africans, there's still a distinction amongst them. Your Y chromosome came from men who were that shared with Yoruba men, right? Highly. But that Y chromosome went through a lot of different multiple sub-Saharan African groups. So if you were never taken from those multiple lines and you maintain that paternal line, you would have still been a Yoruba man somewhere and probably had some affinity just mainly southwestern Nigeria.
That ain't right. Because
it is.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you why that ain't right. I'm going to show you exactly why this is not what you saying. It does not make sense. Because this migration happens over like hundreds of thousands of years. Oh, let me show the map here. See this? When you start breaking this down, it says that the A haplogroup is 275,000 years ago.
That's A00.
Hold up, they show you the A, and that's in what is that? The Great Lakes region of Africa?
Correct.
So bam, I was over there for 275. So watch this. Then
Hold on.
James,
let me add on. Like every time I'm not trying to cut your wisdom, I want to tell you something. So that A00 that you were 275,000 years ago was what every human was.
Okay, I got that. Okay, I got that. Hold on. I know that. That's the nucleus, right? That's where everybody comes from. I got that. But bam, watch this. Watch this. In 75,000 years later, the marker turns to DE and it moves up the Nile. Back kind of like it starts to go up the Nile. Hold on. And then it moves to EMC and it moves up the Nile. Then it goes to West Africa. So I would have had all of this. This is over hundreds of thousands of years.
So I
would have all of this regardless of what you're talking about.
So let me go back. Let me go back.
It's a multitude within inside the continent.
Hold on. Let me explain something to you.
Okay.
That's talking about your paternal line and the directions that you went through before you became who you are. So here's the thing. Let's go back. Paternally, all people come from that A marker, A00. So you developed that. Remember, I said E developed somewhere in Northeast Africa, in between Egypt or the highlands of Ethiopia, right there, right?
What are you talking about? The EM696?
EM96. After DE, you got CTM168. CTM168, which they classify as Eurasian atom, mutated into DE somewhere in Northeast Africa. EM96 goes up a little bit north, and it crosses into multiple directions. So that EM96 peeled off and gave rise to what? EP147. EP147 forms into EP177. Your mutation starts at EB38, which is early Paleo North African man, right? It's in the Sahel portion of North Africa. But later on, when you become your later downstream mutation, if you follow your downstream mutation, because it's giving you the mutations, later on, go all the way down. You start to see when you become who you are, all the way into EP252, right there.
Right.
And read what it says.
This is today you share haplogroups with all the men, who are paternal line descendant in the common ancestry of EP252, including other. But see, that's what I'm saying, though. Only reason why I'm interjecting this is because I'm showing you that I would have had all of this stuff regardless, because this, with that last era that's showing me leaving out of Africa, I guess around 12,000. Well, we got. I think we got to. We got the east. We got the east. We got the West Africa around. I guess. What marker would that be? The EM69, they're showing that going that way, right?
Right.
But they also show arrows going down south as well, which is what I have Congolese.
And the ones that went down south is part of the Bantu expansion. When EB38 mutates into EM2 somewhere in the early Green Sahara 19,000 years ago, you have other downstream mutations that occur. So when they go further south, that's when those Volta Congo people start to form.
But what I'm saying, it goes is all of this is encompassing of my DNA. So yeah, because they're not just. I know they're not saying that they, when they put that purple and they mark it and say that I have some DNA in all of these particular areas. So this does not start in 5,000 years.
That's why I tried to tell you. That's why I want you to listen to me.
Okay.
Your paternal line comes from Paleo North African men who mixed with populations of people that was already in tropical West and Central Africa with ghost population genes. You are a mixture of all that. Later on, the ethnic groups form. So, for example, if you go back on that map, let's go back on that map on your phylogenetic tree, right?
No, I went to the maternal line.
No, go back to E right quick, though, King. Go back to your E. Let me show you a trick. So if a North African man was to take this DNA test and he was, let's say, EM81 or EM78.
Slow down. What do you mean by North African man? You mean
if a
north of Sudan or something?
No, I'm talking about a Tunisian Berber, a modern Egyptian, a Moroccan man. If he took the same DNA test, right, and he followed his phylogenetic tree, it's going to start off as A, because all humans come from that. Then it's going to go to that EM96. It's going to go up to that EM96, right? But then it's going to show his variant of E, which is EM215, went further north towards the Mediterranean borders of North Africa. And then
my people broke left. They didn't go north.
No, your people stayed in the center and through the Sahel. And then later on, they went south and inserted with the population that was already wandering around. They E kept going north. So when they E keep going north, it goes from EM215 for them, which is E1B1B, which splits from EP2, and then it goes into EM35, and then EM35 mutates to somewhere between the further northern portion of Sudan or Upper Egypt near Luxor, and to this EV65, which formed into EM78. And then later on, EM7, it also has a brother that peels off, because one branch of EM35 gives rise to EZA27. That EZA27 goes near the tip of Gaza and going to the Levant later on, and mixed with those populations that left out of Africa much earlier, which would be classified as those basal Eurasians, forming into the Cambrians, and after the Cambrians, the Natufians. So our E's went into multiple directions and went through its own multiple mutations. Yet we are all still positive. But we mixed with different groups of people, which gave us our own base population that could be used. So we become distinct, not to mention the desertification of the Holocene Glacier period. Isolate populations, groups was landlocked, not to mention if we deal with convergent evolution, if you look at those people in the Andaman Islands who went through tropical adaptations, they look like populations just south of the Sahara. But when you go into them genetically, they're far from Africans. That's when you start getting into polytypicity or convergent evolution. We have to apply those same rules and the scientific mechanisms of understanding selective pressures. And we have to apply those same rules for North Africa, especially near the Mediterranean, where climate is very similar to Southern Europe and the Near East. And organisms from those regions have been sharing genetic affinities for over 23,000 years. So it makes sense that they will be closer to those populations, yet and still distinct amongst themselves. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I wish you could have simplified that, but yeah, man, it's been a good build. I don't know. I guess
well, we gonna go further. I know you probably don't agree, my brother, and that's fine. You my brother, you my African brother.
Yeah. We're gonna definitely, I mean, but as long as we disagree respectfully, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, I ain't start calling you no bitches
James,
and hoes.
Brother James,
We're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? We just having a conversation.
Absolutely. And Brother James, I love my people, whether we have our own views or whatever. At the end of the day, we all trying to make the best of our existence and use this to do whatever to help form us. So my thing is that we don't even have to agree with each other, but we stand on the same thing. I identify as a Black African. Right. I still identify as a Black African. And I still respect Egypt, regardless if them niggas was the brown race or the Mediterranean race, they were still North Africans. And I respect my Berber brothers, because all Berbers not on bullshit, and all Egyptians aren't on bullshit. I know Coptic people that love embracing Africa. Different people got different agendas, bro. That's all I wanted to share.
Right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and slide out, but man, I put some links off in the chat, but you may have already wait. I know you pretty
yeah. I'm gonna get off there. I'm gonna read the chat a little bit before you shut it down. I just want to see, and then we gonna build tomorrow whenever, King.
Right on. Mo, you got anything to say or anything like that? Mo done bounced down on.
Nah, man, I'm here. I got something I just feel like I be trying to go over, but I mean, I know it's a difficult like question to really answer, man, but I mean, we kind of touch on it all the time, but it's something that, it's just tough to really nail it down, man. I mean, what are we talking about when we talking about Black in Africa? Like it seems so shifty, but I just got something that I kind of want to show, so we can actually get some I guess some aware. I'm trying to get my information from, so I can have a source one time, and we can go back and forth about what it's talking about.
You got would you finna screen share?
I didn't know. I thought y'all was gonna shut it down, man. But I know it's kind of late.
I mean, if you got something you want to share real quick, I mean,
that might be something for another time. It's about 20 minutes long. So.
Oh wow. Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna slide out on that. But I don't know if you're gonna be able to ever present it if you don't do it now, because when they get on here, it's gonna be a bunch of.
That's all I can do is try.
Yeah. But what is it pertaining to? Like, what are you?
I mean, it's really it's pertaining to Black in Egypt, right? So I feel like I have the professors basically saying on camera, you know what I'm saying, that their intentions for Blackology, Black psychology, Black Afrocentric, or however you want to cut it and slice it, is that they weren't really necessarily trying to be 100% accurate. I mean, of course, you kind of touched on it when you said it, and goes, it's a feel good kind of thing. Mary Lefkowitz kind of touches on it when she says it's a what does she call it? Insane therapy, right? Like it's a crazy ass therapy that we done came up for our situation, but it's not even like remotely close to a solution by any means, right? But it is something that we just we toss back and forth as an idea, but it's not scientifically based. Like, it's not scientifically accurate. Not to mention that, but the video is what in the 1983 or something like that.
Okay, what's not scientifically accurate? What are you talking about?
Calling Egypt Black? That's not accurate. You can't say that. You wouldn't catch none of them, none of the people that we consider real experts saying that, right? And what I'm saying is, I got the doctors right there on the camera talking about they know how problematic it is to be calling what they do Black, but they do.
Yeah, well, that's right? One thing that I noticed.
So that really says what it says a lot about what they're trying to accomplish. It doesn't necessarily say that they're bad people, right? But it definitely says that their intentions are not to be historically accurate. right? So so the fact that we're trying to debate how accurate it is today, when we, you know what I'm saying, we're still trying to go against, is there some accuracy to it when they knew it was inaccurate in 1980 something?
Wait, who knew it wasn't accurate? Who are you talking about?
This, and specifically, the people that are talking is Dr. Wade Nobles and Naeem Akbar. That's who's specifically talking. But what I'm saying is, if they're talking and they're, if you listen to the whole conversation, they're basically giving you privilege to the entire back.
You know what? Hold on, Mo. Hold on, Mo. Before you leave up out of here, can you put that link in the back chat right here? Can you do that?
I'll throw the link in the back chat.
Yeah. So let me peep. So before let me peep out what you talking about.
Sure.
So hold up, brother Reggie finna slide back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Reggie? Hello? I thought I let him in. Brother Reggie, is you there? I hear that me.
Let me throw it in the back chat, man. Just in case.
Hey, brother Reggie, if you listen, I tried to add you in. I don't know what happened. I hit admit. Did you see that? When brother Reggie was trying to get back in? If you listen to brother Reggie, try that again and I'll see if I could try to get you in. I don't know why it did that. I hit admit. Yeah, but see, for me, Mo, this what's going on right now. They always try to say we what you call it, but you got to remember that once upon a time we come from people who had no history, or so that's what the European told us. So we've been fighting to establish an African origins of history from that point on, right? So we have brothers like and elders and ancestors like Diop, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. Maybe they did get some things wrong, but I don't think that they got the chronology of African history wrong. It's the civilization is the African civilization in its inception, based on all the archaeology and everything that you see. So even when the locale of where the civilization is, the nucleus of it is in southern Kemet, and what you have to understand, or what we call in southern Egypt, northern Sudan. But what you got to understand is that it's a lot of attempts to erase certain parts of our history so that we wouldn't be able to find it. So when you start to look into like the Nubian history or something like that, you're gonna find that they're gonna say, well, a lot of that's inconclusive. Why? They're doing that because they said that the Nubian civilization wasn't nothing to study. That's what they say. Okay, what is that right there? 2 people entered the waiting room. View. Okay, now how do I get them in here? Okay, add. I added brother Reggie just now. Okay, there you go. Now you in here 2 times. So what do I do? Brother Reggie? Damn, that's 2 Reggies. What's going on?
Yeah, I try to get on my phone. So
kind of low, Reggie.
All right. So is Ngozi still there?
The brother, no, Ngozi, he bounced out.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. Oh man. Wow. Okay. So let me get off this one right here. Okay. So here's the deal. The evidence says, and I'm talking about the evidence from 2010 now, and the evidence that started coming at 2010 is really not being populated in 2020. So we have 10 years of information on the origins of ancient Egypt. And the origins of ancient Egypt, unfortunately, well, it does come from the South, but it doesn't come directly from the South. The people and the cultures of the South, they got there from the Green Sahara. Now, earlier, it was a shit show with Chief X and Corey. So I'm debating in my mind whether or not to continue to try to continue this, certainly not when Corey's moderating and with Thunder. So Dr. Ben says we come from the foothills of the mountains of the moon where God happy dwelt. That hasn't ever been directly substantiated, though I've done a lot of research on that. We do come from civilizations of in the South. The Brooklyn Museum, which I did the research for, I went to the Brooklyn Museum, says that. I've tried to contact the curators, I haven't gotten a call back. The civilizations of Egypt did not come from the Mediterranean. It did not come from the Mediterranean at all. People did come into the Nile Valley through the Mediterranean, but the civilization did not come from the Mediterranean. People came to that region because of what was happening in that region that had started thousands of years earlier. So I need to talk to Ngozi because DNA research is important to our people, but it doesn't tell the real story because we got a lot of stuff in us through the various periods. The skeletal remains of the time period are not verified from the things that Gullah Geechee and Ngozi are actually saying about the ancient Egyptians, but maybe the people in the last 3,000 years or so, there's more of that information because of wars and because of migrations and because of the peopling of Egypt. But there's very little skeletal DNA that's honest in the Nile Valley. So we have to pay attention to that, and at many times exclude that. Now, when they go back to 40,000, 50,000, 30,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, that's not really relevant. The period that is really relevant is the period from 10,000 years onwards. And all evidence says that that the people populated the Nile Valley from the Green Sahara. So
correct.
I need to stop this stuff and listen, I got college, I talk to PhDs, I actually go to forums and lectures and presentations, right? I even talk, I ask questions, and I know a number of scholars that I could call. I know Dr. Salim Faraji, who's a nubiologist. I just spoke to Shayla Monroe, who is a nubiologist, right? And I've been in many forums and witnessed a lot of stuff. So the question is going to really come down to is not that I want to debate someone, because, I mean, how can I say, James, for the research that I give it out for free and I get nothing back. The people with the most pseudo information, they get the most, they make it worth their while. So I'm talking to you, since you're on the panel with Mo. Who was talking just before you, before I got on?
What do you mean? It was just me and Mo and then Ngozi. And Ngozi, he burned off because we were getting ready to, but then Mo said he had something he wanted to do.
Ngozi there, and I need to hold, and it's not going to be, and with Gullah Geechee, I mean, these are my people, but it's not going to be nice. It's not going to be nice because what, not that they're saying is incorrect. It's just that time periods, like we have lots of DNA in our peoples, but DNA is one thing, culture is another thing. And the culture is not Mediterranean, not Levant, not Mesopotamian. If anything, their culture is the culture of the early Africans. And so whatever inside of us, sometimes we can see it physically, sometimes we can't see it physically, but that doesn't dictate who you are. What dictates who you are is culture and ethnicity. And so that is my, so for people to say Mediterranean culture, you can't have a Mediterranean culture without water. You can't have it without water. You can't drink the Mediterranean. You can't feed your cattle in the Mediterranean. Am I sounding somewhat logical?
It makes sense to me.
So what Chief
Making perfect sense, Reg.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. So what happens is that there are no large cultures in North Africa away from drinking water. And the drinking water started to dry up, and then the food chain moved, right, to where there was drinking water. First, there was drinking water in large places in the Green Sahara. That was not a problem. People actually get to the Nile Valley really roughly maybe 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. That's when they start entering the valley. But the question is, where do they enter it from? Do they enter it from North Africa? No, they don't enter it from North Africa. Why? Because we have artifacts. We know where the cultures are in North Africa. When I mean North Africa, I mean the Delta region. And that's what I wanted Chief X to say. I wanted Chief X to say that the people came from the Delta region down, and that is where he was going to die.
Yeah,
So-
he didn't do that.
So Reggie,
He said the whole Sahara. He didn't give you one specific place. He said they came from the whole Saharan area, which that's true, but the civilization doesn't start there. It starts in the south.
No, it starts in the Central Sahara. It doesn't-
right? And
So
you guys are talking about the people and the culture, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the people, the culture following the food chain. It comes from Central Sahara. It doesn't come nowhere near North Africa. It comes, well, all of it is North Africa, but it doesn't come from what he is trying to make it seem like it's Mediterranean. So somebody sharing their screen?
Yeah, me.
Okay, so I'm going to share one slide or two.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about this map here, Reggie.
Yeah,
What do you think about this map?
let me see the map.
You can't see this?
No, it says that you're sharing Pan-African screen sharing, maybe because let me just see.
Can you see this, Mo?
Yeah, I can see what's on the screen. Hey, can you see what I put in that back chat?
Yeah, I got that. I got that.
It says it's an hour, but it's actually only like 25 minutes. The whole video cuts out at like 25 minutes. Like the first 5 minutes or so of it is an introduction. So it's really not that long. And I mean, you almost could fast forward it to 19 minutes and just listen to like the last 6-7 minutes and just be fine.
Okay. Yeah, but can you see the map now, Reggie? Hello? Is Reggie froze?
I can see the map.
But I think Reggie is froze though. Dang. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? The map. I was trying to get Brother Reggie to elaborate on what he thinks of this map. They're talking about the C group, and then they have this kind of like a reddish, I don't know what color you would want to call this. It's superimposed over the land, but they're saying that this is the territory that you see Lower Nubia, and then you see where this water is. That's what Aswan is, and it said the Tropic of Cancer. You seeing all that, brother? And then it said the C group from 2400.
I see it.
Yeah, 2400. So what I'm saying is, see, when Unc or whoever that was saying that the civilization didn't go this far north, it went. The C group was all. This is what they're saying. The C group was located right here. And I don't know what happened to Brother Reggie. What happened? Let me stop sharing my screen. Maybe he's trying to get back in or something.
Let me ask you this. This is how familiar I am with it, and I probably say really just not very familiar, right? So, so when you calling it Nubia, to my understanding, that's gonna lock you into a time period, right? Because we could be talking about the same landmass with a similar group of people, a similar culture on it, rather, right, in a different time period, and be calling that same group of people something totally different, right? Even though they could be having a similar culture out there. So what I'm saying is that it's already super cloudy because I'm not 100% sure of when they started calling it Egypt, because I know when Narmer unites the two kingdoms, right? When he's supposed to be uniting Nubia and Egypt, he's the land still is not called Nubia. Egypt, right? It's called Timerian. If I'm saying it correctly, right?
Correct.
So if it's called Timeri,
or Tawi, or
whichever one it called, it still ain't called Egypt yet. So if that's what it's called, then why are they calling these people Egyptians at the time? You're like, what is it about their culture that's distinguishing them from the people that live in Timeri? Like, see how it already starts.
That's a good question, Mo. And see, these are the type of questions I think we should be asking
and
I've really trying to pin down on. We don't never get to this type of stuff.
I have been trying.
I know, bro. They won't let you do that, because then they be like you convoluting the conversation.
I feel like what I'll try to do, I might come in and ask like one or two little, like, okay, do we agree on this question? I mean, this and this. So okay, so since we both agree on that, let me ask my actual question, right? So like I'm actually trying to figure it out, but between that, I'll be derailed and taken into some other direction, not necessarily get to finish my point. That's actually what happens to me a lot. You know what I'm saying? When I get on here. But man, I feel like, hopefully I'll be able to get a chance to address some of these things, man. But you check that damn video out, bro. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm listening to them dudes actually say that they're calling Afro psychology and Afrocentrism a place. They are talking about a place in our mind. They are not talking about a actual conclusion to some of the work that Diop necessarily did. If anything, they may be trying to include themselves into what he did, and I would have to just say that they're including themselves into what he did after they know that science had debunked him thoroughly, right? In certain areas, especially when it comes to race, and they kind of coattailed that a little bit on purpose. I mean, but I'd like to find a way to be able to talk about what they actually did, where it got us, I'm trying
to get my channel to where we could probably have these type of conversations as well. So if you can, like, if anybody listens, man, just follow my channel. Maybe we could try to get not saying that this channel ain't productive or anything, but trying to get my channel, maybe we can have some order and maybe try to get to a real conversation about, because I wanted us to be able to use this information to try to get somewhere. I don't want to keep having a circular conversation about whether
that's a good question right there. You just brought up something. Where you want to go with it? Like if you in your perfect world, where would you take it?
Well, what I would do is I like simplification, right? And what I would like to do is just use the chronology rather, because their history is not correct. Some of them, you look through their history with a fine-tooth comb, you'll find that a lot of the things that they subsuppose or interject and put on us is not correct, right? So that gives us room, especially the Nubian history. I don't know why every time I try to get Brother Reggie in here, it don't show up. But yeah, there he is right there. But yeah, so what I would like to do is maybe use a base chronology based on what Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and them have already put together. I don't think that this is just something that is that hard. I think that they had the chronology correct. I think that we're just being micro with the information instead of just really using the information to go ahead and get busy on what the foundation that they laid.
So for me, when you say that we got to fix the chronology, right?
We already have the chronology. I'm not saying we need to fix it. We need to use the chronology that they've already laid down. It's because it's correct. See, we want to keep arguing about it but they've already found the chronology of our
But
history.
right. But so I'm trying to figure out how would you say that, and then in the same breath, I know you would agree that some of that stuff could be updated, right?
Well, see, that's what we're doing now. We're being micro about something that's already established. We already know the base chronology of it starts off as an African civilization. That's not even up for debate. What they were doing was something that was in the 1970s and 80s that Europeans are just getting around to now. So what you got those museums that acknowledging what they were arguing in the 70s and 80s, right?
Right.
The museum, the Metropolitan, they've already agreed that we were correct. So really, I don't know why we still going around the ring. They've already agreed with what our ancestors and elders, our greatest scholars, have already said.
Which part in particular are you talking about that they agree with? That
They
Egypt
agreed
is
with
African?
yeah, they agreed that it was an African civilization. Am I making this up, Reggie?
Right. No. Okay.
Let me
So
ask
look.
Reggie.
So
Because Reggie's here. Let me ask: am I correct? Am I embellishing?
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. You wouldn't hear me complain about that, all right? So
Okay.
So now that we can agree that it's African, right? Now, do we have to distinguish it between it being a North African or a Central African?
That's
Like
some new shit to me. Excuse my
what
language. That's all some shit to keep us arguing instead of
No,
us
it's
getting
not to
on
keep us
doing what we want to
it's
do.
not to keep us arguing.
I
Right?
think
It's absolutely not to keep us arguing. It's to do something else. And I feel like I gotta. I mean, I might.
What do you think? What
I
do you
might.
think it is?
What do I think it is? Okay,
Yeah, why are we
man,
arguing about?
in my heart of hearts, man, I feel like it's really unfortunate how much I have to agree with Mary Lefkowitz's statement about it being an insane therapy. Right? Like I had to come out of I had to go to chemotherapy, dog. Messing with Sinetta, man. Like I was in I had a Egypt relapse, man. Like real talk. Had to
But you
get that
got
shit out
to
of my
sometimes you
veins.
gotta sometimes you gotta, just because somebody is doing something that you don't agree with, because the way they're doing it don't mean that what the chronology of your history is wrong, does it?
See what you just
Sinetta
said. So you
basically,
just
no
said
disrespect, he's
of
just in it
my
for
history.
entertainment and financial gain, is seemingly to me. I'm kind of more of a serious person. I don't be joking, playing, because this shit is serious to me. I've been looking for my history since I got out the womb. I've been looking for the truth since I got out the womb. I don't need no lies. I'm only looking for the truth. They told me Santa Claus was real, then I found out he wasn't. I accepted that. So when they tell you that Jesus was the origins, or Adam and Eve is the origins of humanity, and you find out that that's not true, and that the origins of pretty much writing starts with your people, why don't you acknowledge that? Why do you got to keep listening to somebody like a Mary Lefkowitz? Or I don't know why you're not getting in.
I'm not necessarily trying to listen to Mary Lefkowitz. I'm not.
Okay, Brother Reggie's back. Let him finish off with what he was trying to.
I feel like I'm disappointed that I have to agree with her statement, but I do agree with it. Like intellectually, I agree with what she means. What's what I think she means when she says that.
Let Brother Reggie.
Okay, so remember, Mary Lefkowitz, right, is of a particular time period. She is dated. She's not doing the work. What she does is that she reviews the research and she makes analysis on the research. But she's not doing the research. She's not writing the dissertation. She's not on the ground. Check out the Diop's work. A lot of it is dated. Okay, so what happens is history is like a bus terminal. There's lots of topics, right? And buses leave the station with dispatches to go to destinations. And drivers of the buses are like authors, and they pick up passengers. A lot of times these buses pick up the passengers, and many of these passengers, can you hear me?
Yes, and this is a very good analogy. I actually heard you say this the other day. This is actually a very good one for everything, really.
Thank you. And so many passengers get on the bus with the author, and they travel with them, and then they get off on stops. And because they was on the bus and they went through different places, that is where they think. The problem is that the bus keeps moving. Even the drivers get off the buses and new drivers get on, and they continue to destinations, and some drivers retire. Okay, so a lot of these conversations are about people who got on the bus and got off the bus too early, and that some of the drivers have changed. So some of the people, we shouldn't be really talking about Mary Lefkowitz anymore. And the reasons why we talk about Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop is because his materials in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, right? People are now saying that a lot of his information was correct, right? Zoe is still outdated. Now, on the platforms that I come on, Sonetta Studios, which I've been on there for many years, 8 to 9 years. He does a lot of topics, and his job is to bring the information and drive up views for his channel for whatever he wants to do next in the future. He runs it as a business of information. I often get, lots of things happen to me on that channel. Why? Because I challenge the people who they think are up and coming scholars like Mr. Osazi, and his information is just plain outdated. And that's a problem because Sonetta's just not finished using him up. And then there's Commission Adept that comes on, Apostle, whatever, my God, JJ 7000. Okay, so I thought when I went on the Pseudo Killers, I thought that we could have some conversations about the information. But as you saw what happened to me, I couldn't even have a conversation about information that I wanted to share with the public. I was being drowned out. So I'm going to talk to Ankh. I'm going to have to move on. Maybe go on another show. Maybe just stay on Real Black Atheists and Smash's show. But Corey has limited information to be even having these kind of conversations, right? This is not a cheerleading type of it shouldn't be cheerleading. So I'm gonna show. I'm waiting for my screen to come up, and I'm just gonna show a couple of slides of some work that I've been doing. Not much, but if y'all can just wait a few seconds while it populates, and hopefully I don't freeze out again. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we still here.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to have a more serious conversation about certain topics as well, Brother Reggie. Really, but I don't want to have people to dialogue with yet because I have a small channel. So, like I was telling people that are listening, it would be great if we could have some people follow. Then maybe I could start going live with some guests. Maybe it'd be an honor for you to come on maybe and present some of the stuff that you're trying to get out. You understand what I'm saying? Not saying that we all are 100% agree on everything, but for the most part, I'm even what you call, I'm not a direct student of Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, but I follow their information and I consider myself a student.
Okay, well, I am. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. All right. This is where I had a problem. This first slide. It says the external origins archaeology, right? This is a period of time from where Flinders Petrie from 1853 to 1942 created a concept of this is how ancient Egypt became ancient Egypt by migrations from the East, the Orient to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
This is dated. Unfortunately, this is where Chief X is. This is where, and unfortunately, I have to have a conversation with Ngozi and Gullah Geechee because I don't agree I don't agree about this DNA. DNA is not culture. I don't care where they think that people came in light skin, because we're really having a light skin, dark skin conversation, right? Cloaked up in DNA and cloaked up into a number of different phantom topics. But Flinders Petrie, listen to what he did. This is where I think almost everybody is at. For Ngozi and Gullah to be talking about these types of groups of people, this is old, outdated information, but for many people, it's current information. And Mo, you still with me?
I'm here. Now what I want to ask is, why are you saying that it's outdated?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Why would you say it's outdated, Brother Reggie?
Oh, okay, because in the next period, so he created Armatrayan. So basically what he was saying, early Neolithic Fayum and Badarian cultures result of a Soterian migration from the Caucasus and Black Sea, 1939. So whenever I hear these old terms like Caucasus or the Caucasian and things like that, my red light goes up, right? Those are old, outdated terms. So, and Ngozi is using it now again for, even though, yeah, so I need to talk to him. So then they have Amaratian, Gerzian, and Simianian third cultures, named the way whatever they wanted to name it, right? And then we have the dynastic race conquest, certainly originating from in Elam, right? And then we have Nubian invaders who swept down and broke the second civilization. And this is what Petrie is saying. And authors like Christiana Kohler, finally got her name right, Kohler, you know, she talks about that. Then there is Herman Junker, and he's in 1877 and 1962. So he's a predecessor of Petrie. And he comes up with the construction of a linguistic group, the Hamitic, supported by racial anthropological topology, describing a tall, gracile, and light-skinned human race. I have to make sure that I know this is where Chief X is, and Corey and Sheffrin don't count. Chief X don't count really, but this is from 1877 and 1962. So this is prevailing information. Hamites, not African, right? And all this stuff is cloaked into this type of conversation. Third slide I want to show you is.
Let me ask you this question. Okay, you know what? I don't want to slow you down, Reg. Go ahead.
No,
I can ask you
question.
You sure? Okay, so my question would be, okay, so the people who are coming into Egypt, right? Would you say they are more like the Egyptians, or would you say they are more like the Nubians?
I would say that the people coming in, what time period? What time period were they coming?
You just took it off the screen.
What period?
I'm talking about the not the Hamites, but the Hittites.
He wants you to go to a couple of slides back. I guess it's on.
Not even necessarily a couple of slides, but I was a comment that you just said. You said people came in from the north, at least, right? So that suggests that they weren't the original people, right?
Right, but they have nothing to do with the founding of Egypt.
He's asking you for a time period.
I'm talking about that time period that the Hittites came in.
Right. So they begin to remember civilization. First, if you're talking about Egypt, you're talking about when the civilization was born. So you're talking about 3100 BC. Now, people were always in the Delta. I don't have any problems with that, but they weren't Egyptian yet. Egyptian comes with the founding of the the culture, the civilization, the boundaries drawn, and the laws and borders of the kingdom. Now there are people in the outskirts. They're not Egyptian. Egyptian comes with rulers of the first dynasty, now drawing up borders. And then when they draw up their borders, then they decide who comes into Egypt and who doesn't come into Egypt. So once those borders are drawn and there's armies, there's scouts, there's
In what dynasty did you say that they formed that? Ninth?
No, I said the first dynasty is when the civilization is born.
I was talking about the borders. I probably shouldn't have cut you off, but because I really want to know,
No, you have
like,
to cut me off.
what's the point in distinguishing? Okay, so we've established that these people aren't even Egyptians yet, and they're getting invaded by the Hittites. Am I correct so far?
Not yet.
No, not yet. Not yet. So
they've become invaded by the Hittites.
Not yet.
Your time frame is off.
Okay.
The Hittites come at how can I say, at another period. So what's happening in Mesopotamia is
hold on, Reggie. Could you please give us a date or a dynasty that the Hyksos come in? Maybe that would help.
Okay,
they 15th dynasty, 12th dynasty.
Right. But I'm talking about
I just want to do that for Mo.
Dynasty.
I want to do that for Mo, so he'll have an understanding of how far are you coming from the nucleus of the first dynasty before the Hyksos even get mentioned. That's how.
Yeah. So from the first dynasty to the Middle Kingdom, right? We're talking about the first dynasty. The Canaanites, or many of them, are already in the Delta, but the Delta part is they have settlements there, but that's not largely the ancient Egypt. That's what you call the outskirts.
Right.
That's the strip bar, the Delta, right? Egypt draws its borders. You know, they have, I think, Butu up there. They have Tel El. I'll talk about that in a second. Up there, right? But not all of the Delta is where Egyptians are. That's not where they are. They draw their borders slightly underneath that, and then they kind of create forts and they kind of guard it. They have scouts. And then on the part that you're coming from Canaan into it is definitely fortified. Now, this is starting at the first dynasty kings. They are drawing forts, creating boundaries for the Nubians. They don't want the Nubians are not cooperating with them, and the Nubians are saying, "What the hell are you niggas doing, Egyptian niggas? What are you doing? Like, this is our land." The Egyptians saying, "Nope, niggas, nope, not no more. You got to follow our rules." The Nubians are saying, "No, get the hell out of here, nigga. Nah, get the hell." So they are attacking Egyptians, and then it's the people in the Western Desert. Those are the Tamhu. They are like, "What do you mean we can't go through Egypt, go to Canaan, go to that Levant? Like, you know, no, hell no. Fuck you, Egyptians." Now the Egyptians are writing, so they're creating a narrative that people like Jabari and read and try to say Ma'at and all this bullshit. The Egyptians are an empire that's blocking other Africans from going into places that they had already went into. Why? Because they have cattle. They have cattle, and they are migrating their cattle, right? And so Egypt cuts that shit off. So now it keeps conflicts because people are actually grazing their damn cattle. So I would go to this slide, and here is what you call a cattle map. So you have peoples in this region right here is Egypt, but you have peoples that came in, here's Egypt in the Sudan, right? You have peoples that were coming in with cattle, and by the ninth millennium, there is cattle around Noptoplaya. There's cattle around the 5th millennium. So these people, people over here in the lower parts, Moreau, right? They have cattle, right? And then in this period in this area over here, where Dongola is, this is where the people are. These are a lot of the settlements. This is cattle country. So now these people want to bring their cattle up the Nile, but they're being stopped. And these people over here also have cattle and they're being stopped. And so these are some of the periods that we want to actually look at when we talk. So
okay, let me ask a question real quick, brother. I'm noticing that this looks like desert at this time. So how are the cows doing anything unless you're saying that this is still green at this time?
yeah, this is a combination of, that's the problem.
I'm just asking.
The areas are drying up.
Okay.
So you can only pasture the cattle next to water.
Hold on. That's just there. But if you go further south, they have more green. They don't have to be around that river because it's more green and flush down further.
Water.
Right, but water's down there as well.
Right,
I was just saying, don't they need land to graze on? If you're just going, I'm just trying to suppose something. If you're a pastoralist, don't you need grasslands? And you're saying that it's enough grassland along that Nile.
Grasslands need water.
Okay, I get that, but if you go further into the further you go down, the more greenery it gets, right? So I'm just supposing that they have to stay close to the river.
Well, stop for a second.
Okay.
If you notice, the cattle is along the rivers. Here's the Nile, right? Here's the the upper Nile in the south, right? They're by water. Here's the Wadi Hawar. They're by water. The places where there's less water, right? Mm-hmm. They are migrating to places where there are water.
Okay.
You look at this map over here, is a part of this map over here, right? You have the same thing, here's Noptoplaya, right? You have the Wadi Hawar, right? You have the Abu Balas Trail. You have this. Now, when Chief X is talking about North Africa and Libya and stuff like that, this is the region that they're talking about, not this region up here. This region up here has a problem with water. The water's drying up. So they are doing two things. They are going to the Wadi Hawar, right? They're going to the Wadi Hawar, and they're going to the Nile, right? Now, okay. Egypt creates a civilization and has its boundaries around here. These people are really fucking uptight. Now, so this is where, these are the parents of ancient Egyptians, right here, this area right here. And these people go down, following the Wadis, into Sudan, and then they begin to come up the Nile, but yet there are cultures over here in the Fayum, right?
Right.
But they're struggling. Why do we know that they're struggling? I can ask a simple question about burial goods, right? Like the how people are being buried, the graveyards don't have a lot of great grave material. Right. Over here in this area right here, you have more portable art in the graves. The grave, you have gold, you have all of this stuff. These people don't have that. So Badarian civilization, let me see if I can go to another map that shows Badarian civilization. But before I go on, do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I just want to ask you a question about the Wadi. What did you say? The Wadi what? That's a river, right?
Nile, the Wadi Hawar.
That's a river. Let me ask you that's a river, right?
The Wadi Hawar is, yes, it's it's a tributary of the Nile that goes all the way into roughly that leads to Chad.
Okay.
Right. So here's Nabta Playa. Now let's not take out Nabta Playa for a second. Nabta Playa is where you have the Bir Kasiba. This is where you have those settlements where you have the astrological megaliths.
Right.
It's in Nabta Playa, right?
Exactly.
This is Nabta Playa.
Can you make that map bigger, Brother Reggie? The one that you're showing now? Like make the other one smaller so we can see the one you're trying to show? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Nabta Playa is one of the oldest settlements, right, of ancient Egypt, of ancient pre-dynastic history. Am I wrong, Mo? Am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Isn't it like 9,500 or something like that, right?
Yeah, I'll put it more in 8,000, right? 8,000 to maybe 9,000. But I will put it in that area, so you're correct. So Nabta Playa is, we know that, and there you have the famous cow stone in Nabta Playa. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I've seen it.
So now Nabta Playa, the people are coming from this area and moving into these areas because this area is drying up. So here's Chad, here's the Sudan, here's the Libya that they're talking about. They're not talking about this fantasy area up here. There's no settlements. It's only in the Fayum, which is a grassland. Bahari, Siwa is the oasis, right? These people are having some difficulties. There is water, but not enough for the damn cattle. So they have to go along the Nile. They have to go around this area around Nabta Playa, right? And they have to go to the wadis. The wadis or rivers. So the cattle culture, if we go back to this, so the first mistake is that the dude, Chief X, is lying to you about how you understand Egypt. He wants to say that the people came from here into the Delta and came down. That is not what happened. They came from when the Sahara was green, and they went these directions. And then they went to the wadis. So when it's dried up, there's a cave of swimmers. They were very comfortable here. There was lots of waters. That's why you call it the cave of swimmers. So where they were is closer to the south, which is the Sudan. Nothing is up here. But there are settlements along the Nile up here, but the bulk of the people are right here. And then if you go to the cattle map is important, not because there's damn cattle, is because you can find evidence of settlements based on the cattle. So here's the Wadi Hawar, right? So this is a huge drinking area for the cattle. Over here is Egypt and the Nile, right? And then there's the Sudan, right? Here. So you have people migrating from the Wadi Hawar to the Nile proper. This is where the people were. I'm listening.
No, I followed you. I followed everything that you said so far. So, so excuse me. Just for like a little bit more detail, when you said that the people in the upper region they weren't as successful, right?
Right. This is the settlements. So, look at the settlements here. So they tell you where the cattle where the cattle are, where the cattle cultures are, they're over here. So this says ninth millennium DC. They're up, there are cultures up here, but the bulk of the culture is coming from this area. This is where the bulk of the cultures are. The bulk of the cultures are here, and we know this based on the cattle, the settlements.
Right. But you're saying, okay, this is the part I'm trying to clear up, right? So you just said that they actually did have people there. They just weren't doing too well.
Right. They were, because guess what? If you're mobile, if you're not mobile, you're gonna die. It's the cattle that made them mobile.
So when the people from Libya migrated from you said they started down in the I think the Wadi.
Green Sahara. So let's
Yeah, right. They went down and they went up. But you just said when they went up there, there were already people there. Is what you're saying.
Right, but it wasn't. That's not where the civilization started. They went here, and then they followed the Wadi Hawar, right? The Wadi into this area, and then from Not the Playa, they took this is the Wadi Hawar right here, and they went from here, then they went here, and then there's Nubia. So they started settling around this area right here. This is where most of the culture was.
Right. So you're saying the culture went up the stream, not necessarily people. Like they were already people there.
You can't. So you have settlements here. You have in settlements here, but the bulk of the culture, right? The culture makes the civilization, not just the people. Do you understand?
Yeah, correct.
I get what you're saying, but if you're saying that there's a group of people that's already there,
and
right,
not arguing,
and they're practicing a different culture.
Well, no, it's all the same culture from the same parent peoples that went into this area right here. So the parent people is looking for settlements of water. So some of these people go this direction and they find here, but these are indigenous Africans. Just because we hear the word Libya, now we want to make we want to make Libya like the modern Libya. No, it's a different Libya. The Black Mummy, right? Is the Cave of Swimmers. All of this is in an area where you don't think that it is. It's over here closer to the south than the fucking northeast. The northeast is dried up. Niggas had to move.
And you know what's crazy about what you're saying, Brother Reggie? I just found out that Libya only has 7 million people in it today. Right. They all live along the Mediterranean coast there because lack of water. They just found a big deposit of water that Gaddafi started making a pipeline to go to where these people are. Right. So I understand what you're saying.
So in ancient times, this was drying up. You can go to the Mediterranean in a modern period because you can now produce water, right? You can actually produce, but they don't have cattle. The commerce of this period was simply cattle, not gold. It was food. It was steak.
Exactly.
There's no cattle up in here.
That's easy to understand.
There's the food supply. Now they have to grow. So they're growing food, but the people who are more successful or the people around the cattle culture, they're meeting people, they're exchanging ideas, they're talking. This is where it's happening at. And so here is what's happening in Egypt, and I can show another slide, but the bulk of the movement of the people is here, not here. Even though there's people here, but they're basically surviving with limited resources. But the cattle is what built the pyramids.
Okay, so look, in short, are you saying those areas don't start thriving until the Southern culture
Right.
basically takes them over?
Why?
Because the Southern culture has an economy because of their cattle,
Right. So when we go over here
a
to this,
stable economy, and it's more because of their cattle, not necessarily their religion.
right. So when we go to here, Petrie is basically saying, um, gives a mark of multiple peoples moving into this, the early Neolithic Thyam and Badarian cultures are here. The Sumerian or the third civilization comes here. Prior to that, the Gurzian civilization comes here, right? All from here. He's wrong. And then there's the Armatrayan civilization coming from, he says, the result of the Libyan invasion. No, he called it the Libyan invasion. No, it wasn't. He's making the Libyans look like they're white. The Libyans were all were Africans, and they were coming. The Libyans are the Tamhu. The Libyans are the Tamhu, or the custodians of not the Playa, not the Kasiba, or Bir Kasiba. The Tamhu, right, or the early Africans that find themselves into Nubia. It wasn't an Armatrayan Libyan invasion, right? It was an African migration because of cattle, because of this region was drying up. And I supported it by here to there. Okay. So Chief X has no, Chief X is completely wrong about what's happening over here, because you need an economy. You need an economy. But there are peoples up here, and they're still African because they came from this region. Now the Delta is coming in. The people from here are coming into Africa because of what was already happening in Africa, right? So I will go to this slide over here. So then Herman Junker comes and he creates a whole concept of, he does some excavations. Then he says Lower Egyptian, Northern Giza type founders of pharaonic civilization. This is where Chief X is. And this is where I have a problem with Ngozi, because he starts talking about the Upper Egyptian light-skinned gray seal Hamites who are not Africans. Ngozi doesn't say this, but he starts talking about the Caucasoid. I disagree. I disagree. So then we get to the newer information, which is this from Wigs. Wigs is one of the leaders of the modern era thought. He writes, the first Akkadians came to the Delta as tradesmen or settlers, but with the permission of the Lower Egyptian elite. In all three groups of Akkadians connected with different political centers probably settled in the Delta during the late pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic time. So he is saying that these people, right, from the Nakada regions, the Nakada regions over here, they go into the Delta. Sorry, let's do it from over here. This is let's see the Nakada. Let me see if I can get the Nakada from this map over here. But these groups of people over here, there's Luxor. So all these periods over here, they begin to migrate up into the Delta with the permission of these groups of people that were already there. Let's do this again. The first Akkadians came to the Delta as tradesmen or settlers, but with the permission of the Lower Egyptian elite. In all, three groups of Akkadians connected with different political centers probably settled in the Delta during the late pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic times. So now you have the people from Nakada who are Southerners moving up. You're gonna
I,
have to.
I wonder, Brother Reggie, what does he use to substantiate this?
I don't know. Me personally, like I have a very difficult time keeping up with Ngozi. That's me personally. Like I don't know if anybody else can share that,
I'm
man.
not. I mean, I need him. I need to talk to him because DNA are not peoples. Peoples and cultures are peoples. DNA is what the peoples look like. Just because there's changes in noses, eyes, and hairs don't mean shit. It don't mean
Right.
shit.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. So would you actually accept a Caucasoid African?
No,
Like,
I
that's
know because they're outside of Africa.
but it's still African, right? I mean, if
No,
it's
they're
still,
outside of Africa. Now, if they're in, what do you mean by that, Mo?
I'm throwing it out there because he is. I'm throwing it out there as maybe.
This is where I draw my goddamn line.
I'm
You're
trying.
throwing it
I'm
out.
trying to figure out, like I'm trying to figure out is there a peaceful medium? Like in all seriousness, right? I'm not taking it
No,
that
but you
lightly.
just see that's
It
the problem. So what
it is
happened?
a crazy question because I feel like it's a crazy stance,
These
but
people right here are not Caucasoid or any of that shit. These people are indigenous Africans going up the Nile with permission of the lower Egyptian pre-dynastic elite, the people in the area who are the elites, and they get to trade with them. And Ngozi and them, to me, not completely Gullah. I mean, Ngozi, but he's bordering on it, and I need him to fix it with not DNA data. I needed to fix him with settlement data. I need him to fix it, right? I need him to fix it with settlement data because he's muddying the waters, right? These people over here did come, but they came because of the settlements already of the indigenous people.
so those indigenous people are the people that Ngozi is saying that they mix with when they get up there, right? Which is why it's so difficult to actually pinpoint the marker or am I mixing up his
Right. And
argument
then
with
over the
yours?
periods, and because we don't have ancient mummies to verify,
Right.
so we have to look at the deep gene maps to find data. But I'm not looking at that. I don't need that. I have already what the scholars have to say. So
So the best evidence actually for what you're actually trying to say is the migration patterns and not even the DNA, because the DNA is actually cloudy because of the obvious mixing. Right?
Right. And
Okay, so I do get it. I got you.
and if you're mixing in Africa, but that has nothing to do with the culture. That's you're mixing. So you got a brown baby, a light-skinned baby. That don't make the culture. That don't make you smarter. The smartness comes with these people over here who are intermixing and communicating. The smartness comes from not the playa. They don't have a fucking playa up here. The smartness comes with neural and cognitive evolution based on peopling and communication. It don't come from fucking skin color.
It doesn't. So okay. So let me ask you this, Reg. So I heard something tonight, and I wish I had caught it in better detail, right? But somebody was saying something to the effect of, right, it didn't matter which people group you're talking about, but if left to their own devices, they would eventually, come up to speed with all the other cultures.
No. Whoever said that is stupid, because you have a combination of, in the Green Sahara, you have encyclopedias of cave art. The cave art is their encyclopedias. So this is over millenniums of people categorizing what they knew, bringing their children to these caves, drawing these caves. These caves are not graffiti. These caves are done by the expert artisans of their time period. It's very well done over a period, right? You learn speech, communication, how to work with other people. You can, and that gives you your cognitive things. It's like doing crossword puzzles. It's like you're learning from different peoples. You're learning from your animals. That is happening in the areas where I spoke about. Now, here's the difference. All my information is sourced. I'm arguing with people who I asked where in North Africa. You see? And the nigga wants to say all everywhere. No, nigga. Cause see, I know where the settlements are. You know, I know where the settlements are. So you can't say all in North Africa to me.
I respect that.
You can't do that to me. You could do that. You can do that to you could do that to somebody else, but you can't do that to me. Because I will bring up a source and ask you for your fucking source. And so that's why it's no need for me to debate Chief X, even for the money. There's no purpose for me to debate him. He don't have no information. I got a college education. I got a library card, right? I got a fucking library card to museums, right? So follow me in the museum. I bet you I'll go through a door where you can't go through. Huh?
I believe. Let me ask you a question, Reg. So this is off topic because I'm assuming that we winding it down by this time, right? But so my question is to do with the cattle culture, right? So I have a theory before I actually even get to my question. I have a theory that the pyramid is actually a much better representation of the stability of the economy of that particular king than it is a religious monument.
It could be all those things.
So it could be both. Okay.
Yeah, it could be all those things.
What role does a priest play in land ownership and taxes?
Depends on the period.
Early kingdom.
They were servants of the king. The king was a high priest, and they did things to make the king strong. And later in the period of the 11th, the 11th dynasty, no, the 17th dynasty, when Amos beats the Hyksos, he supports his patron god, which is Amun. And then because it's late at night, I can say this, nobody's gonna listen to this shit late at night. But he supports his patron god, and then Egypt commits his worst sin. Maybe I'll tell you what is worse.
What's that?
Egypt fucked up. Egypt fucked up after the 18th dynasty. Egypt fucked up. Fucked up. So I will save that for another lecture. But Egypt fucked this culture up in the 18th dynasty. Throw out all of that fucking Ma'at and all of that shit. All of that was before the 18th dynasty. After the 18th dynasty, Egypt created a caste of priest niggas called the Amun priest, and they controlled the land, the taxes. They even controlled how long a king would rule. They chose who would be the king, and they chose how long the king would last. And it was those nigga priests that later, when Egypt was attacked by the Assyrians, remember the whole Pianki, Shabaka, and Tahaka, they were destroyed internally because the Assyrians partnered with the fucking priests of ancient Egypt.
Mhm.
So the families of the, how could, in this big old land, how could the Assyrians know exactly where to go to get the families of Taharka? People had to
They had
tell them,
help.
huh?
Yeah. Somebody had some help.
Yeah, they had help by the caste of the Amun priests that wanted to stay in power. And that continued with the Persians came in. The Persians make Xerxes and Darius full pharaohs with the Meta-Netia,
Mm.
right? They're fucking traitors. Then you have, after that, then you have the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies, well, you have Alexander the Great. He's made a full fucking pharaoh by the Amun priest. Then you have the Ptolemies that now they take over the religion. They don't need the Amun priest no more. They say, thank you, niggas. Have a nice day, right? But you do have Amun priests inside the South. So then what happens is that Octavius Caesar comes in through the South to fight the Ptolemies, and the Nubians, who are Amun-Ra priests, they make him a full fucking pharaoh.
Mhm.
And so the Amun-Ra priests, or the priesthood of the ancient Egyptians, or the traders, they become the traders of ancient.
Right. That's actually something I'm pretty interested in. I kind of can't wait for you to put that out there. I think that's a pretty important part of the story. But so in early kingdom, right?
I debated Jabari of Sase on this a long time ago, right? I debated him. I did part of it when I debated him a long time ago.
Okay. In early kingdom, are the priests collecting taxes for the king?
No,
They're not. Um,
no.
I'm trying to figure out like what role do they play in the wealth of the king?
Later, they play in the Amun period. Before, they was just simply servants of the king.
Just servants of the king.
Yeah, they just did the religious thing, the God stuff. They did that. There was the scribes, and then there's the administrators and the military. The priesthood were not strong, huge inside the early periods. They gradually became a class of very important people, especially during the 18th dynasty when it became a death cult, right? Where the Assyrian cult, and if you wanted to die, you wanted to go to the afterlife, they capitalized on the people, so they were able to get your cattle, right? It's like leaving your fucking wealth to the undertaker. So that doesn't sit well with people who are in these Semitic traditions. It doesn't sit well with them, but who the fuck are they? Like I mean, except for Infidisi, Infidisi worked with Dr. Ben. I love Infidisi. I don't always agree with him, but he's from a different generation. This newer generation, they're making up people giving them money, right?
Right.
You know, they're giving them money. What are they getting for it? What works? What's working? What do they do that works? It just makes people feel good. But they forget that it was me. It was people like myself. I was around in 84, 85, 83, 84, 85, 86. I went to Egypt in 87. Them people were nowhere. They was nothing. Nobody. They're walking around with Budge's Book of the Dead, thinking that there's only one Book of the Dead. They couldn't read the Meta-Netia. And then their children now are here And because of the work that I did, Kim on Trial and stuff like that, we proved that we have a knowledge base of ancient Egypt. They have contributed nothing. Listen, there are a few scholars that are of course they love Kemet and stuff like that, but none of the people that's out here, they don't speak at ASCAC. They don't speak at any of the associations. They don't speak intellectually in front of scholars. They speak in front of us, but not in front of the scholars.
Right. I definitely peeped that one. Like the fact that you got a box in the ring with us instead of boxing in the ring with academia, it definitely says that you want to, you want a handicap fight. If any, at the very least, like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't trying to,
but you can't.
You're not really trying to overthrow academia. Like, you trying to capture my imagination.
But because,
you know what I'm saying?
Right, but because I don't swing onks, and I don't try to speak the meta nature. I just try to interpret it. I don't have the Brooklyn magic, right?
Right.
That's my deficit, and I don't get over here and even though I went to a good university and stuff like that, like I don't have what some of these people have. I don't wear the costumes. Look, man, look. You want to know a secret, y'all? You want to know a secret, Mo?
Yeah.
Right. What happened to James? He left?
I'm not even sure. It's just us two.
All right,
you must got the host. What's up?
Look at their children. Look where don't look at them. Look at your children. What are their children doing?
You gotta be more specific. Whose children? You talking about the Blackology children? Or you talking about? I think you talking about Jabari. So I don't know
No,
none
he
of
don't
his
have any.
children.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about look at the children of the charismatic people.
Are you talking about the people who follow them? That's what you're saying.
No, I'm talking about there's I don't like to talk about Mr. Asaze personally. I don't want to talk about him personally. I want to just deal with him with information. But the people who are supposed to be the spiritual people.
Okay. Yeah, all phony.
Where are their children? What their children doing? What are their children in college and universities? What their children doing?
Some, but not many. Not most. They certainly don't have some glaring advantage. I tell you that. That much I can for sure give you.
Right. So one of the things when you look at human beings, so look, I'm not, I've listen, I worked for 20 years of my life as a worker, right? I don't have a lot of money and I know that, right? But I made my money through my career. I don't take money from Black people except for some donations. They all of these people, they always got these schemes to take money from people. So every time I talk, they think I'm just talking about Mr. Asaze. I'm not. I'm talking about, I know all of them. See, the difference is I know them all, right? I know them. So I'm not just talking about him. He just puts himself in the front. And they push him in the front to protect them. But I know them, right? And they don't contribute intellectually. Why does he always come out to defend? Where's the rest of them at? They would get laughed off the fucking stage, right? But no, he's got the college, so they use him to step up. Where's the rest of them? Now with Chief X, and I'll close with Chief X is, man, Chief X just Chief X and Corey. I'm so upset with Corey. I probably won't be back on this show for a while. Is that he got no information. He ain't go to no university, but he got a big mouth. So he wants to make me him. I'm a 57-year-old man. right? I actually had to sit in classes with the greats.
Mhm.
He got nothing but, he got nothing. So I show you a few slides. I ain't want to show you all my slides. But do you get my slides? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The one part that I'm not 100%, I'm just not 100% with the details on is that you're saying that there are some people that are there once the Libyans or once the I just forgot the area you said. Once they start moving up north, up the river, you said that there are already some people there. I mean, and it's not I'm not sure what
Well,
those
how do
people
you get sure,
are.
Mo? How do you get sure? You do research.
How do I get sure?
How do you get sure? You do research.
Okay, I got you
So,
right.
so don't
I'm
just
hearing
be,
you say that you got the research.
just don't be unsure. Go search. Read. Don't give yourself a handicap and then let me deal with the handicap. You don't know, I know.
No, I'm not giving myself a handicap. This is actually where I'm at right now, Reg.
Okay.
Right. Like right now, I'm actually reluctantly in the car with Corey and Chef right now. That's actually where I'm at. And I don't even want to be there. And I feel like I got there just by listening to the arguments. And theirs
Okay, but
makes
I gave
more
you tonight
sense.
a whole bunch of arguments that you haven't seen, and stay in the fucking car with them, Mo.
I mean, look, I could easily be look, the fact that you won't give me a real solid who are these other people, right? And now I have to go research it.
Well,
That's why
have
I
they
gotta stay in
given
the
you a
car.
solid?
See,
Ain't
like when
shit.
when I hear you say that and I'm in the car, that's when I lock the doors and I'd be like, "Yep, I'm in a bad neighborhood."
You in a
That's what.
goddamn bad neighborhood with me because they ain't give you shit, yo. And you know
Reg, this is
what?
how I feel, Reg. You know you're my boy, Reg, but that's how I feel when you tell me I gotta go research it, man.
Yeah, you got. So you want to listen to a nigga, Mo?
No, I don't want to listen to a nigga, but I do feel like I want to
Mo,
be able to have an
Mo,
honest dialogue with a nigga. That's
Mo,
what I do want to do that.
Mo,
You know what I'm saying?
Mo,
I'm listening, bro.
Mo.
Brother Reggie.
Thank you, good brother Mo. Mo, I am brother Reggie, right? I create most of the topics, however they're debated, Hebrews, Moors, whatever. I know that you listen to these people and they block me and tell me to quiet and they block my mic, but they'll never be me, yo. Ever.
Never.
Huh?
I've heard people in the middle of debates just bust out, "Hey, get Reggie," right? Like Reggie will actually settle the dispute in the middle of the debate. So I see how much respect that they give you on the slick, right? They don't just like give it to you up front.
No,
So
when
I
they
see
need
it,
me to
bro.
save their fucking asses,
Yeah. When
then
they
they
want you to
call me.
validate something for them, yeah, that's when they respect you. I see it. So
Oh,
I mean, that's how much they respect your knowledge. I
no, yeah,
definitely see that.
but they use me. So it don't matter. It don't matter what platform, who they are, right? You know why, Mo? How old are you?
35.
Mo, I'm 57. Mo, I'm 57 years old, man.
Okay.
I'm talking to my little cousins, my baby cousins. Like
Yep.
I'm not arguing with it. I'm not even though Chief X is a little older, the nigga can't get into a library. I live in New York City, bro. I live in New York City next to the most important New York City universities, right? And museums, bro. Some of these people making up shit, Mo. What library is in Atlanta that they can go to? You can't go to university unless you went to a university.
Right.
You Googling. Don't you live in a suburb of Atlanta and talking shit to me? Get the hell out of here, yo. You live in a suburb of Atlanta and you are talking shit to me. And nobody knows you. What associations you're a part of? Hey, I mean, where you get your information from? Google? No, you talk slick. And anyway, I'm going to end. Hey, listen. Look, Corey and Sheffrin, nobody's gonna remember them nobody's gonna remember them. They don't have I have hundreds of presentations up. Nobody's gonna remember them. They're only important as long as the pseudo killers, but I don't think I'm fucking with the pseudo.
This is true. Now this is true. I must actually say that I've evaluated that, and I haven't come over here to try to make a name for myself. If anything, I really would like to just be a productive part of the conversation. And I'm interested in the Egypt conversation, right? So it doesn't benefit me at all to try to go make a channel and then produce content, right? Like I want to be a part of this conversation because these the niggas I want to talk with it about. You know what I'm saying? It'd be yeah.
Let me just let you know, I'm just not anybody. You're talking to one of the fucking best, right? That all scholars talk to, right? And I talk to white scholars, and you're talking to one of the fucking best. You're not just talking to anybody. Me and you, we're having a conversation, a generational conversation. Get out of the car with niggas that's going to get shot the fuck up, because nobody listens to them. They have to out-talk me, they have to take advantage because they want to get me upset. They haven't written anything. Which of them niggas has written anything besides an Amazon book?
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Man, I
just go ahead. I hear what you're
I've written
saying.
motions for federal courts, right?
I actually saw that. That's actually very impressive.
Yeah, I've for my own case and other cases, federal court. I've written a friend of the court for a Supreme Court case, didn't get accepted, but I wrote it, right? What the fuck are these dudes doing? What are they doing that's important to Black people? Nothing. So Mo, get out the car, and do some research. Don't be following Chief X. Chief X don't give a fuck about you or anybody else. He just wants to be a influencer. So that's all he wants to do. He just got a big. Listen. Which of them niggas, name the ones that's been to Egypt? Who's been to Egypt?
You. you one of the few motherfuckers I know that's been to Egypt.
Mr. Asade, Saw has went, right? Okay, so that's good. Saw has went. Mr. Asade has went. Problem is, Mr. Saw, he's being tore up from the floor up, right? He's being tore up from the floor up. He's a proven borrower of information without giving citations, or not giving complete citations, right? Mr. Erie Eastfed, right? And he's a former follower of Dr. York. He knows Metanetia, but he don't know history. And he's a liar. Who else? Mr. Osaze, I only differ with him on his promotion of ancient Egypt or Kemet out of his context, right? He's gotten into his manhood, and then people have pushed him up and made him the Mayweather, but he fucked up with the Talmud. So there you go, Mo.
He did. He did. I know he's I know he kind of knows better than a lot of the stuff he's saying. But he, from time to time I cringe every time he just says he admits that he's kind of making up some of that stuff, but you know, he says it in his own little way. Nobody really catches it, but he will go out there and actually say that.
I take him to
But
a
look,
wall and I say, read. You're a Kemet priest. So you're a priest to these people, huh? You're a priest to Kemet, right?
no,
Man,
he
read the
made it
fucking
all up.
wall.
He knows that.
Read the wall, right? Read the wall. You can't read the wall. Don't talk. Don't talk to me, dude. Go tell that to somebody who don't know, bro. I'm looking at the wall. The other day he said some crazy shit that Geb was sucking his own penis, right? Like Geb is the earth and what? Man, the text don't say that. The text don't say none of that. So where does he get that shit from? Where does he get from the drawing? Read the text.
I'm not sure what his point would be to make that point, though. You know what I'm saying?
He's doing symbolic shit, trying to be fly. The text don't say that he's sucking his penis for the seeds. Don't say that. So shut up.
Let me ask you this one last thing, and then I don't want to feel like I'm keeping you up, right? So Diop goes to UNESCO in 1975, right?
74, but he was part of UNESCO earlier in the 60s. But go ahead.
Okay, so when does Dr. John Henry Clark start, I guess, touring or I'm not really sure what his beginnings are, but when does their group start to get some momentum going? Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Wade Nobles, Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
No. Dr. John Henry Clark is in another generation than Wade.
Okay, so Dr. John Henry Clark and Leonard Jeffries in the same generation.
No, Dr. John Henry Clark is Dr.
John Jackson.
Teacher. John Jackson, Chancellor Williams.
Okay. So yeah, so how closely related are their time frames, UNESCO and John Henry Clark?
Oh, John Henry Clark was the one who told us about Diop and what was happening in France with the Ali on Diop. So Dr. Jeffries went to Europe, France in 59. So he met Diop in about he met Cheikh Anta Diop in about 59.
59. That's way older than I thought I was gonna say. Okay.
Yeah, 59. Wait, let me see. 50, 59, 60. He's in France. So he meets Diop in that time period. Dr. Clark begins to tell us about our communities, about Diop, and then Dr. Clark, his African Origin of Civilization was published, so we started reading that. This is after UNESCO, and then I worked on a project with Dr. Clark and Dr. Jeffries on and Yalingi Ngimi on translating the civilization of barbarism. I worked on that project. It was about 4 of us. I worked on that project. My job wasn't translating or reading. My job was running the computer system at that time period. And that was about, 87 or something like that, 86, 87 or something like that.
Okay. At that UNESCO trip, was it completely debunked about the ethnicity of the early Egyptians? I'm not sure what the exact wording of it is, but it's like
started the methodology of it. Diop was not Diop's. It was several factors. One was the peopling of the Nile Valley that was accepted, and then there was the issue of were the ancient Egyptians Negro. That was that conversation continued.
That conversation. Would you say it was ever? When would you say it was definitively like dismissed? Like when did they just come to the conclusion that's inaccurate?
They didn't dismiss it.
They didn't.
No, that's why the Metropolitan Museum of Art has a exhibition on Cheikh Anta Diop, And that's why the Brooklyn Museum has an exhibition saying who the ancient Egyptians were. It was never dismissed.
Okay.
It's just that
I,
Diop didn't win. Diop didn't win definitively that argument, but he's won now. He's
got
won
you. I got
now.
you.
White scholars. I just showed you Wigs and others, or the experts now.
Okay. The reason why I asked is I've been trying to show this video of Naeem Akbar and Dr. Wade Nobles, and Naeem Akbar is he's explaining.
I know them both. Dr.
He's
Naim Akbar don't know. He don't know too much about ancient Egypt, and Dr. Wade Nobles is a great thinker in his field, but he's not an expert in it.
You're probably a great person to ask this, because you probably had privilege to maybe some of those backroom conversations that I think that this short video gives me privilege to, right? Because I hear him saying, and I don't know who he could be talking about, but it sounds as if that a lot of what he says, even in some of his lectures, come from conversations that he has with his other peers. And I know his peers to be Dr. Leonard Jeffries and some others.
Well, no. See, Dr. Jacob Carruthers was the first president of ASCAC. They have more of a relationship. So a lot of the stuff, the good stuff, comes from Dr. Jacob Carruthers.
Okay. When he describes Black psychology as a place, right? I'm getting that he is ultimately telling me that Black psychology is not a fact that I can find anywhere other than this place that he's trying to necessarily take me. And then so when I interpret that along with I'm almost questioning how serious they were being about accuracy, right? So like I feel like the pseudo killers.
I see why you in the car. So
you see why I'm in the car? And I don't think I'm in the car for the wrong reasons. I think I'm in the car because
the problem is you're gonna have to get out the car and park the car and walk around. You don't know enough to make anything definitive. You can ask questions, right? But you don't. I know. Listen, Ashra Kwesi, Obata Dr. Jeffries, Professor Small, even the younger ones who are old, Dr. Mario Beatty, look, Dr. Richard King with melanin. I know them all, right? Like I just know them all. So I heard them speak. But you're in a car with a 8-track cassette. Because you choose to be in a car with an 8-track cassette. So I just showed you some stuff. You don't have to agree. I don't want you to agree. I just showed you the stuff. I showed you completely why Chief X is bananas. Without hollering and screaming at you. I gotta
you did. We're doing a very cordial job of disagreeing right now. We're doing really good.
Yeah, you in the wrong car with a concrete expert.
But you look, I look, less than a year ago, man, I honestly, like, I couldn't even, I felt like I was wrong to critique Jabari because he's older than me, right? Like, I feel like I was deep in the Egypt cult and I ain't even really know why. You know what I'm saying? So and I'm not in the car.
I help take people out of that shit.
You were instrumental. Instrumental.
I'm the traitor.
I don't know if you really remember it, but I've had a couple conversations on the phone with you, man. When I come back to New York, bro, I kind of still want my little museum trip, but you know, that's for another conversation. But but for real though, you were instrumental in getting me out of that car, the Egypt car. So for sure.
swinging arms and paying ties.
Yeah, I got out of that. I got out of that because of you. You definitely helped me out with that. And then you directed me to brother which has gotten me to here, which is why it's so ironic that when I first started listening to Ankh, right, like he was the gatekeeper for me, right? Like he was the reasonable one. And the longer I listen, I feel like I hear the irrationality in some of his arguments, and that's just in my opinion, right? Like it shouldn't be so difficult to relinquish the like if we're not debating the ethnicity of the people, then like we're not really accomplishing anything by calling them white or black. Like what are we talking about at that point? Like that's a point that's walked over. Like we speed past that.
Okay, so look, it's a journey. I am Mo. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, we'll talk again, Reg. It's definitely getting late, man.
I just listen. I'm the one. I am the one who. I mean, Sekou did a good job. I think Sekou beat X, but he didn't do what I would have done. But Chief X is not somebody I really want to debate. I don't want a screaming match. And
you know what's funny? As much respect as I got for your knowledge, I think that actually be a good matchup.
Nah.
I know you probably feel like you'd be wasting your time, but I think it'd surprise you.
Nah. Why? Because the people, the people.
I think it would surprise you because I think that to some extent, one of you guys will have to relinquish the ambiguous definitions. One of you guys will have to get off of its black or its culture or its ethnicity and have to sit.
Look, there's nothing for me to relinquish. Tell me, Mo, what do I have to relinquish?
Maybe it'd be him. Yeah, one of you would have. I'm not too sure exactly what y'all's topic would be, but one of y'all would have to be.
Fuck him. Nigga,
light skinned, like whichever one of you has got to go in that direction.
Get a college education, right? In a field, right? Like I'm 57 years old. Like I there's nothing for me to relinquish. I actually study the topics. But with that said, Mo, it was a pleasure.
All right, big brother Reggie, we will talk again.
All right.